Season finale next up. Of course, they have two groups, white and green, which are Caterham's corporate colours. The white group is going first with their last race of the season. And coming into this race, with drop scores taken into account, the top four are covered by just 3 points in the championship.
Indeed, this is all coming down to a battle between Neil, Demes, Kirtland and Keane. Any one of those could win it. However, it's Neil and Demes who come in here in the good seats. And welcome back to our Caterham stream, our Caterham viewers. Apologies for the stream issue there, but we are back up and running, and welcome back to the action. We're just about to start with the Caterham White Group Championship. Neil, Demes, Kirtland and Keane are in the battle for the win, and it's Neil and Demes who is looking like they're going to be our best positioned drivers. Can be Keane and Kirtland can do it, but they've got to overhaul and they've got to hope for bad results for Neil and Demes. So let's keep an eye out for what's going on. I'll try and keep my spreadsheet up to date, Dave, so we can keep along and abreast of everything that's going on. But I have a feeling this one's going to go right down to the checkered flag.
It's going to go down to the last chicane, I reckon, as long as there's no yellow flags or anything else. So it's the Caterham Academy White Group next up. The green group of the other section is the last race before lunch. In between that, we've got more Caterham graduates, the Sigma 135 category. Coming up after lunch, we've got the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship for their second 20-minute race of the weekend. And then we've got the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens back out. Stephen Nuttall dominating their first race if you missed it this morning, and he'll be out to do the double. Then we've got the Caterham 7 UK Championship back out, sponsored by Avon Tyres. Then the Motul 310Rs. We saw a rather chaotic race for them earlier on. Then the 270Rs come back out, and then finally it's the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy, and what that is a non-championship race with the green and white groups racing together. There'll be a huge grid for that one, and that should be a cracker to round off today's action as we celebrate 50 years of the Caterham Cars Company.
Yeah, first chance for them to race against each other later on this afternoon, so they've still got their matter of their final championship race as we see the cars coming out then to start their green flag lap. But yep, we've got the graduates before we get the green group, then we've got a little bit of a lunch break before we bring in all the other action, so looking forward to that. Yeah, but the all kind of poised well after qualifying for the Academy though, to keep everything alive and of interest. And certainly, like I say, the interest here is to see whether Kirtland and King could do anything about Demes and Neil to get out in front and reverse those positions.
Okay, we'll give you the grid in just a second then. I'll tell you it's qualifying took place yesterday afternoon. It was Adam Keane, number 88, to set pole position. He's in a very dark green machine, and Istvan Demes, the Hungarian driver, will be alongside him in car number 55. So 88 and 55 on the front row. Second row, number 2, Matthew Kirtland, and number 28, Daniel Neal. So all of our top 4 championship contenders are in the top 4 places on the grid. Third row, 37, Henry Speaks, all the way from Hong Kong, lines up alongside number 76, Monty Hind. On the fourth row, 68, Scott Graham, and Gerthed Ducey in number 30 completes the fourth row. Row 5 is number 89, which is Patrick Cunningham, alongside 96 of David Jarvis. Row 6 of the grid will be number 34, Rob Cowan, and number 19 of Lee James. He briefly stopped out on track in qualifying yesterday, but was okay at the end of the session. Row 7, number 4, Neville Sykes, alongside 40, Dean Pollen. Row 8, we've got 25 of Chris Coates and 94, Joel Meyer-Potts. Row 9, 62, Graham Handy, and 15, Miles Ainan. Row 10, 20, Chris Tuck, and 77, Norman Jeeves. And the final row, 65, Andrew Mackay, and 33, Darren Pinder. So it should see a 22-car grid out there, what will be a 20-minute race.
Yep, plenty of cars out there, plenty of actions as the cars do start aligning up themselves on the grid then. Just to give you a kind of overview of some of the conversations that could happen. So if if Neil wins ahead of Demes or leads him home, then he should be able to take that championship win, as long as Kane and Kirtland aren't heading them by significant points. And if Demes wins, he still needs Neil not to get second place and the fastest lap. It's really going to come down to those final few points. How are they going to do it? How is this Caterham Academy group, the final race, the final championship race for the Caterham Academy White Group? Hadrian Flux Insurance sponsor this. Little bit of Marshall's signalling there to one of the drivers to get it across and into their correct grid spot, and they've managed to do that. But thank you to all our sponsors here, and the kind of final race then for the Academy in their championship this year. How are they going to tail off their season? Can they get this all done? Who is going to take the championship crown? It's between 4 drivers, and we're going to have 20 minutes to find that out.
Well, there they are, the top 4 on the grid. The very dark green car of number 88 in pole position. The red lights are on. They go out now, and we're underway. And it is poleman Adam Keane who gets away well. A fair bit of tyre smoke from Lee James there, the number 19. Keane will try and take the lead. Daniel Neal round the outside, the blue and pink number 28 car up into second place. It's Van der Mesch in the blue and white number 55 in third place. Not the best of starts for our other contender, Matthew Kirtland, in the Rothmans Williams lookalike, the blue, yellow and white car. The 92 Nigel Mansell lookalike has lost a couple of places there off the line. They swing their way down towards the old hairpin for the first time. Looks like it's Monty Hind who's got away well up into 4th position in car number 76 as the tail end of the field comes through the old hairpin. It is still our pole sitter Adam Keane who has the lead. Had a win at Cadwell Park earlier this season, was leading the points up until he was overhauled over the last couple of races. Second place is Daniel Neal, the current points leader, but only by 1 point ahead of Van der Mesch. A little further back in the order, charging around the outside, Scott Graham, the man from Birmingham, in car number 68. So if you've not seen the Caterham Academy before, all these drivers were novices at the beginning of 2023. This series open only to novice drivers who've never held a race licence before, and you get your race licence and training as part of your package when you buy a Caterham Academy car. It's the perfect route into motorsports for a newcomer. There's the number 96, the emerald green car. It's David Jarvis. Leaders across the line. The first 3 have broken away slightly. It's Adam Keane who leads from Daniel Neal. Van der Mesch. Daniel Neal has a look up the inside. Can't quite get there. Adam Keane holds his lead.
Neil's been there or thereabouts every single race this year. He just had a slightly disappointing result at Snetterton in their first race we had at Snetterton last time out. He recovered it back through to take the podium to recover his championship chances, but he's taken 3 wins already this season. He had a disappointing Cadwell Park, and he only got 1 point after that for a fastest lap. But Neil doing everything he can, although he's on the grass, he's doing everything he can and a little bit more. It cost him some speed there. Neil's going to get a run up the inside of him as they head up then into McLean's this time through. The rest of the field stringing themselves out slightly compared to the racing we had earlier, but Neil now does head in his light blue coloured car ahead of the green sort of RF type colours of Keane there into the second place, and Demes following along. Remember, this is Neil and Demes are the key chargers here. If they have disappointing results, then it's when Kirtland and Keane can come into play.
Yes, it's Van der Mesch who took a win in the sprint that opened the season. They start the meeting with an season with an against the clock sprint at the Kerborough venue in Staffordshire, and he's also had a win at Snetterton as well. But damage took him out of the second race. Van der Mesch, the southeast of England based Hungarian, he's still there in third place. Monty Hind in 4th position. Over the line comes Henry Speaks, number 37 in 5th, and there you can see the blue and yellow of that 90s Williams lookalike of Matthew Kirtland. He's currently out of championship contention down in P6, needs to improve. If Daniel Neal can hang on in front here, then he will take the White Group Championship title. But fighting back on the inside is Adam Keane. Daniel Neal's left a bit of a gap there on the inside as they come down towards the old hairpin, but he covers it, keeps his lead. As Henry Speaks, he's just done the fastest lap in 5th position.
Did well to carry that momentum. Remember, fastest lap is going to be important. Henry Speaks having a really disappointing Snetterton, didn't he, in the end, and cost him. He pushed himself out of contention, but still carrying a lot of speed here in that one with the fastest lap currently, taking the bonus point that you get for that. But if Neil, as you say, sits here in front, he's doing everything he needs to do. He needs to just sit in front of Demes, and in fact he's got a car in between himself and Demes, so that's a good little buffer zone just for now as we head into the 16 minutes left of this race. So lots still to happen, but that pale blue car does look like it may be pulling just a couple of car lengths free.
It's Van der Mesch trying to have a go at Adam Keane for that second place. Monty Hind still there in 4th, then Speaks. 6th position is Matthew Kirtland. Behind them is Patrick Cunningham, then Scott Graham. Lee James over the curb there on the inside of the chicane in 10th position in the number 19. Here comes Monty Hind having a look for 3rd place around the outside. Monty is down in 9th place in the points, yet to take a podium this season. Further back in the order there is James, number 19. He's up to 9th now. He's got ahead of Robert Cowan in the number 10 car. Rob Cowan had a bit of a disaster at Snetterton in the previous round, got some damage in the first race. Down the Craner curves they come. It's still Daniel Neal who leads the way. Comes from Potter's Bar in Hertfordshire, looking for the title on his debut season. If he can hang on in front, he will be the champion. Henry Speaks coming under fire now from Matthew Kirtland, who wants to haul himself back into contention.
Demes has got it all to do at the moment, hasn't he? He's drifted away a little bit off those lead two, and he needs to be in front of that light blue car we can see, so he's trailing a little bit at the moment. Monty Hines' battle and attack sort of seems to have faded just a little at this stage. As we watch the rest of this field coming through this colourful Caterham Academy white group grid with all the wraps and colour schemes and drivers expressing their personality out there on track. As we watch the number 30 come through, that's Busey. It's a little bit of a bobble, hasn't it, over there? Change for the lead though. Keen to the outside. Downside's not worked. Neil still does hold on the inside, but that's going to allow the chase group to catch up, and that's exactly what Demes needs.
Somebody had a half spin, I noticed there, coming through Coppice Corner. We'll try and pick up on who that was. Going to the outside is the number 88 of Adam Keane. Here he comes, trying to go through the middle is Istvan Demes. This is a brave move. 3 wide down into Redgate. Daniel Neal holds the lead. Demes cuts to the inside of Adam Keane. He could get second place here with a bit of luck. Up behind them now is Henry Speaks. He's got through into 4th place, and also up with them is Monty Hine. They're really starting to battle now for second. This is exactly what Daniel Neal wants, because he's able to pull away as they start to squabble. Speaks going through into 3rd place. He's really throwing that 37 car around the Hong Kong based driver up into 3rd position. This is allowing Matthew Kirtland, the number 2, to close up onto the back of them as well. Looking further down, it was the number 4 car of Neville Sykes that had that moment up at Coppice.
So yeah, it's quite easy to do, especially on these Avon Caterham Academy dedicated tyres. You can see they understeer there a little bit from Keane as he's shoved it down the inside. That's cost Neil a bit of momentum, and he's going to come into the clutches of Speaks then. Speaks isn't involved in the championship anymore, but he's certainly going to act as interference in between the group of championship contenders that we've got here. Kirtland starting to recover back in that 6th place, but he's not where he needs to be. He's got to do a lot towards the end of this race. James, though, has taken that fastest lap of the 23.94. Keane, as Neil looking around down the inside again, does make that position stick against Keane, who's now going to be back into that 2nd position now that we've made it one more lap through this race.
Line astern, they head out of the chicane. Got 7 of them together at least now. Second group starting to close up on them now. There's Patrick Cunningham, number 89, starting to get on the tails of the lead group. As Adam Keane up the inside on Daniel Neal. They're continuing to swap places at the front of the field. It was Neal who led at the line, trying to keep his foot in as they go towards the Craner curve. Speaks in behind them, then it's Hind. Kirtland is up into 5th position. Monty Hines dropped back quite considerably as well. He's down into 9th place, lost 4 places on that last lap. Daniel Neal trying to go around the outside at the old hairpin. That's never going to work. And Adam Keane holds the lead. Here comes Kirtland into the battle now. Watch for car number 2, the yellow and blue, the Nigel Mansell Williams look-alike, climbing up towards the right-hander at McLean's once again. It's on the tail there of our 4th place man, which is Istvan Demes. Moving to the inside there. Just got a glimpse as they head into Coppice Corner. Speaks goes a bit wide. Demes is going to go through into 3rd place. This is allowing the front 2 to escape once again.
Yeah, it's kind of deja vu all over again, isn't it? As the front 2 do pull a little gap, and they've been threatening to do this quite a lot. But Speaks brought that gap back quickly last time they went for battling between these front 2. It is, though, it is Demes down the inside. A little bit of a bump and barge there, so number 2 is having to drop back. So that's Kirtland losing spaces again. It's not what he needs. They're only halfway through this race, though. Still plenty of time. No time to panic as Speaks dives to the inside of Demes on the inside of Redgate. We're going Neal down the inside of Keane to take that lead once more. Manages to gather it all together as they head through the right at the exit of Redgate. They'll continue that right-hand turn all the way through Hollywood and then down as before they turn left. They pick their left-hand turning point and absolutely flat out. Foot flat to the floor before then easing out of the throttle to try and get through the old hairpin. It is still all the championship contenders still up there and involved. Kirtland's the one that's lost out most, and he's got the most to do. Keane and Neal doing what they need to do. Neal is going to still be sitting pretty whilst he's in that 2nd place. Good
to see Paddy Cunningham running with the leaders here. He's yet to score a podium this year. The number 89 comes from Guernsey. Certainly an international field we've got in the Caterham Academy this year. Up towards McLean's once again go the leaders. So just under 10.5 minutes of this race to go for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy white group. Here's some of our battlers further back down the order.
Kirtland being warned for track limits as well, so that's another thing he's going to have to be careful of in the number 2 there, one of our championship contenders. He's now been given a warning flag for track limits, so if he goes over track limits even more, he will get Keane hanging onto the car there. I don't know how he did it, but he's lost a bit of speed, and that's going to allow Neil and the rest of them to come up alongside him. Look, Speaks is going to see whether he can demote him another place. Neil's going to hold on to the lead as he comes into the corner this time. It looks like Keane might drop back all the way to 5th place if he's unlucky going around the outside, but no, he just about holds on to 3rd place, but Speaks is on his outside. You see all the yellow novice crosses. Once they've got 6 signatures, they can take that off, so they may be just wanting to keep it there a few races longer, but nevertheless, as they head down Craner Curves this time, then Neil still leading, still therefore the champion-elect in the positions finished. That Speaks taking points away from Keane, but who's going to take the podium? This is what's all on offer in this final 9 minutes.
In the closing stages of the season for the Caterham Academy White Group, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. There's a good battle going on just outside the top 10. I think that is we caught a glimpse of there at Starkeys, but it's still Daniel Neal who leads on his contact there coming out of McLean's. That's between Adam Keane
and Speaks,
and
I think.
Henry Speaks. Yes, now have they continued? I think Adam Keane may have gone off to the inside there.
Managed to get back on by the looks of it. I think he just had enough to get back, but that's going to have interrupted his flow, isn't it? I think that is still Keane.
Yes, he's
in
there.
The 4th on that run. So it was a contact. It didn't end up in the barrier, which is quite lucky, and Speaks even ended up still in the 2nd place there. That's let Neil ping off the front. We're going 3 wide into the chicane. Keane going to make all those places back up immediately the next time off offering.
Delay? What delay? He says. Nothing happened up there, nothing to see here. I'm still in 2nd place, side by side for 3rd between Dimesh and Speaks over the line. Now here comes Paddy Cunningham up on the back of them, the 89, and Monty Hines recovered as well. Cunningham's just on the fastest lap of the race. He lunges down the inside into Redgate. He's taken Dimesh, and now he's on the tail of, he's right on the tail of Henry Speaks. He clipped the tail of Henry Speaks there going through Redgate. There's a bit of needle creeping into this battle, and look how much that's allowed Daniel Neal to escape. He's, at the moment, looks to be heading for the championship.
As soon as you go side by side, it's going to cost you 1 to 2 seconds in lap time, as you can't use all of the width that you need to generate the speed round here at Donington. And there is Cunningham. It just set that fastest lap, 23.8, but he's deep in that battle for this race position 2. As you say, Neil out front there. He's doing everything he needs to do to guarantee himself the championship. 7 minutes is still long enough for Keane to get back across to him, but even if he does, he needs Neil to drop further down the order if he's in any hope. Kirtland still looking back in 7th. He's not going to, he's going to fade. Demes is the next best position, but he needs to beat Neil, with Neil without the fastest lap and below 2nd. So still lots to do for all the other drivers. Neil's doing everything he needs to right now.
Yes, if he stays out in front, he'll take the title. 2nd place is still Adam Keane. Great recovery after that middle conscious Tom up at the exit on McLean. Dimesh in 3rd, Speaks in 4th place, and Matthew Kirtland, who dropped right down the order after that little moment earlier on, is fighting his way back up as well. We'll see if you can see him in the background as they head over the line here. As he's in P7 at the moment, just behind Monty Hind. He's in the 2nd group now as the leaders head through. There's the 2nd place fight coming down towards Hollywood. Adam Keane still holding off Istvan Dimesh for that 2nd place. Then Speaks, Cunningham and Hind running together. Dimesh thought about a look there coming down the Craner Curves. There wasn't enough room, so he thought better of it. The lead gap is 2.3 seconds. Cunningham's still got the fastest lap of the race. It's a good performance. He'll get the extra point for fastest lap if he can hang on to it here. There's the 2nd group. Should be headed up by Matthew Kirtland in car number 2, seeing his championship chances slip away.
If Demes has done his homework, he'll know that he must get ahead of Keane, and he must then pull back to the lead of this race. Keane defending heavily to the inside of Coppice there. He absolutely squeezed it, but that's cost him time. That is going to let Demes go through. Can he do anything about the gap in front? So Keane was so intent on squeezing Demes to the inside there that he missed just the corner himself and went all the way to the edge of the track. Again, it's not really cost him any time. I don't know how he's doing it. He's magicking speed out of his green machinery there as Speaks comes back through down the inside there, side by side as they go through the chicane that time through, but somehow Keane still manages to keep ahead, and that makes Demes's work even harder as they come across the line this time through.
Henry Speaks sneaking through there down the exhibition straight, and I think Adam Keane was so busy watching his mirror there going into Coppice, he missed his turning points. He was too busy watching what Dimesh was doing behind him. Here comes Paddy Cunningham up behind them. There's Monty Hind behind them as well, and the lead gap as a result of all that dicing is now up to over 3 seconds with Daniel Neal, who is provisionally heading for the championship as things stand at the moment. Henry Speaks now up into second place, ahead of Keane, Demesh, then Cunningham, Hind, Kirtland, James, Ducey and Cowan rounding out the top 10. All 22 cars are still running. Of course, we saw Neville Sykes drop to the back of the field with a couple of moments further back in the order. So here comes our second place fight. Keane up the inside, he leans, Speaks out wide onto the green paint on the outside. It's going to allow Demesh to come through as well. These two desperate to go after Daniel Neal at the front of the field. They know that Henry Speaks isn't quite in championship contention. He's 10 points off Adam Keane in 5th position in the points. And they're starting to fight it out as they come down the straight once again. Speaks trying to get back around the outside. Demesh in the middle. Keane will cover the inside. Can Demesh get round the outside of the 88? They're still side by side. He's got the cut through and he's done it. Good driving, Istvan Demesh.
One of the first times we've seen that work all weekend. He just got a bit of momentum in that 3 wide and managed to actually carry that speed through the middle of the corner. Really tight through the middle of the corner. It is Keane trying to get back on the outside of Redgate, but he's going to be Demesh doing what he needs to do, except for Speaks is interfering with his line. He wasn't able to carry it, so it's all going to be changed once more. Being in the position that Demesh is in, everything you want to do screams I want to go forward, and the drivers around you just aren't following your own plan. But remember, the plan is only for Demesh, and Keane's got his own battles to fight. These are fighting for absolutely second in the championship right now, Keane and Demesh. Who's going to come out on top? If positions stay how they are now, it would be Demesh still taking it by 1 point over Keane in second place, so he can't afford to lose any more positions right now.
The battle continues as they head up towards McLean's once again. Still Henry Speaks holding that second place. There's Daniel Neal, we haven't forgotten about it. He's leading by nearly 3.5 seconds, a big margin in Caterham terms. Who's this coming up onto the back of the lead? I think that's Paddy Cunningham going for the inside, yes, on the back of Istvan Demesh. Monty Hind is with them, and Matthew Kirtland as well, the 4th of our championship contenders. I think that wing in the background belongs to Henry Speaks. He's lost his left front wheel arch there. Here they come down into the chicane once again. We've got 3 minutes of this race to go, so this should be the penultimate lap this time through. We'll wait and see as they come over the line next time. There goes Daniel Neal. Speaks under fire from Adam Keane. Still this 6 cars line astern. Kirtland's got ahead of Monty Hind up in a P6. Here's a battle further back in the order. The number 77, that's Norman Jeeves, ahead of the number 25 of Chris Coates. And they're battling for P13, the lead. The second place battle now approaching the Craner curves. Here comes Speaks, still side by side with Adam Keane. And I think these two are getting a bit frustrated with Henry Speaks. They want to go after Daniel Neal to try and catch him for the championship, and Speaks is frustrating them every move.
They've taken a second out of that lead though, just by settling down. Demesh really just has to follow. As long as he's got no cars in between him and Keane, he will still take that second position in the championship in the position. But whether he knows that or not is another factor. He'll just be trying to push forward all the time, looking for that championship. Whether Keane knows that either. But if Speaks gets in between them, that could be where the things sort of tip on their head. But at the moment, Neal, like you say, absolutely out front. But 2.5, 1 second per lap, maybe 2 laps to go. It looks like he might have done everything he can without any other outside interference going into it. They go past that rear wheel arch. Keane still in that second place now. Demesh looking to see round the outside. Can he make that work once more? Speaks is following along. Can he do anything from here? Can he act as that interference? He's lost that front wheel arch, hasn't he, as he go through that awkward line there through Demesh. He's going to lose some momentum. That's going to let Keane pull away from him a little bit.
Over the line they come then. 1 minute 27 on the clock, so we might get another lap after this. It was close as they came over the line there. Daniel Neal is in the clear. He's heading for the championship. 5 second penalty for Matt Kirtland, car number 2. So that's going to put the kibosh on any chance of a decent finish here. That's his championship hopes over. Unfortunately, the number 2, the Williams lookalike. So here comes the second place fight down the hill. It's 3 of them together now. Speaks in the middle of Keane and Demesh. They have dropped Monty Hind in the number 76, the blue and black car. Behind Kirtland on track is Lee James. He's just got ahead of Paddy Cunningham, who lost 3 places on that last lap. Yeah, his last lap was 7 seconds off his personal best, so Cunningham's had a moment somewhere around the last lap. Here they come up towards Coppice.
That gap is still coming down. Look, 2.2 the last time across the line. It looks even less than that now. I think Neil's going to be hoping that this is the last lap. We're 124 best lap so far. Whether was there 124 on the clock left, I don't recall seeing the last lap board. So he's going to be hoping to see a checkered flag, but he's not necessarily going to get it. We've got side by side Speaks alongside Keane. Remember, this is going to be crucial for that second place. At the moment, Speaks is ahead, and therefore Demes is still going to be able to keep in that battle. It's so close. There's no room on the exit to do that. He's going to be pushed out onto the greenery, has to capitulate and come out the front, but that's going to give Speaks, last lap board being handed out now. So Neil's got to hold on one more lap. Neil Speaks is on his way, 1.2 seconds back, so each lap they're coming back about a second on him.
Yeah, they took 1.5 seconds out of Daniel Neal's lead on that last lap alone. This is going to be interesting. They could still catch him here. Daniel Neal is going to have to work a little bit to try and hold on. Henry Speaks in second place. He's the spoiler in among the championship contenders here, with no disrespect meant to, of course. He has every right to be up there fighting away in second place. Keane still ahead of Demesh in third and fourth. They've got to work together to try and get towards the front of the field. They can see Dan Neal ahead of them now in the number 28 car. It looked like it was all sewn up. It looked like he got away. He was 3.5 seconds clear, but that gap is coming down all the time. It's only the right-hander at Coppice and then through the chicane that he's got to survive, but they're almost in his slipstream now. Demes is not finished yet. He's up the inside. He takes Adam Keane into Coppice. Speaks is right with the leader now. Here they come then. This is going to be interesting into the chicane for the last time. Henry Speaks is going to go for the win. He's going for the outside. Daniel Neal will just want to stay ahead of his fellow championship rivals here in second place. I think Speaks around the outside. Keane up the inside retakes this Van der Mesch. You're going to have to get on the calculators at the end of this one now. Here they come towards the checkered flag. Henry Speaks is going to take the win. Daniel Neal second. Keane third. Demesh fourth. They take the checkered flag. Henry Speaks picks up his first victory of the season. Daniel Neal in second. Is that enough for the championship? I would think so by my calculations, but we'll wait and confirm that in a second as the rest of the field comes over the line. So provisionally Daniel Neal is your white group champion for this year. We'll go to the calculators in a moment. It was Monty Hind in fifth, Lee James sixth, Matthew Kirtland's 5-second penalty drops into eighth behind Rob Cowan. And Paddy Cunningham dropped back again on that last lap into P9 ahead of Scott Graham in the number 68. The rest of the field make their way over the lines, conclude the white group season, and provisionally the championship goes as we have a notification of another penalty. 5 seconds for Scott Graham. That drops him down to P12. So into the top 10 comes Graham Handy, number 62.
Congratulations to Henry Speaks, who did take that win and the fastest lap on that last lap. But it is Daniel Neal who takes the Caterham White Group Championship ahead of Istvan Demes in second and Adam Keane in third. Obviously all provisional until we've had that all confirmed, but as we head into Parc Fermé, Daniel Neal takes the championship ahead of Demes and Adam Keane. But congratulations to Henry Speaks for taking that win and fastest lap.
So Daniel Neal takes the title, but Henry Speaks picks up his first ever victory of his racing career by 0.38 of a second ahead of Daniel Neal, provisionally the new champion in our Caterham Academy white group. Adam Keane in third, terrific battle with Istvan Demes, then Monty Hind, Lee James, Rob Cowan, Matthew Kirtland with the penalty, Paddy Cunningham, a good run in the early stages in the top five, had to settle for ninth, and then Graham Handy, Gertrude Ducey, Scott Graham with a penalty. Norman Jeeves topped his battle with Chris Coates as well. Then David Jarvis, Darren Pinder from the back of the grid to P16. Then Chris Tuck, Andrew Mackay, Miles Ainon, Neville Sykes after a couple of moments early on, and Dean Pollen and Joel Meyer-Potts completed the finishers.
What a great result then for our drivers getting to the end of their official season. They've still got one chance to go out on track later in the Caterham Autumn Trophy, but fantastic for these white group drivers to complete their first season of racing, and we'll see plenty of more of them in the Roadsport season. But Sam is ready, I think, to receive our drivers then down in Parc Fermé. So let's go and hear from our happy drivers. Henry Speaks taking the win, and Neal and Keane there too as well.
That was a fantastic race. What great battles with these guys. That was amazing. So Henry Speaks takes his first win of the season, and what an amazing battle that was.
I cannot believe it.
That was incredible.
Absolute disbelief. That was everything I could have hoped for a season finale. Oh my god. And what an amazing group of guys to be racing with. That was fair. That was what racing should be.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
And you got fastest lap.
Oh, that's nice. Nice little bonus there. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Oh.
Take in the moment.
Well
Enjoy.
done. Are you?
But we have a champion.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Henry.
Caterham Academy champion. How does that sound?
Pretty surreal. Firstly, big thank you to the family, especially Lisa, that's been amazingly supportive this year. Our two boys, Nico and Leon, love you so much. My mum, dad and uncle are here today, just over there. Great for them to see it. So many people this year to thank for everything. The guys at CTS for doing transport for me, because I unfortunately don't have a trailer. What a season. I mean, Henry came at me at the end. I thought I'd done enough, so I wasn't going to defend it to the end of the world. But really pleased for Henry to get a win. He's definitely deserved it this year, the way he's driven. But yeah,
you had that lead, for a little lead, didn't you?
Yeah,
you thought I'm safe here, actually.
Yeah, I built up a gap, but I made a mistake on the second or third lap from the end. I could just see the time evaporating. I was trying to get my head back together and just head down, focus on what I needed to do. I could see Esteban wasn't anywhere near, so that was good to carry on, being kind of measured and committed. Did enough today.
Well, congratulations. Amazing. Enjoy it. Let's go and speak to Adam Keane. Adam, it was almost there, wasn't it? Some great lunges and overtakes there, and you even went off a little bit, got back on and made it back up to second, and then it was a very, I feel like you drove your heart out in that race.
Yeah, I left it all out there. Yeah, they had a bit of everything, right?
Yeah.
Had a good start, had lots of overtaking, had lots of being overtaken.
Yeah.
Unfortunately more of the latter, but it was awesome. I'm so happy for Dan. He was quick, and Henry to get his first podium. Sorry, not his first podium. His first top step was incredible. He was so quick. He just came out of nowhere a few times. Had some great battles with Istvan. Glad I picked him in the end. Some lunges, like you said, but it was awesome. I'm happy. I'm sad. I'm a bit mixed emotion, to be honest.
But still second in the championship. That is amazing for your first year racing.
Am I? I don't know if I am, but yeah, I might be. Hopefully, if that's true, then that's awesome.
Or maybe it's Istvan actually.
I think
It could be actually, yeah.
Yeah. I think I might be third.
Third's still good.
I'll take third. Thanks, Sam. No, it was really good and an incredible race, and I can't wait to see it all again next year.
Yeah, excellent. Good. We'll look forward to having you back. Thanks a lot. Right, we've got some highlights from that race now, so we'll have a look at those.
All right then, so we've had a fantastic academy race. It was Keane early on, wasn't it, to put himself in the best position, but he took a bit of gravel and grass to take that, and that's pretty much where Neil was fighting with him tooth and nail. As we watched Speaks coming along behind to see how he could race towards the end, and we all know how that ended. Demes was having to fend off this angry pack. A little bit of contact through the chicane that time, wasn't it? That's when Cunningham was still up with us, but he lost places towards the end of this race. It was duck and dive, switch backwards and forwards for this lead to Keane and Neil doing everything they could to keep each other off that top step, but Neil knew that all he had to do was keep ahead of the cars behind. There was that bit of a slide out from Speaks, which then caused Keane to have to dive to the inside and onto the grass, so he didn't lose too much time and was straight back the next time we came down to that hairpin. You had Neil disappearing off the road at this point. Keane still trying to fight for tooth and nail with Demes and Speaks to see whether he could hold on. Kirtland's championship charge had already lost. We lost someone into the gravel there, didn't we? It's quite spectacular drift style. That's the number 94 car there. Well done for holding on to that, sir, as he headed round. But it was this Speaks heading ahead in Keane at this point, but would they catch up? Would they manage to catch up and pull back Speaks? They did. But it was Speaks who took that championship, the win over the line, but it was Daniel Neal who took the ultimate win. So you've got the next race coming up though.
Yes, next up is the Morphy Caterham Graduates Championships Sigma 135 category. And our cameraman sobered up there. Okay, here's your grid. Their second race of the weekend. This is set by the second fastest time setting qualifying by each driver yesterday, and it is Luke Waitman who takes his second pole position of the weekend, with Chris Griffith number 20 alongside. 56 Paul Armitage on row 2, with yesterday's winner Ben Wheatley number 53 for company. Row 3, number 77 Giles Derry, he was well involved in the fight for the lead yesterday. He's alongside number 21 Adam Waitman. and that car being shared between Adam and his dad Mike. Mike raced yesterday, started from the back, and Adam, brother of Luke, will start on row 3 today. Neil Warnock on row 4 alongside Andrew Bergbaum, row 5 Andrew Sagar and Kevin Turner. 6th row of the grid, Richard Groom, number 23, came into this weekend leading the championship. Unfortunately, had a couple of moments in yesterday's race and finished quite a way down the order. He starts alongside Stefano Mara, the Italian, in car number 94. Row 7, number 70, Tom Power, 3rd in the championship, had a win at Spa-Francorchamps earlier this season, but had a subdued race yesterday. Starts alongside Alaric Barney, number 88. Row 8, Oliver Knight and Paul Vokes. The 9th row is Paul Higginbottom and Sean Cronin. Row 10 is Andrew Cooper and John Vincent. Then row 11, Simon Martin in 155, 57 Simon White. Row 12, Lydia Gould, number 65 and 92 Aki Hussein. Row 13, 27 Simon Nicholas alongside Liam Baslington in 132. Then we've got David Poulter in 174, 13 Merton Wood, 89 Michael Segal, and 163 Russell Gunter. The Gunter family sharing a car. It was Thomas Gunter who raced yesterday, so Russell has to start from the back for race 2. This will be a 25-minute race, and we've already seen plenty of mayhem from the other classes in the Caterham Graduates Championship. The Sigma 135s on the grid, then Luke Wakeman, the black and orange car, on pole position. He made a poor start yesterday, looking to make up for that in his second pole of the weekend in black and red. Chris Griffith, number 20, alongside him. Ben Wheatley could well be the one to watch from the outside of row 2, the black car with the red cage alongside the black and day-glow yellow of number 56, Paul Armitage. In green on row 3, it is Giles Derry, with the British Racing green and white car of Adam Wakeman starts alongside him. Marshall at the back of the grid, just getting the last couple of cars lined up in the correct places. Watch for Richard Groom from row 6 of the grid in his red and black car. Struggled in yesterday's race, looking to get back to winning ways. The red lights are on, 25 minutes of racing. That's getting underway for the North My Caterham Graduate Sigma 135s. Here we go. Good start by Ben Wheatley, but he tucks in across the nose there of Paul Armitage. We've got Andrew Sagar 119 on the grass, and it's Luke Wakeman who's got it right this time. He leads the way into the first corner at Redgate. Looks like they're all round okay. A bit of dust being kicked up on the outside. I think that might be Adam Wakeman that's gone wide in there, the number 21 car from the 3rd row of the grid. He rejoins further down the pack. We'll confirm that as they come back into clear view in a moment. It's Luke Wakeman who leads the way, but Ben Wheatley looks to have got through ahead of Chris Griffin in a second. Yeah, great start from our Graduates 135. They strung themselves out a little bit in race 1 yesterday. We'll see whether they can get it all back under control, but it's Wakeman Wheatley that is at the front with Luke Wakeman out wide. So head up then into McLean's this time through. 25 minutes again for the 135, so that 5 minutes extra. We saw how early in the 150 race it does make quite a big difference to the style of race, doesn't it? We see Griffith going around the outside for 3rd then, so they feed back down onto the exhibition straight this time through. Great to see the weather here has met us all weekend as the battles commence deep as we come into the Robert Chicane. We've seen that inside line not working for working only for the drivers on the inside line. We've seen only a couple of overtakes around the outside as we head on through to start lap 2 of this race. So Ben Wheatley it is who's got the lead ahead of our pole man Luke Wakeman. Side by side the 3rd, Griffith and Armitage, and we've got Giles Derry. Armitage up the inside to take 3rd place away going through Redgate. There's Giles Derry, the green car. Richard Groom has made a great start this time. He went off on the first corner yesterday, ran wide through the gravel, but he's got it right today. He's up into 6th position, has gained 5 places off the line. Chris Griffith very nearly lost it there, the tail twitching badly down the Craner curves. I think a few more things will be twitching as a result of that as well in that car. His rear tyres are not up to temperature yet. I think he's found that out now as he turned the left in there. It just the rear said absolutely no way and slid on him. He is going to be figuring out that he needs to get those tyres a little bit warmer and wait maybe a couple more corners before pushing quite that hard through. But as I say, Wheatley, Wakeman, and we'll see whether Groom can make any progress up from that 6th place. We're expecting to see him higher up yesterday, weren't we? So let's see whether he can make that progress. Derry also was fighting for that lead all the way through the race yesterday, and he finds himself in that 5th place. So after that, the regrid that they have in the Caterham Graduates based on the 2nd fastest lap in qualifying meant that he's got a bit of work to do before he can get back to that lead group and see whether he can make it any higher up the podium than he did yesterday, which was to 3rd place. Tom Power defending there from Andrew Cooper a little further down the order. We're used to seeing Tom Power towards the sharp end of the pack. He's had a subdued weekend so far in the number 70. Wakeman side by side with Paul Armitage trying to get round the outside. Griffiths rather, I knew he was going to do that eventually, under fire from Giles Derry, side by side as we go towards Hollywood. There's Richard Groom behind the red car with the white stripe on the rear panel. He's got Kevin Turner, number 62, in behind him as Ben Wheatley continues to lead the way. He's had 8 wins so far this year, entered this weekend 21 points behind Richard Groom in the championship, so trying to close the gap with a round to go. 2 more races coming up after this at Alton Park in Cheshire. So up the hill they come towards McLean's once again, and Luke Wakeman has retaken the lead.
Wakeman takes to the lead then, ahead of Armitage, Wheatley, and then Armitage is up there as well. So yeah, absolutely flying through Coppice this time through. Absolutely, you can see the novice flag. We've got a car there. That's the number 57. Who's that?
Simon White.
Simon White pulled off, and that looks like towards the chicane. Is that?
No, that's the entry to Redgate. They've just passed the pit lane exit.
So there is a way of extracting cars from there. So hopefully that won't affect the race too heavily. But a car going across.
That's Wakeman. That was the leader.
Wakeman from the lead, then going across the gravel this time through.
Yes, I'm not sure whether I thought something had broken there for a second because he just didn't seem to turn in at the chicane. He's lost about 7 places there. Yeah, down to P7 goes Luke Wakeman over the line. So Wheatley back into the lead ahead of Armitage. Giles Derry up into P3. Kevin Turner side by side with Chris Griffith a little further forward. And look who's up to 4th. Richard Groom has benefited from that mistake by Luke Wakeman. Where's Adam Wakeman? We saw him run wide on the first corner. He's down to 16th now, the green and white car. Further back in the order. There's Luke Wakeman. He's just trying to hold off the number 29, which is Andrew Bergbaum in the orange car. He's going well, just ahead of Neil Warnock and Alaric Barney in the number 88. The black car there, a little further back in the top 10. So Wheatley leads the way. He's gone a little bit wide there coming out of McLean's. Very easy to do, though. Seen it a few times this weekend. Neil Warnock under fire from Stefano Mara, the London-based Italian with the Italian tricolour proudly displayed on his bonnet. He gets through there. Big twitch from Neil Warnock as he tries to turn it back across. His car's proving a little tricky to handle.
See Mara, they're soaring away at the wheel. I don't know whether the track conditions are maybe hotter than they're expecting, and therefore they've got too high a pressure in some of those tyres, and it's not giving them the grip they're expecting in these 135 Caterham graduate cars heading down then to complete their 4th lap in the books. Still Wheatley heading Armitage, and then it's Derry, so he has made up those couple of places, but that 4th place, as we've said, Groom coming across. Bit of a tyre rub there again, isn't there, from Wakeman behind. See, its rear left looks like it's rubbing on something. Hopefully that won't cause him too many problems. It is slowing him down though, I think.
Are we sure that's tyre smoke, or it might be engine smoke?
I mean,
it's coming from the right rear corner.
Could be coming out the exhaust, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So it might, in fact, no, it was tyre up.
Yeah, the tyre's exploded.
It was the wheel arch that got sent flying. So the wheel arch was rubbing on the tyre, and it just unpinged itself and exploded the wheel arch everywhere.
Yeah,
Everyone else did well to dive and avoid it.
At least that was the wheel arch. I thought for a second it was the tyre, and he was going to be sent spinning. So that was a lucky escape there for Luke Wakeman. He didn't take the right rear Toyo tyre with it. So we've got 18.5 minutes this race to go. Ben Wheatley continues to lead. Richard Groom, though, has done the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to fight his way up onto the tail of the leaders. Disaster for Luke Wakeman, our pole sitter. A poor start. Lost him his advantage in the race yesterday, and now that damage. He's still there. He's still in the top 5. As Ben Wheatley stays ahead of Giles Derry down into the chicane. It's Armitage in 3rd. There's Richard Groom, the championship leader in the Sigma 135 category, trying to close up onto the tail of the 3 leaders. There's Wakeman in 5th place. Car a little light now with that bit of bodywork shed. Behind him, Kevin Turner, Chris Griffith, and Bergbaum is next to, I think. No, Andrew Bergbaum's dropped back. So next to is Alaric Barney. Tom Power's up to 9th now. And Wakeman, despite that little moment, did the fastest lap on that lap. So the bit of weight shedding must have helped.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it does help to cool off the tyres, but Richard Groom has got the look of a car that's got a bit of momentum under him, and he is starting to make that move forward. He did temporarily have 3rd place. He has lost it again as they head into Old Hairpin. The following group as well, headed by Mara at the moment, heading down through the Old Hairpin as well. But yeah, Richard Groom's got the look of that car that is on the move forward, and Derry and Wheatley will be certainly looking in their mirrors to see where he's up to, but he's currently a bit stalled in 4th. In fact, he's being dragged back in by the rapid Wakeman now that he's lost that rear arch.
Here comes Giles Derry, the number 77, trying to close down our race leader. 53, Ben Wheatley from Great Dunmow in Essex, trying to close the gap on Richard Groom in the championship. Groom with 4 wins to Ben Wheatley's 8, but Ben Wheatley had a non-finish earlier this year, but he's lost the lead to Giles Derry, and trying to come through as well is Paul Armitage for that second place. Doesn't quite manage to do it, found his way blocked at the chicane. Wakeman's still there in 4th. He's got back ahead of Richard Groom. As we said, Ben Wheatley had a non-finish at Croft, and given how close the point scale is in the Caterham Graduates Championship, a non-finish can set you back quite badly, as Ben Wheatley retakes the lead from Giles Derry, who's 5th in the points. He's yet to win this year. The best result he's had is a 2nd place at Croft in North Yorkshire. He's desperate for that first win of the season. Paul Armitage, meanwhile, has only contested a couple of rounds so far this year, and has scored a best of 3rd at Thruxton.
I think that's number 77 car is the ex-Chris Hoy car, so a bit of history to that, our Olympic cycling champion, as he's in that class, as he heads up the hill then. And Derry was leading across the line last time, but he's currently in that 2nd place to Wheatley, and it's all come back together again, hasn't it? But where's Richard Groom gone? He's lost speed, and he's now down in that 5th place. He's got Turner right on his tail as well.
Yes, Richard Groom, what was his last lap time? Was a couple of seconds off his personal best. We'll keep an eye on Richard Groom here, because he certainly has dropped back. Is there a problem here for the number 23 car of Groom? Here comes Paul Armitage, meanwhile, attacking the 2 leaders. Giles Derry will hold the lead as they go into the chicane. Now there is Richard Groom. Has he run wide somewhere, possibly? I can't see any muck on the tyres of his car. He's still there, and it's starting to close back up. We'll see what his lap time is as he goes over the line. Yeah, 1:21.1, so he's still on the pace. Side by side for the lead. Derry on the inside, sweeping around the outside. Ben Wheatley retakes the lead, and now Groom has closed back up on our 4th place man, Luke Wakeman, and taking Kevin Turner with him. We're soon going to have 6 for the lead.
I can only imagine that it was either a mistake or just an overtake, as Wakeman went through, so maybe Wakeman's move past him maybe at the chicane was just cost him that time. But anyway, back up to speed, whatever it was. He's certainly looking back in the battle for this front of the group. And again, it was Derry last time over the line, but it's not him as a lead down into the old hairpin, but it's over the line where you do want to lead, and he's done that for the last couple of laps.
Up through the top section of the circuit then, McLean's climbing up to Coppice, who's leading the 2nd group in this race. There's Chris Griffith on his own in 7th. Here's the next group, headed by Andrew Bergbaum now in the 29s, Alaric Barney in number 88, the man from Reading in behind him. Stefan O'Mara in the number 94 as they swing through Coppice corner. Here come the leaders. Still Giles Derry round the outside there, has got the lead back again from Ben Wheatley. They're swapping places out in front. Paul Armitage holding off Luke Wakeman. Then on his own, Chris Griffith. He's got nobody to slipstream with, so he's rather stuck in no man's land at the moment. See the leaders ahead of him, but he just hasn't got that extra push to catch them, as Ben Wheatley again retakes the lead into Redgate.
As soon as they go battling though in this front group, that will give him the opportunity to catch up, because he won't need the slipstream at that point, because they'll be slowing each other up as we watch into the chicane then. Here's side by side for a bit further back.
That little fight further back in the order. Plenty of battles everywhere you look. That's the number 36 car involved there of Sean Cronin. We saw fighting it out with I think that was the 27 of Simon Nicholas he was battling with. In that case they're fighting for 20th place overall. There's your 6-car lead battle headed by Ben Wheatley, chased by Derry. Leader runs a little bit wide there coming out of McLean's. Black and white flag has just been shown to the number 100 car. It's Oliver Knight further back in the order for a warning for track limits.
So Richard Groom having a big oversteer moment down at Old Hairpin. Again, we've seen that from quite a few of these cars, haven't we? The rear of the car is just not sticking as they might expect, and maybe that's what's causing him to suddenly go off the pace, because each time he tries to turn in, he's having to control handfuls of opposite lock. He's still in the battle, but every now and again he just drops away, and he's done that again. He's in that 5th or 6th place now, and it's to 6th place, isn't it, over the line, so he's lost a bit of time again. And you know, he's obviously came in here as a championship winner. I wonder whether he's just trying to protect that a little bit too much and actually not doing enough. Maybe he's got to get back on song for the latter part of this race. We go side by side for second.
Yeah, Paul Armitage had got through for second there at the chicane, but Giles Derry trying to take it back in the green car on the inside. They're both being monstered by Luke Wakeman as well as they come down the Craner curves. He wants to try and fight back. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, 120.403. They swing their way onto the bottom section of the circuit. These four going slightly clear of Kevin Turner and Richard Groom now. Yes, you can see Groom is dropping away, so he's got some sort of an issue with that car. I don't know what it is. He just hasn't got the pace at all that we saw earlier this season. Though he is able to close back up as Turner gets a bit wide there through McLean. So going even wider is Chris Griffith in the number 20 car. Alaric Barney is 8th. Then 9th behind him is Andrew Bergbaum, and this group coming through behind. That's Neil Warnock being reeled in by the number 155 car, which is Simon Martin, the man from Witney in Oxfordshire. Good little scrap developing between that group. It's Groom closing back up onto the tail of the leaders now.
Gone up another degree Celsius on the outside temperature, so I'm sure track temperature's gone up by a few degrees as we bake underneath this great late summer sunshine, and I'm wondering whether that just is upsetting the balance and he's just not got the confidence in that car. Certainly he sees him drifting back to the back of the group or wherever he is, but he got 3 wide. Mara down the inside there as they head into Redgate then. In fact, trying to go 4 wide briefly, but Mara does hold that inside line. The number 70 Power sweeping round the outside, but gets pushed onto the greenery. Did well to hang on to that, didn't he? And like you say, normally used to seeing Power a little bit further up the order and fighting for the lead. So disappointing weekend for him so far.
It's all playing into the hands of Ben Wheatley in terms of maybe catching the championship leaders, because he's the only one of the 3 contenders who's really able to fight at the top of the order in racing this weekend. This is their second race for the Sigma 135s. They have the double header to come at Alton Park as well, so their season not quite over yet, but great to have the Caterham Graduates Racing Club as part of the 50th birthday celebrations for the Caterham Mark. It's their own 25th birthday this year. There's Tom Power, the green number 70, and here comes the lead battle down into the chicane. Paul Armitage trying to take the lead away from Giles Derry. Ben Wheatley's been shuffled back into 3rd place while all that was going on in the midfield. Here come Wakeman and Turner as well. Richard Groom trying to hang on to their coattails. Around the outside goes Paul Armitage. To the middle goes Ben Wheatley, who's going to come out of this with the lead. Then Wheatley goes through the middle, and he's done it. Brilliant. Threads the eye of the needle at Redgate.
Yeah, not easy to do that. And say you've got to be confident about the people around you as well. As they head down, a little bit of grass being snipped as they go. And I think a back marker may be coming into play in a second as well. Groom trying to switch sides. He's going to run out of room. He did a Gordon Sawyer from earlier on. Just about gets it all back under control, but doesn't take all of that speed that he needs to. Fighting for Turner on the outside here as they go through Swans this time. And yeah, it's not going to work out for him. Wakeman, though, losing a bit of pace as well. There goes that back mark, so they have dispatched with them quite satisfactorily as they head up to McLean's this time. And Derry finds himself down in that 3rd place now, but there's a little bit of a gap behind him, so he's got a bit of breathing room before the start of the next lap. 9 minutes of this race to go.
Yes, Michael Seagal was the back marker there, being lapped to stalwart of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Richard Groom, incidentally, has done the fastest lap of the race, 120.250, so he's still on the pace. We've got yellow flags coming out of Coppice down towards the chicane. I'm not quite sure of the reason there. There was some debris at Coppice, I noticed, so maybe it was for that. So we didn't see any cars off as the leaders run a bit wide there coming out of the chicane. I can't see any cars off anywhere. We've lost one car into the pits. Number 21, Adam Wakeman. Luke's brother has pulled the 21 car in. The car he shares with their father, Mike Wakeman. They've got the 2 cars, and the 3 of them share them in various combinations over the course of the season. 3 cars line astern for the lead. Ben Wheatley's got the lead back again ahead of Paul Armitage and Giles Derry. Then the second group, has Groom got through to the front of that group? Yes, he has now. So Richard Groom is back on it, and he's going after our 3 leaders.
Yep, looking to see whether he can make his car in the latter stage of this race come good. And definitely looking like he's going to come back across that gap. He's done it once before, and like I say, it was strange to see him then fade away again. But Wheatley and Armitage Derry, the group in front, so we'll see whether he can make it through and across that gap. But he's having to still pay attention to the group behind, so Turner's still trying to get back past.
Almost 3 wide there on the end of Coppice. Giles Derry went to the inside. Wheatley was in the middle, but it's Paul Armitage who has retaken the lead once again. The yellow flag may well have been, we've lost Simon Martin, number 155 somewhere. He's disappeared from the TSL timing screen, so he may have pulled over somewhere at Coppice. Here come your leaders. Paul Armitage under fire from Wheatley, who's going to retake the lead into the chicane. Derry could get through for second place as well. Terrific fight between these three. Derry does indeed get through. Ben Wheatley, the man from Essex, leads the way then. Giles Derry back up into second. This is allowing the next three to tow onto the back of them. There's Bergbaum ahead of Tom Power. Neil Warnock, the number 63 car, the silver car, in behind them. And here comes Luke Wakeman fighting back around the outside of Richard Groom, the championship leader. He's still there in P4 though. Kevin Turner is in behind them. Soon it's going to be 6 together again.
Absolutely coming back to be nose to tail, although the front two are threatening again. It's kind of been one of those races where it's just threatening to break up, but they're just about dragging it all back together. And I think by the end of this lap, by the time we get to the chicane, we are going to see them all nose to tail once more. 22 of Wakeman looking to see whether he can get past Groom. He was ahead of him this time the lap before, and looks like he's going to go around the outside of McLean's that time through. Is the number 65 there, and that's Gould, Lydia Gould, heading this little group of cars. She's fighting with Hussein Bulsing as well there.
Yes, this is the battle for 22nd place, so there really are scraps everywhere you look. Lydia Gould is racing a couple of classes this weekend, trying to hang on ahead of Aki Hussein, who hasn't got the inside. He had a spin coming out of the chicane yesterday's race. He goes through. Here come your leaders. 53 car of Ben Wheatley. Now he has got the black and white flag for a warning for track limits, as has Paul Armitage. So they've both been warned. They need to be careful here. If they get another ping for track limits, then they could get a penalty. Neil Warnock through the middle of this frantic scrap further back. Tom Power and Andrew Bergbaum now in behind. This is the battle for 9th position, as Luke Wakeman tries to go around the outside of Richard Groom. Kevin Turner is in there. These three have dropped away again because they're so busy squabbling with each other. Giles Derry has got the lead away from Ben Wheatley. It was Wheatley who led at the line. We've got 5.5 minutes of this race to go for the Caterham Graduates Championship, and Richard Groom slides wide again. You can see that car not handling as well as those around him.
Just rear left looks like it gives up on him a bit too soon, and if he doesn't get his line perfect, he then gets pushed out wide around that corner. I don't think they can decide what they want to do at the moment. It's had so many different personalities this race. I think everyone's had a go at the front at one point or another. Derry now losing out once more in that second battle, so number 77 there of Derry. But I don't think they can work out who wants to lead, who wants to do what, and whether they're going to break away or whether they're going to sit there and be happy. But we've got more back markers, I think, coming into play as well.
Yes, indeed. It'll be the 13 of Merton Wood who's about to be lapped. Giles Derry having a look down the inside. Wakeman side by side with Richard Groom. He'll go through at the chicane. A couple of track limits penalties, 5-second penalties for Stefan O'Mara and for Oliver Knights, the number 100. We know that 53 Wheatley and 56 Armitage are on a warning. As Armitage tries to move back across at Giles Derry, Ben Wheatley again leads out of the chicane. They lap the number 13 of Merton Wood into Redgates. Into the closing stages now, less than 5 minutes still to run in this Morph My Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 category race. Ben Wheatley leads them down the hill, looking for win number 9 this season. Close the gap on Richard Groom in the championship, but Groom is there in that second group behind them, battling with Luke Wakeman.
Indeedy, as they head up then towards McLean's again. 3 minutes 50 to go, so at least a couple more laps, if not 3 more laps to go. There's Stefan O'Mara, who we know's got that penalty. In fact, someone else has just been given a penalty. Griffith has been given a penalty as well, currently in the 8th place. So the track limits sensors being pinged, and unfortunately that's going to cost them a lot of positions in a Caterham race. 5 seconds out there is a lot of Caterhams in that, although they have got some gaps to settle into. But here is that lead battle, and Derry down the inside. Everyone's made that inside line work. Can he do the same? He's really tucked himself to the inside. That's really compromised his line. It's going to slow them all down as they go through here, so we'll start bunching up once more as they head over the line then to complete lap number 16 of this race. They're heading into their 17th lap.
Side by side for the lead. Ben Wheatley trying to get around the outside. Here comes Luke Wakeman. He's caught the 3 leaders now. We are going to have 6 together, I reckon, by the end of this race. 3 minutes to go. Luke Wakeman, the pole sitter, is not finished yet. Up towards the Craner curves they come. Down the drop. There's another back marker just ahead of them. That's Russell Gunter, I think, in car number 163, who started from the back of the grid. Wheatley leads. Giles Derry sideways through the old hairpin. He's going to run wide over the gravel. Disaster for Giles Derry. That's going to drop him down into P6. Great shame for him.
Well, awkward angle he hit the gravel at then as well. Sometimes you can hit that gravel without taking too much speed off, but he was a bit too early into it. He had to do a bit of steering to get him back to the track. And that's going to see him struggling to get back into this lead group, isn't it? So I don't think he's going to have enough time with only 2 minutes 20 on the clock remains. Groom's currently got that fastest lap at 120.25. Still got debris on the inside of Coppice, but it's been there a while and they haven't upset them so far. So Derry was in the lead as they went over the line last time, but I think he's counted himself out for the championship, well, the win this time.
Yes, he's out of the lead battle now as here comes Richard Groom, now launching his attack in these closing stages. He's passed Luke Wakeman once again, now trying to catch our two leaders, trying to get a toe off the back marker. Russell Gunter here as they come down the straights. 2 laps to go this time through. Wheatley leads, Armitage in second now. The battle of the third is between Groom and Wakeman. Kevin Turner is in behind them. Yes, Giles Derry lost about 7 seconds with that off. He's down into P6. He's 3 seconds off Kevin Turner in P5. Down the crane as they come for the penultimate time. And if anything, Ben Wheatley is making a break.
Definitely looks like that way, doesn't it? But we've seen them come back. Armitage trying to see what he can do. In fact, he's gone off to the gravel. So another driver suffering there. That's Armitage out second place. So that gap to Wheatley is going to be even bigger at the moment. And I think it's going to be, is it Groom up next or is Luke Wakeman out into that second place?
Wakeman's still there in second, but this is all playing into the hands of Richard Groom. Now he just needs Ben Wheatley to make a mistake, and all his major rivals have gone because Luke Wakeman is further down the points because, of course, the Wakeman family share the car. They don't tend to do all the races, and he won't be up there in the points, not scoring in every round.
Well,
so he's not a factor.
The leaders are taking it into turn, aren't they, to go off. So maybe it is Wheatley's time this time. On the last lap of the race, let's hope that he can bring it all together. But yeah, like I say, it's all playing into the hands of Richard Groom then, with the other drivers throwing it into the scenery in their pursuit of him. Such is the speed of these drivers, though, that Wheatley is in front and setting a faster lap there than Wakeman in behind.
Wheatley leads into the final lap then, only 20 seconds left on the clock. It's Wakeman in second. Kevin Turner's now up into third position. He's got back ahead of Richard Groom at the chicane, so Groom's dropped back again. It almost seems like nobody wants to challenge for a podium in this race. They all seem to be throwing it away in the closing laps. Let's hope Ben Wheatley doesn't throw it away. He's heading for his second win of the weekend and his 9th of the season. He's got it through the old hairpin okay. Luke Wakeman looking safe in second at the moment, despite that bit of damage to the back of his car. And then Turner and Groom fighting it out. Kevin Turner has yet to score a podium this year, so this will be his best finish of the season. Richard Groom there in fourth, so he would lose a bit of ground to Ben Wheatley in the championship with a round to go. Here they come into Coppice for the final time. Can Luke Wakeman get within range for his maiden win? You can see the novice cross on the back of his car. He's going to try and get into the slipstream of Ben Wheatley. Here they come. He goes to the outside. He's going to try and go the long way around this chicane. He's got the lead. Now Ben Wheatley's going to try and slipstream him back again here. He gets the inside line on the brakes. Oh, goodness me. And Ben Wheatley, that was a brave move back down the inside. And here he comes, and he's going to take the win. There's the checkered flag. Wheatley tours the double here at Donington. Second for Luke Wakeman. A great drive by him. Kevin Turner scores his first podium of the season in third place. Stefan O'Mara, we mentioned the tricolore on his nose cone. Well, he's lost the nose cone. He's going to come in to finish behind Andrew Bergbaum, but he'll be dropped down a bit by that penalty.
I think Mara may have just got back past as they went out there. But like you say,
he ends up in P14.
Penalties to be applied as he drifts down because of that 5-second penalty. Yep.
Okay, so Paul Armitage ended up fifth, Richard Groom fourth, and Giles Derry got a penalty as well for exceeding track limits. Well, he certainly did at the old hairpin, didn't he? He ends up in P7 behind Alaric Barney.
Be quite cruel of a marshal to call that, though. I mean, it can happen artificially. It is a track limits, but it could be a bit cruel there. But as we see the rest of the drivers coming across, waiting for that Usain Gould and Bullsing battle, we can see coming down here. Lydia Gould, I don't think will mind me saying, 60-year-old, and she's running both the championships this weekend. Our action woman there, she's absolutely brilliant and great to speak to in the paddock. So many different stories about all the sports and action she takes part in. So great to see her here in the Graduates Championship as well.
So the rest of the field comes home. We'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. Quite a few track limits penalties in that race. Only a couple of retirements though. We lost Simon White, he pulled up on the pit straight. Simon Martin we lost as well, and Adam Wakeman pulled into the pits in the number 21 car. So Ben Wheatley takes the win by just under a second. 0.98 of a second was the gap. Luke Wakeman, a good drive by him despite that bit of damage midway through. He takes second, his best finish of the year, and Kevin Turner gets his first podium in third. Richard Groom in fourth place keeps the championship lead ahead of Paul Armitage, then Alaric Barney, Giles Derry, bad luck to him getting that off, and then track limits penalty dropping into seventh. Chris Griffith also got a 5-second penalty, he ends up eighth, and Andrew Bergbaum in ninth ahead of Andrew Sagar, Andrew Cooper, Paul Vokes, Tom Power, Stefan O'Mara. Tom Power third in the championship coming into this round, only down in P13. That was Warnock completing the top 15. Just those 3 retirements further back. So one more race to come before lunch. The Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Green Group have their season finale. We'll take a short break for lunch before we resume with the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship. That championship already won by Ben Timmins. The battle for the runner-up place between Lionel Tolmash and Toby Ballard, among others, will be fought out straight after lunch. We're heading down to Parc Fermé with Sam Parker fairly shortly to hear from our drivers, Caterham graduate Sigma 135.
What a race. It all changed for second and third in the last few laps there. So some people managed to just wait for their slot, like Luke Waitman. But congratulations to Ben, fantastic. And for Kevin Turner, first podium of the season. So let's dive in and have a word. Congratulations, another win. Fantastic. What a drive.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to work hard for that one. Yeah, really close, and Luke, incredible job. He's in his novice season. I think he's actually still wearing his novice cross, and he gave me a really good run for my money, and came down to the last corner on the last lap, and yeah, I wasn't going to let him have that one. It's it was good. It was really
quite a brave move at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, you've got to, haven't you? So he left a gap and was incredibly fair. So I can't say fairer than that. But yeah, what a weekend, double win, and really pleased.
Fabulous, well done. Thank you. Luke, congratulations. That was an amazing race. Were you just sitting there waiting for the position to come to you?
Pretty much, yeah. That was just like, there's so much happening ahead. I just thought the best wait, just see what happened, and it's paid off. Yeah, Ben's in a league of his own at the moment, so to finish second is pretty good. I need to go on to...
Got your fan club, yeah, no problem. Well done. And Kevin Turner. Where's Kevin? Oh, Kevin, your first podium.
Okay, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes, you're right, it is. I still can't quite understand it at the moment.
Enjoy the moment.
I'm trying.
Yeah. So was it a podium on the cards, did you think, today?
It's a track I know quite well, and I knew I had some pace, but my qualifications were poor, so I was starting from, I think, 10th or 11th. So I didn't think it was a big chance, but I kept plugging away and managed to find it in the end. So yeah, pleased with that.
In Caterham racing, anything can happen.
Oh yeah, nearly every time.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. There we go. We've got some highlights for you next, and then it would be back to another Academy race.
So plenty of lively battles in that Sigma 135 race. One or two early incidents further back in the order. The number 36 car was an early spinner up at Coppice Corner, Sean Cronin. Luke Wakeman had some bodywork explode off his car. In his wake, Alaric Barney nearly lost it getting two wheels onto the grass. But the lead battle was between Ben Wheatley, Giles Derry and Paul Armitage. Great place swapping between all three of them. Plenty of fights further back in the order as well. Andrew Bergbaum having a good battle with Stefan O'Mara, and Tom Power, who got forced out wide almost into the gravel at Redgate at one point. That was what claimed Simon Martin, the 155 car. It was the debris from his car as a result of that collision that brought out the yellow flag at Coppice Corner. Richard Groom tried his hardest to catch the leaders, but seemed to be struggling with one or two handling issues as he tried to chase them down. Luke Wakeman fought his way back up after that bit of damage earlier on. 6 cars in the lead battle for much of the way. Giles Derry and Ben Wheatley swapping places at the front of the field, with Paul Armitage eventually getting his nose in front as well. But it all came apart for Giles Derry. Too quick into the old hairpin, slid wide over the gravel, lucky not to spin out, and that dropped him out of the top five. Eventually would get a penalty as well. Stefano Mara lost his nose cone down the pit straight. Paul Armitage threw his chances of a podium away as well with an excursion at the old hairpin. Ben Wheatley it was who took his second win of the weekend. 2 first-time podium finishes as well in Luke Wakeman and Kevin Turner. Well, next up we go back to the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy. It's our other grid of novices. The green group is out next. It's certainly going to be close at the top with our championship contenders all lining up on the inside line of the grid qualifying yesterday. This is our last race before a short break for lunch. We resume action at 2:40 p.m. with the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship, then 5 races to go after that. We've got the CSCC Magnificent 7 sponsored by Gold Arts, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, the Motul 310Rs, the Mission Motorsport 270Rs and the Caterham Academy then all racing together for their autumn trophy at the end of the programme. That'll be a great way to round off this celebration weekend of all things Caterham here at Donington Park. We had a parade of over 200 Caterhams on the circuit yesterday evening, including some of our Academy cars that came out for that one, but they're ready to race in their Green Group season finale next up. And one of the championship contenders did set pole position yesterday, number 43 Jonathan Emery, with a time of 1:22.705. He took the pole position. Barry Hanif and his best ever qualifying effort, the number 11, the man from Scotland, will start alongside on the front row. I'll give you the full grid in just a moment. Nick Heighton, Jonathan Emery, Barry Thompson are the championship contenders coming into this round. We did see Callum McIntyre leading the points early this season. He had a bit of a disaster at Snetterton, damage putting him out of race 2.
Yep, indeed, and it is Heighton, Emery and Thompson who are the only 3 that can make it to the top step of the championship podium. But Thompson needs to do an awful lot to overturn the lead that Heighton and Emery have. It's just the way the season's worked out and how the drop scores work. It's against him right now, but he's still got an opportunity to do it. He must win, and Heighton and Emery must be off the podium for that to happen. More spectacular things have happened already this weekend. Nick Heighton comes in here after a stretch of 5 fastest laps in a row, as well as having taken 2 victories this year. Jonathan Emery's it's between Heighton and Emery really for the championship if everything goes to plan, and Emery has also had 2 wins, but he carries an extra second place position, so in any tie-break situation Emery's got a little bit of an advantage there, but he comes in with a 1-point disadvantage when we take into account those drop scores. So there's various different connotations, but ultimately if Heighton or Emery win this race, they do become Caterham a Green Group champion for 2023, and then if anything else happens or if they're not in those winners steps, then it varies depending on things like fastest laps and how many cars are there. But green and white groups of the Academy, all about the Caterham colours, so it's all to do with the corporate colours of Caterham. There's no other difference between the 2 groups out there. They're completely independent championships. Such is the popularity of the Academy that we can't fit them all onto one grid until the end of the season, which we'll come on to at the end of this weekend. But yeah, throughout the season we race as 2 parallel championships to give maximum opportunity for people to become racing drivers out there. And over the last 25 years or so, we've been making many people into racing drivers, including yours truly here on the commentary box. Started in 2013 through this Academy Championship, and now love talking about it and telling everyone about the championship as they are. So if anyone's out there wondering how do you get involved in Caterham action, how do you get out there racing, well, the Caterham Academy is a fantastic way of doing it, and many of the people racing here this weekend would have started in the Academy at one point or other. Go to caterhamcars.com for all the information about that and how do they get involved. Just good financing options for anyone who hasn't got all the money up front as well. And remember, you actually buy the car and the racing package comes free with that. So you get all of this thrown in. You do have to go and buy your own race suit and helmet and other bits and bobs and paraphernalia, but it's great value motorsports and really is motorsport at its truest sense. Completely road legal car as well, so you can drive the car all the time throughout the when you're not on track and racing, you can drive the car on the road, and many people do choose to do that. It's good practice and good to get to know how to drive these Caterhams. So
Some of them drive them on the road to the race meetings, don't they, occasionally?
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of it. You can drive your car to a race meeting, unbelievably, do testing, qualifying, racing, and then pack it all up again and drive it home again. And like I say, plenty of drivers have done that over the course of the Academy series. And it's proper club motorsport and true to absolutely keeping things as even as possible. All the cars absolutely identical, bought new at the beginning of the year. All the drivers as identical as you can make them because they've got no experience. They can't have held a race license or a karting license before entering the Academy, and you only get one chance to do it. You don't get to repeat your Academy year. It's one chance and one chance only, and so it's quite a special thing to be an Academy champion.
Perhaps there should be bonus points as an incentive for drivers to drive their cars to the meeting. I know a couple of historic championships do that. You get bonuses if you drive your car on the road to the event.
There you go. We'll put that idea to Simon. I think over the years, though, people have happy to trailer their cars. It's all part of being the part of motorsport. I think modern day motorsport, especially if you do have an accident out on track, it is a bit tricky getting home if you haven't got a car to take you there.
There did used to be the Slick 50 Road Saloons Championship a few years ago, the 80s and 90s, where you had to drive your car to the event. But I think on safety grounds they ended that practice.
Do have to be road legal though, so they have to have their full. They don't have to have an MOT specifically, but they do have to be fully eligible for an MOT and therefore road legal. I mean, not everyone chooses to do that, but they have to go through the IVA and they do have to get to that stage. You'll see them running number plates and lights and windscreens, so that sort of signifies this Academy. The Road Sport also run with the lights and windscreen because they also remain road legal after the end of their first season. But it is beyond that, then they'll start upgrading their car again. But this Academy car is used all the way up to the 310R Championship, and we've seen the graduates as well where you can use it. Let's confirm then the starting order.
Yes, it is one of our championship contenders. On pole then for this green group finale, Jonathan Emery alongside number 11 Barry Hanif, the man from Glasgow. Great effort by him. Second row, another contender, that's Nick Hyton, number 78, alongside Megan Bruce in the number 9, the Marlboro McLaren lookalike car. Barry Thompson, our third title contender. Seen his son Lewis in action already in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, where he leads the points. Barry goes off row 3 alongside number 5 Henry Morris. Row 4 Callum McIntyre, who led the points earlier in the season, car number 61, alongside Django Jones in the number 8. Row 5 number 74 Arif Hanif, brother of Barry, and Franco Hoffman, number 48, completing the top 10. Row 6 we have number 12 Paul Goldstein, or Goldmember as he's known to his friends, alongside number 21 Orlando Morris. 17 Andrew Porter alongside the 13 of Jack English. Next we've got 23 Shiraz Ramzan and 18 of Ollie Brown. Row 9 26 Tim Payne and 22 Neil Bell. And row 10 is number 6 Anthony Nichols, 73 Brian Joyce. None the worse for a shunt at Snetterton last time out. I think he tangled with Shiraz Ramzan, if memory serves me correctly, coming through Williams Corner. Row 11 16 of Andrew Miles alongside 75, which is Ruben Hunter. Penultimate row, Kevin Pinto, 53, and Shahid Siddiqui in number 14, and Anne Hall, number 63, goes from the back of the grid.
So an exciting race then in proposition, 20 minutes of action for them as they're heading down here to start forming up on the grid. Had their qualifying session yesterday evening, so this has been a long wait for them to get their racing action underway, but they are the final racing action before our lunch break today, and we will be crowning our new champions and new sort of second and third in those championships as well. Like I say, Hyton, Emery and Thompson are the only people in it for a win. The only other person who can make it onto a championship podium is Callum McIntyre, who currently comes in here in 4th place. He needs Thompson to be lower than second, and McIntyre needs to be winning or come second with the fastest lap. So it's all going to be exciting times to see who's going to make it. Hyton and Emery are in the best opportunities out front there. Either of them win, that's the most simple solution. If either of them win this race, they will be Caterham Academy green group champion for 2023. So let's see whether they can get on there. Let's see how Megan Bruce can get on in that, because she's becoming good towards the end of this season, and I'm looking forward to seeing if she can make it to the front of this grid. She's had a podium this year. Can she make it higher up than third?
So onto the grid then, the purple and white car of Jonathan Emery in pole position, Barry Hanif in green and black alongside. The blue and grey car with the yellow windscreen, that's Nick Hyton on row 2. The other championship contender, Barry Thompson's in like a black and white dazzle camouflage livery car with the red roll cage. Megan Bruce is in the red and white, the Marlboro McLaren Formula 1 look-alike. As the revs rise, the red lights come on. about to get underway. The green group finale is go. A lot of wheel spin there for one of our contenders. That was Nick Hyton. A terrible start by Nick. He's right back into the pack, and it's Barry Hanif who gets into the lead. In fact, all our title contenders made a fairly poor start there. It's the number 5 car of Henry Morris who's got through from the third row of the grid into second place. Barry Thompson, I think, is there in third. One car running wide at the back. That was Megan Bruce, I think. And a lot of our leading qualifiers got a very poor start there.
Speaking to some drivers yesterday, they think that the kind of grip levels on the start-finish straight maybe not as high as they're expecting, and easy to get the wheels sliding, and as soon as they do start sliding, it's hard to get them stopped. It looked like Goldstein going down the inside there of Old Hairpin did manage to keep it all within bounds, but yes, who is leading as they come up towards us then? Like you say, Hyton having that bad start, that's not what he wants to do. It's not how he wants to start this season, this race, sorry.
Okay, so they start to sort themselves out. Barry Thompson is in third place. It's Barry Hanif who leads the way, under threat from Henry Morris in the number 5 at the inside into Coppice corner. Morris takes the lead. Barry Hanif a little bit sideways there on the inside. They try and get these tyres warmed up. Here they come into the exhibition straight then. It's the 2 green and grey cars. Henry Morris from Cobham in Surrey. Barry Hanif all the way from Glasgow. Trying to go through the middle is Barry Thompson in the number 79. Jonathan Emery, another of our title contenders, there in 4th. Then it's Callum McIntyre, and the number 48 of Franco Hoffman from 10th on the grid is up in the top 6 there as well. Arif Hanif is behind him as they go over the line for the first time. Somebody going wide onto the grass there towards the back. Couldn't quite identify who that was. As still with the lead of the race, it is Henry Morris. Barry Thompson now going through into second position. Number 8, Django Jones, Django Unchained as we call him, getting around the outside there in the number 8 car. I think the number plate says Django Insane on his car.
And you have to be fairly crazy to come and race in these Caterhams, but they're awesome racing, as you can see, close as you like. Henry Morris making 5 places up to take that lead over the line, still maintaining that lead as well over Thompson. Remember, Thompson's doing kind of what he needs to do, which is be in that top part of the championship whilst Hyton and Emery are further down. So Emery currently in that 4th place, and it's Thompson just about doing what he needs to do. He could do with getting in front of Morris out front though as they come towards us up at McLean. Some of them using that greenery on the exit there, which is going to cost them a little bit of a track limits ping there, but that is the number 48 then going a little bit wide. That's Hoffman heading around Coppice this time.
Well, Megan Bruce all the way down in P16 as she came across the line. Great qualifying. She was briefly quickest in qualifying yesterday. Started P4, didn't get going at all at the start of this race. Here come your leaders then. Henry Morris still just about hanging on ahead of Barry Thompson and Jonathan Emery. Callum McIntyre in the turquoise car is up into 4th position. There's Megan Bruce battling it out a little bit further back, and a spin. A couple of cars going off there. As contact the number 6 car of Anthony Nichols, clipping the back of the 22 car. Neil Bell has been sent into a spin there. Damaged the back of Bell's car. You can see the rear wing off it in the middle of the chicane there. Hopefully Neil can get that going again. Yes, he has.
There was a wing sat there as well, wasn't there? The car ran backwards a little bit there, which is probably why it just took a little time to fire up again. If they flood themselves if they run backwards a little bit, so it's good that he did get that fired back up. He's back joining the race, and hopefully it's just a wing damage that we're talking about, but we're still seeing issues for Hanif there, drifting a little bit wide, so he's trying to chase down his brother, and Barry's actually drifted back to 5th now in the group. It's Morris still in the lead. Well done that Marshall for getting there. It's not easy running through that gravel. Thompson still, in fact, Thompson's got down to 3rd place now, and as Emery recovers back through, McIntyre's fighting alongside with Hoffman here as they head into Coppice, so it's all changed at the front.
It certainly is, yes. Hard to keep up with this. Emery's taken the lead from Henry Morris, who's yet to have a podium this year, so looking for his best ever result. Barry Thompson in 3rd. Looks like it's Hanif still in 4th. It may be Callum McIntyre there, though, in 4th place. We'll try and identify that as they come into the chicane. Yes, McIntyre is there. Franco Hoffman up behind him, and it's Jonathan Emery who leads the way. If he can stay in front here, he could well lift the championship. He's in the pound seat going into this race. There's Arif Hanif heading the 2nd group. Barry Hanif is going backwards in the green and black car. Where's Nick Hyton? He's in P9, just behind poor gold member Goldstein. There he is, the livery living up to his name, the very gold number 12 car. Quite dazzling to his opposition, he says, when they're behind him. Maybe that's the trick.
Remember, Heighton has to win this race to guarantee his championship. He's fading away to 9th place. It's not looking likely, especially as Emery, his closest championship rival, is leading this race currently, and all he has to do is stay where he is with the last 15 minutes of this race. So they've only been out there 5 minutes. It feels like they've packed in quite a lot of action already. Thompson's still in that 3rd place, and Emery and Morris still holding on to that place. So it wasn't just a flash in the pan early speed, was it? He is still there and holding on.
Out of McLean's they come. There's another bit of bodywork goes flying. Somebody's collected that there. That was Heighton, I think, that's run through it. I hope that hasn't punctured any of his tyres. There is Megan Bruce chasing after the number 26 there, which is Tim Payne. Somebody off. That is the number 14 car of Shahid Siddiqui. That's down at the old hairpin has gone off. I didn't see if there was any contact where, but he's rejoined. Didn't look as if there was any damage to the car. As Henry Morris up the inside retakes the lead into the chicane. Having a cracking little dice at the front of the field here. 3rd place is still Barry Thompson, so he's still in championship contention. Now, where is Nick Heighton? He's made his way back up to 7th now. So there he is, the blue and green car behind this group of 6 at the front. Emery takes the lead back again round the outside. Callum McIntyre 3rd, then Thompson 4th, Hoffman 5th, and Barry Hanif hanging onto this group as well in 6th position. Goldstein, Jones and Arif Hanif rounding out the top 10.
To get on that podium, McIntyre needs to get in front of the 2 cars in front of him and hold Barry behind him. It's the only way he can make it onto that championship podium. He's going to be gunning to do that after an early part of the season where he had a lot of speed, but Barry's not got anywhere to go. Thompson has to capitulate and come out the throttle, as we've seen many times before, but Emery still leading as we head up here. He didn't lead across the line. Henry Morris still saying, I may have qualified in 6th place, but I want to be right up here in this lead battle. So Emery does lead, and then Thompson has lost out then to McIntyre, but McIntyre's still got a bit more to do before he's threatening for that 3rd place, and it is still Heighton who's languishing further down, and nothing he can do at the moment to bring this championship back towards him.
Down the exhibition straight then, Jonathan Emery moves to cover as they head down towards the chicane. To the outside goes Henry Morris. Barry Thompson trying to get back around Callum McIntyre, who's wiggling under braking there. Franco Hoffman up the inside. That's a brave dive. He's got through into 4th position. Barry Thompson was not expecting that in the 79. I don't think a father and son have ever won Caterham titles in the same season before, but that's what the Thompsons are aiming for if Barry can get up to the front in this race, because Lewis Thompson, his son, looks set to win the Caterham 7 UK Championship title. We'll see what he can do in their 3rd race later this afternoon. And who's this closing up onto the back of Barry Hanif now? That's Nick Heighton, I think. Look for the yellow windscreen.
He set fastest lap last time out. Goldstein's since taken it away again from him this time through, but clearly there's that chase pack have got some pace with them, haven't they, to come across this gap as they head down then into the old hairpin. There's Barry Hanif going through the old hairpin. And as we come up here, Emery's still looking quite comfortable now, with McIntyre fighting Henry Morris for that 2nd place. Remember, McIntyre's trying to keep Thompson further back and trying to get to 2nd place with the fastest lap to try and usurp him. He's doing everything he can right now. Goldstein coming onto the back of the group behind him.
Somebody sliding just a little bit wide there as they came through the top of the circuit. Somebody going even wider there. Who was that? I think it was Jack English, the number 13 car. Yes, unlucky 13 for him in this race. He's holding it together just behind Megan Bruce in the number 9, who's down in P14. Here come your leaders down into the chicane. Callum McIntyre had a quick look. Henry Morris locks up the left front as he heads over the curb there. Callum McIntyre's in position here to slipstream through into 2nd place. Barry Thompson trying to get in his slipstream. He's setting the car up, ready for the run into Redgate. Changes his mind, moves across. He thinks he can duck underneath both of them here. That's a good, careful move there by Barry Thompson as Callum McIntyre slides wide. Thompson's got that absolutely right, but has Henry Morris got the cut back on the inside as they head into the Craner curves?
I think Thompson's got their line down the inside, and therefore he will take that 2nd place. There's been disaster, a couple of corners for McIntyre. It looked like he was going to take the wide sweeper around the outside, just didn't find the grip he was expecting out wide, sent him wider, and he had to control a lot of oversteer, which meant that he lost momentum, and now he's back to, he's got all that work to do again. Still got half the race to do it in, so still the opportunity to do that. Emery still leading by nearly a second last time across the lap, and actually looks like that gap may be increasing very slightly over Thompson, and Morris still up there fighting away with for that top podium.
Arif Hanif running just a little bit wide in there as they came through the exit of McLean's. He's got the number 21 car in behind him there. That's Orlando Morris. Django Jones somewhere in that battle as well, the number 8 car. Here comes Henry Morris. Certainly looking very determined indeed here. And so is Franco Hoffman. He's tried that move at the chicane a couple of times before, bouncing over the curb on the inside. It's still Jonathan Emery who has the lead. You can see Hoffman side by side now with Nick Heighton further back, and Heighton's going to go through and take 5th position away. He's got Paul Goldstein chasing him in the gold number 12 car. Barry Thompson's still there in 2nd. The gap is 1.5 seconds. He needs to hunt down Jonathan Emery to keep his championship chances alive. Barry Thompson. Henry Morris looking for his first podium of his career. Down the drop they come once again towards the old hairpin. Callum McIntyre, that machine handling rather waywardly. He got 2 wheels onto the curb, almost onto the grass there as they came through towards the old hairpin.
Driving it really hard though. That's what was causing that slight Hall there. We're watching Anne Hall lead to James Hall in the 3-Ton-R Championship over the course of this year as well. So another family out here enjoying their racing and fighting that battle with, I think it's Pinto, isn't it, as well, yes. In the for 23rd and 24th. So again, battles everywhere you look up and down the Academy Green Group Championship. But yeah, Heighton not doing what he needs to do after a really good, strong set of results. Emery doing exactly what he wants, and at the moment, Thompson's doing enough to hold off 3rd place. But McIntyre pushing so hard in that car. He has caught back up those cars, so he is going to be able to challenge again before the end of this race.
Jonathan Emery continues to lead. Franco Hoffman's dropped back behind Paul Goldstein. They're having a good scrap there ahead of Barry Hanif, who led briefly at the start of this race. He's now down in 8th position. Nick Heighton is going after our race leaders, the man from Bolton in Greater Manchester, trying to chase down the number 61 of Callum McIntyre, one of the media partners of the Caterham Championships this year. Been producing plenty of good YouTube content, so we're getting some good video today, I'm sure. He's trying to chase down Henry Morris for that 3rd place. He's got Nick Heighton on his tail. There's Goldstein in the number 12, the sun glinting off that gold livery, and somebody's run wide there, put a wheel onto the dirt. That was Henry Morris. So Morris has dropped himself back. He's put 2 wheels into the gravel on the exit of the old hairpin, and that's dropped into the rear of this 8-car lead group. What
a shame for Henry Morris. He's had a couple of 4th places this year. He was looking good for a podium until that moment. McIntyre defending heavily up there at the inside. Oh, a little bit of a jig back. He left the door open, and great opportunistic move by Heighton there. He sold him the dummy and said, okay, I will capitulate and let you go. He dived back, straight back down the inside, so he was saying, anything you can do, I can do better. We got a car off in the gravel. That's the number 8 there. Maybe the
that's Django.
That's Django Jones with a rear wheel hanging at a very strange angle there, so it doesn't look like he's not going to be taking any further part driver out of that car though, and I wonder where the
safety car.
Yeah, we're going to have a safety car to recover that. It is in the chicane. Look, and contact with another car.
That's Arif Hanif, I think.
Yep. So again, another bit of contact there, and that's the end of Django's race.
Yeah, Django certainly is unchained as far as this race is, and Hall's off as well at the old hairpin.
See why that safety car's been deployed then. We've got cars littering the circuit right now. 6 minutes 50 seconds. Oh, great job by the marshals to get a bit of momentum, and that will dig Anne out of that gravel. Great job by our marshals, thank you so much. And on behalf of Anne, to push her clear and free, and she can go and continue those battles then. And also it's a speedier recovery than having to load them onto a low loader.
Yes, Arif Hanif has pulled into the pits as a result of that contact with Django Jones at the chicane. And Hall gets going again in the psychedelic liveried number 63 car. So the safety car will pick up our race leader Jonathan Emery with just over 6 minutes left on the clock. Hopefully we won't be behind the safety car for too long. It's the first time we see the safety car, the Ford Focus out there, as opposed to the Caterham we saw on track this morning.
So 6 minutes then. They are going to get another lap in, I think, because it shouldn't take too long to clear that car away, although it hasn't got wheels, and maybe it will affect them slightly. But yeah, we'll hopefully get them back up and running. So Anne Hall, just for if you're out there wondering what the protocol is, she's expected now to catch back up with the rear of that chain of drivers relatively speedily, so it gives a nice gap out there on the circuit for the marshals to work and recover the car or push it to a position where they're happy to continue that racing. It's going to be tight for that final race, but here comes the lifter to get that car out the way. Speedy work again to get that ready to move, and hopefully, maybe not this next lap, but the lap after, we'll get going.
They call it a snatch vehicle in marshal speak, and it's going to snatch Django Jones's car out of the gravel. Nice to see in our YouTube chat, we've got some fans cheering on the Hanif brothers. Rizwan Gahir and Jakir Hussain cheering on the Hanifs. Stuart McIntyre says, come on Callum. Great to see you cheering on your favourite drivers on our YouTube stream. Thanks very much indeed for watching and partaking as the marshalling team get ready to lift the number 8 car of Django Jones from Lydney in Gloucestershire back into the paddock. That's at the end of his race. Hopefully they can repair that car for the autumn trophy later on. We'll hopefully see all the drivers out there for that one. Arif Hanif will be back in the pit lane. He's making repairs. Here comes the safety car. There's a back marker there by the looking of it. I think that's Shahid Siddiqui's car in front of the leader's car.
That's going to act interference unless they do wave that car through. The TSL might well say they could wave that car through, although it's the turquoise car. Is that not? Oh no, there's
McIntyre's
McIntyre's a bit further back, so like you say,
they are waving him through.
Yeah, so there you go. So he is going to go through, so they do have the leader. Hopefully he picks up that signal. He does. He's going to go and hopefully accelerate quickly around this circuit to get him out the way and rejoining back. If everything ends as it is now, Jonathan Emery will be the champion. Nick Heighton will take the second and Thompson will take third, but Heighton is starting. He's up there in that third place, so he kind of coming back right through the field. And remember, if he wins this race, then he does become champion over Emery. So he's doing what he needs to do to get to the top. But is he going to have enough laps left? He's certainly going to be within a shot because the safety car should lead them nose to tail. But let's see whether they can get this race going for this what might be a final lap or maybe a 2-lap final stint of this race.
I had to mention there, Brian Joyce, number 73. Is his car meant to be a tribute of Matt Larby's? It's the same number and it's meant to be the same colours.
Maybe he's just taken a fancy to Matt Larby's colour schemes and wanted to go for it. But yeah, it's again, we talked about it earlier, the wraps that these guys have on all their cars. It's fantastic that they look so similar out there on track and have their own personalities. And even their helmets, sometimes they're painting them, even in the academy. Normally we save that for a little bit further down the line. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be ever so close as whether it's 1 or 2 laps left. If we can get going, the cars looks like it's clear, but the lights are still on. They'll go out as they go down the exhibition straight if they are going to get going, because that'll be the last chance for everyone to notice that the lights have gone out. And if not, we'll have one more lap behind the safety car, and it might be that we end under safety car. So let's hope that they have got everything done that they need to get to a final lap shootout.
Are we going to see a single lap shootout for the title? Barry Thompson on the tail of Jonathan Emery, and Nick Heighton did get up into third place, so the championship contenders are all there, ready for what could be a shootout for the title. Tension begins to mount. As things stand at the moment, if it stays like this, Jonathan Emery, according to the championship worker outerer here in the box, will be champion by 2 points. But the lights, I believe, have gone out on top of the Ford Focus
Indeed,
safety car.
we are going to get that lap, and is it going to be a single lap? They've been running 1 minute 23 seconds, so maybe just a single lap by the time they get to this for the championship. Emery currently leads. He has done for nearly the entire race, but he's got Thompson here right behind him, and he's got then Heighton. The 3 championship contenders have managed it to the top of this field. How are they going to manage with this single lap, I think it is, by the time they get to the line, shootout for the championship?
Here we go then, the green group shootout gets underway. It is going to be 1 lap by the look of things. Jonathan Emery leads them off. They move into the slipstream. Nick Heighton's going to go for the outside. McIntyre tries to go with him. The 3 championship contenders in the top 3 places. Barry Thompson goes to the inside. Here comes Paul Goldstein going for a big lunge around the outside. Emery's held his lead. Goldstein goes too wide, gets a wheel onto the curb. Callum McIntyre fights back in second. Contact there. Callum McIntyre clipped the rear wheel, I think, of Barry Thompson. Nick Highton is through into second place in the blue and green car, chasing down the purple machine. We've got one car going down the grass on the inside of the Craner curves. That was Barry Hanif in the number 11, but he's held it together. We'll concentrate on our top three as they head up towards McLean's for the last lap of the season.
I didn't see a last lap board being hung out, but it doesn't mean it's not the last lap, so we will just have to wait for that checkered flag. It is our two championship leaders in first and second, though. Highton is making moves to see whether he can get past Emery. If he can get by, he will be champion, but Emery currently holds that championship in front as they go into Coppice for what potentially could be the last time.
Barry Thompson's been shuffled back potentially into P5, so it looks like his chance has gone, because here comes Goldstein on the inside. Here comes Nick Highton. He's going for it. He knows he's got to go for it here, because they could see the checkered flag as they come through this time. He's round the outside. He gets the move done. Brilliant from Nick Highton on Jonathan Emery. Now, is the checkered flag going to go out?
See the flag.
This time through. It is. Nick Highton is going to win the title on the last bend of the season. He's done it. Brilliant from Nick Highton. The most timely move of the season, and he pinches the title from Jonathan Emery on the last bend of the season. Jack English and Ollie Brown leaning on each other there over the line. I thought Ollie Brown was heading for the pit wall. Goodness me. Highton wins it for Emery. McIntyre, Barry Thompson got shuffled back to fifth, so sadly we won't see the father-son double this year. Paul Goldstein got fourth position. Henry Morris recovered from his off to take fifth, but the glory is with Nick Highton round the outside into the chicane on the last corner of the season for the Caterham Academy Green Group.
What an end to that race, and absolutely brilliant by Nick Highton. It just all looked done, didn't it? But he's I think Emery's going to be gutted, but Highton's going to be on absolute cloud nine to take that. They'll enjoy the fact it did go down to the wire, but yet it's Highton who takes it by a point then. By a couple of points over Jonathan Emery then in the end, and what a result for him to turn that over. And Emery is going to be a bit gutted, and I'm sure that'll be a bit sore for him to take, but Barry Thompson will take I think that third place. Let me just confirm that third place in the championship as well.
We'll confirm the results of the race in just a moment. What an epic finish, a one-lap shootout, won by Nick Highton by 0.185 of a second, with a move around the outside into the chicane for the last time ahead of Jonathan Emery. Callum McIntyre completes the podium ahead of Paul Goldstein. Barry Thompson provisionally third in the championship, with that fifth ahead of Morris Hoffman. Barry Hanif, the early leader. Orlando Morris, Megan Bruce fighting back to 10th. Then Jack English and Ollie Brown, they nearly fell over each other coming over the line. Tim Payne, Anthony Nichols, Andrew Miles, Neil Bell was next home, and the rest of them. So those two retirements, Sarif Hanif and Django Jones, after their tangle at the chicane.
Woo, you can't get closer than that. That's an amazing result there for Nick Highton to take the Caterham Academy Green Group Champion of 2023 on his way in, ahead of Emery, who finishes second in the championship, and Thompson does do enough to clinch that third place championship trophy. Callum McIntyre got close, but not enough. He will take a third place trophy from today, but not the championship trophy. Congratulations to all our Academy drivers for making it through their first season of racing. They've still got the autumn trophy if they'd like to take part in here in a bit later on today, and we'll look forward to that. But great action from them all through today.
Yeah, it's quite brilliant from both of their races here today. A little bit of debris to be cleared up around the circuit before our marshals get a short break for lunch, a little bit shorter than anticipated with the red flags earlier on, but we will get a chance to have a quick lunch break. We'll hand down to Park Ferme shortly.
We have another Academy champion, Nick Highton. There's Lewis Thompson congratulating him. I'll let him take his helmet off first, but what an amazing last lap that was. Incredible. Champion. Forget the rubbish start. You're champion.
That's fantastic. I didn't think I was going to get that after being in, I think, 10th. I don't know. Got the most horrendous start. That is insane.
The safety car threw it all out, didn't it?
He let me get back on Jono, and you're going to get him on the back straight out under the brakes. So that was basically it. ecstatic. I can't actually believe that.
No, it's going to take a while to sink in, isn't it?
I've lost the words, honestly.
Oh,
My
brilliant.
wingman here.
Oh, well done, Barry.
Thank you.
That was a great race as well. It was a very tough race.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the obviously one extra lap after the safety car. I didn't want the championship to end on the safety car. When I saw that Nick was behind me, I thought he's going to have a good go at it here. So fair play to him, fair play to John. It's been a good year.
It has, yeah. Your first year in Caterham racing. Are you going to come back next year?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we both love it, and yeah, it's great for the family as well with Lewis. And yeah, definitely.
Now on to Lewis's championship later then.
Yeah, nail biting times, I think.
Certainly.
You know, he started to show the nerves, so yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Well, well done. Well done, Barry. Jono, congratulations.
Yeah, kind of.
almost there. I mean, literally, that safety car really did throw it in the mix, didn't
Yeah,
it?
a bit. I know they would have caught up anyway, to be fair. They've been doing it all season, working together 2 against 1. But Barry was brake checking me loads to start the race just to bring us back into the pack. So I knew it was coming. Safety car come out, and then last lap dash really. But I didn't know it was the last lap until I let him go, thinking I've got another lap to get him in front, and that was the end of it. So never mind. It's a lot to learn, isn't it?
Still,
First season,
exactly. What an amazing year. What's the highlight been from this year?
Oh, the camaraderie, the people. The racing's epic, don't get me wrong, but the stories, the fun, just the banter and everything. It's absolutely brilliant. And Caterham do a wonderful job. 50th year anniversary, so fair play. We've had a great day. And with the parade lap last night, I seen you there. It was awesome. So, really pleased. I'll come back stronger next year.
Good. Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done. Right. Hopefully we can make our way through this barrier. We're going to go and show you Project V. Let's see if I can get out of here. Come on, John. Follow me. Let's just close that Park Fairmaid gate. There we go. Right, we're going to have a walk into Garage 39 where we have Project V on display. It's been doing some laps around the paddock as well, so it's been lovely to see it in the flesh. I've only seen pictures before today, so let's go in, and hopefully Bob Lashley is in there with it and we can have a chat with him. Let's move in. It's in a beautiful colour as well. Let's go inside. Hopefully it doesn't change our signal. There is Bob. But look at this beautiful car. It's just a concept, but it's a real car at the moment. Beautiful. We're just going to move in and speak to Bob. Bob, this has had a lot of interest, this car, hasn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. It's so good to see it in the flesh, because I've only seen pictures before now. It was shown at Goodwood Festive Speed. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, thanks for that. I mean, it has had a wonderful reception. We're planning on launching this in 2026. We've had a whole load of customers show their interest. It's a complete departure from the 7, but it's not there to replace the 7. So the important message from us is that the 7 will carry on. We're going to make i7s. We're making them into the next decade. This is a second product to complement the 7. It's launched around 26. EV, lightest weight EV we can produce. Trying to stick to Caterham's core DNA of lightweight, fun to drive, simplicity, and it'll be a driver's car that's an EV, and we're aiming for a weight of around just under 1,200 kilograms.
Wow, fantastic. And how many does it seat?
3. We are going to make a 2+2 available, but this configuration here is a 2+1, and a lot of people find that strange, but the reality is that by only having to protect 3 occupants we can make the car lighter, because in the event of a crash the overall weight of the car is a lot lighter, so everything's driven to try and minimise the weight of the vehicle, and one of those things is to have less occupants in it in the event of something unfortunate happening.
Fantastic. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. I love it. Can I have a go in one day?
Of course you can.
Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. Love it. So it's been great to talk to you about the car and to see it in the flesh, and we can show everybody at home that can't make it. So thank you, Bob, for your time. Pleasure. And enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'm having a great time. It's such a great weekend. And you were in the parade last night in the 420 Cup, weren't you?
I was, yeah. And that was
leading the way.
Well, trying to lead the way, and then looking back at the assembled 250 cars on the grid, it was a spectacle indeed. Yeah?
makes you proud to be part of Caterham, doesn't it?
It really does. It's a fantastic brand, fantastic customers, very loyal, and it's been a wonderful weekend to celebrate the 50th anniversary.
And we've got the best weather ever as well.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bob. Right, so you've seen the Project V now, so we're going to have a little short break, head back to the commentators for a little bit, and we'll be back with some more racing and maybe a little bit of what's going on in the paddock. We'll see you in a little bit. So we've come all the way down to the launch pad now, where we've got the Caterham and Lotus 7 Owners Club have set up here, and the launch pad behind is full of Caterham's different variants, and I've got Martin and Richard here from the club. So it's 40 years of the club this year.
It is, yeah, 40 and hopefully another 40 years to come, maybe even longer.
Oh, I'm sure it will go on for many, 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 many years. So how long have you been part of the club?
About 20 years, actually. I've owned 2 cars, so I joined the club obviously when I was looking to buy my first car, which is now 20 years ago. That time flies, doesn't it? And then clearly I've upgraded, because we all like to buy a car and then upgrade to the next model.
Of course, that's the natural way, isn't it?
Yeah. You always want the bigger car than the guy next to you with the faster engine and the bigger wheels. It's just natural.
Yeah. And what about yourself?
Well, I'm an exception to that, because I've got my original 2010 Road Sport 125, but one of the reasons I've kept that original car is that my wife bought it for me as a surprise birthday gift.
Aww.
Quite a gift.
That's an amazing gift.
I know, so I've upgraded it a little bit in terms of the spec, carbon dash, carbon front wings, but it's the original car, which we've done over 40,000 miles in those 12 or 13 years, including some fabulous trips overseas to Spa and to France, the Champagne region, and I genuinely love driving it as much today as I did when I first got it 13 years ago.
Brilliant. And the club do lots of trips, don't they? Where have they been to this year?
Yeah, so I think actually, as Martin was saying, I think the thing people are somewhat surprised at is it's not a bad touring car. People think of it as motorsport, but like Martin, we've been to the south of Italy, we've been all round Nuremberg. Last year we did the North Coast 500, came back home, changed the underpants and went straight down to Spain. So we've been to Spain, we've been to Classic Le Mans, you name it, Europe. There's always a 7 in each European country at any one time, driving around enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Do you know how many members you have in total, approximately?
We have just under 3,000 members, but that doesn't include joint members where partners are also on the membership ticket, so it's 3,000 individual members roughly, most of which are in the UK, but we do have good membership followings in a number of overseas countries like France, Belgium, Germany, Japan even, and others that I probably forget to mention. But it's a great club, and I joined the club soon after I got my car. Then a few years after that, the chance came to put something back, and I took over the role of treasurer.
Fantastic. I mean, it's a great atmosphere, though, isn't it? Like the whole being part of this club. There's a great atmosphere, and you all get together, and you've come up. I think designed your own hoods for the cars, haven't you, over the time, and designed lots of different things, and everyone helps each other out, and it's a bit like it's just an extension from the Caterham family, isn't it?
I've always been surprised at the number of people who kept the cars because of the club, which is quite an unusual thing. Most of us have got more than maybe one car that we consider a hobby, but I can think of 4 or 5 people who have kept the car because they want to continue to be part of the club, and that's quite a rarity. I'm not aware of that in any other community, and it's an egalitarian community. It doesn't matter whether you've got a car that's 50 years old or whether you've got a car that's 5 months old. It's the fact that it's a Caterham. It's always been the same, and there's no snobbery, there's no one-upmanship, despite what I said earlier. It's the culture, it's the atmosphere, and that's what most people enjoy about it. Whether it's as a couple or whether it's as individuals, people like getting together. Yeah. And it's through the whole season. I mean, this year we start with a run through Wales. This year we had 300 cars through Wales from one part to other. When you see that sort of number driving in a glorious sunshine like this, hey, there's nothing better than it.
I was going to say, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
It doesn't get much better than that. It really doesn't. It's the cheapest tonic in terms of my mental health. This is the cheapest way to keep my positive attitude. It's worth every penny.
And keep you smiling.
And I keep telling my wife it's worth every single penny, and and frankly, I should be spending more.
But it's been lovely to talk to you guys. Thank you for your time, and for the people that haven't come down here that are here at Donington, come down and see the club and the amount of cars we've got on the launch pad. It's fantastic.
And join it.
Join the club. If you're a 7, yeah, definitely, 100%. If you're a 7 owner, get in touch with these guys and be part of this community. It's fantastic. But we'll hand back to the comms box for now, and we will see you soon for more racing.
Good to hear from Sam and some of our displays down at trackside. We've got a few minutes left of the lunch break, so we're back with you for our next race, which is scheduled for around 2:40 p.m. That's the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship coming up shortly. A little bit of breaking news on that. The lunch break has been extended by a few minutes. 14:50, in fact, will be the start time next race. 2:50 p.m. we go racing with the Vertex Caterham Road Sports. Well, good afternoon and welcome back here on BARC TV at Donington Park after the lunch break here on Caterham 50th birthday weekend. Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson here with you, and we've got some birthday cake here in the commentary box as well. Thanks, Chris.
No worries. We've like to please you as we go through the rest of this day. We've still got an afternoon of racing to come, starting with the Vertex Caterham Motorsport Championship, their second of their two 20-minute races. We've already crowned our Motorsport champion, but we've still got to figure out who is second and third there. Then we've got the CSSE Gold Arts Mag 7's Championship, followed by the last outing for the 7 Championship UK cars at 4:10. Then we've got the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. We've sewn that one up already, but again, we've got to figure out who's second and third. Mission Motorsport 7 270R Championship comes next. And we've already crowned our champion there, and in fact, I think we've set out our podium. And we'll finish off today's action with a very exciting proposition just before 6 scheduled time. Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy. We've already seen the Caterham Academy give us 2 spectacular races today, and championship highlights. If you haven't watched that, go back and watch that at some point. But they'll be all combined into one big grid of cars around this Donington National 2-mile circuit. Green and white groups combined together for who's going to win that autumn trophy. It's a voluntary race, so they don't have to do it, but lots of them choose to do that. But it is Road Sport up first today then for this afternoon's action to bring us to the conclusion of this Caterham 50th anniversary for the weekend racing. We still go to track day tomorrow, but here is how the grid lines up then for the Road Sport race today.
Well, Rob Kennelly on pole position for the second time this weekend. This grid set by the result of yesterday's race. Rob Kennelly scored his first win of the season, and he lines up alongside number 3 Edward Cozzi, looking for his second win of the year. Row 2, 88 Ryan Wilby and 22 Lionel Tolmash, who's in contention for runner-up in the championship this year. Row 3 is Craig Boyle. He had a win at Thruxton earlier this season alongside 89 Tom McEwing, the former Academy champion. Row 4, 99, which is Dan Hope, and 21 Richard Harris. Completing the top 10, 65 Sol Rogers, and 87, which is Henry Littlejohn. Row 6, number 68 Darren Butler, and number 10 Alistair Davidson. On row 7, Simon Sabin in number 70, and 72 Toby Ballard, who's got his work cut out here if he's going to take the second place in the championship up against Lionel Tolmash, and further back is Ryan Wilby. Row 8, we've got 55 of Guy Crossman alongside 66 Oliver Kibblewhite. On row 9, 77 Harvey Lawrence and 5 Tony Jenner. Row 10 is 40 Rob Gregor from Australia and 23 Gary Cross. The 11th row is number 60, which is Mark Soden, and 31 Andrew Bailey. Row 12, 19 Will Jarvis. Already seen his dad David Jarvis out in action earlier today. 28 Nick Bryant, a 10-place grid penalty for Nick following a misdemeanour in yesterday's race. Penultimate row, 18 Ian Bettis and number 13 Craig Jarvis making his return after a few years away this weekend. At the back of the grid, the two cars that didn't finish yesterday's race, Rob Lowe, number 44, and 33, Zach Lower. So low and lower on the final row of the grid. 28 cars scheduled to take the start of this Vertex Watches Caterham Road Sport Championship race. Let's hope for a more successful first corner than yesterday, because it seemed like about 12 cars dove into the gravel at Redgate.
Yeah, I asked a few of the drivers if there was any particular issue out there, whether it was unduly slippy or some fluid or whatever had gone down. They said nope, just taking too much speed into turn one. So many of those Road Sport drivers did that yesterday. We've already crowned our champion Ben Timmins, we've been seen racing in the 270R class quite successfully. But it's Lionel Tolmarsh and Toby Ballard who is going to try to work out who is second and third in the championship. At the moment, Tolmarsh has got a real good handle hold on that second place, but it's not guaranteed. Toby Ballard needs to beat him in the top six and also have cars in between himself and Tolmarsh. Tolmarsh will win on any tie break that we may have, because he's got 2 wins and Ballard doesn't yet have a win to his name. He's got 3 seconds and 2 thirds. So it's Ben Timmins has taken the majority of the wins this year, but it's there are wins up for grabs for other people. And it's this Road Sport grid. So Caterham Academy graduates from last year for their Road Sport season, the concluding race to their 2023 race season. A fantastic season it's been for them as well. But I'm sure Tolmarsh will want to take that second place, and Ballard will be seeing what he can do to do so. He starts a little bit deeper in the field, so still Tolmarsh starts in 4th. And Ballard is, where's he, down in 15th, so he's got a bit of work to do to get over the top and put cars between himself.
So this will be a 20-minute race, the final race of the season for the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship.
Good stuff. We're looking at them coming out here then to the far end of the circuit on their green flag formation lap. A chance for them to get used to their cars. Underneath them, seeing what they've got. Cozzy there, you can see with his bright yellow number plate. Road legal cars. These are, can I say, Academy cars, but they've just got the Avon ZZ S tyres and a rear anti-roll bar added, so they gain about 2 seconds per lap just with those 2 minor upgrades, and really does move this car on. But yeah, the Academy cars we saw a bit earlier, this is the next step. So they've still got windscreens, they've still got lights, still got the number plates. You can still drive them on the road, but they've had a whole season of Academy and now a whole season of Road Sport. You can't race this championship twice. Once you've done it once, that's it. And you also can't race this championship if you've got any more experience than a Caterham Academy driver would do leaving the Academy Championship. So restricted, you can only get one chance to do it. So again, the Road Sport champion is it's quite a novel one that to get, and Ben Timmins sewed that up before this final round.
Cars being brought into line then. Rob Kennelly in grey and orange on the front row of the grid, along with the darker grey car with the yellow number plate. That's Edward Cozzy. In silver and orange is number 88, Ryan Wilby. Alongside him is the black and gold of Lionel Tolmarsh, still in contention for the runners-up spot in the championship. And on row 3 we've got Craig Boyle, the fastest lap specialist, in the sort of lime green and orange car, unusual colour scheme on his car, alongside the bright green of 89, Tom McEwing. Row 4 is Dan Hope in the orange and black number 99. He's got the Dutch Barn vodka sponsored turquoise number 21 of Richard Harris alongside him. Completing the top 10 is Solomon Rogers in the white car with the yellow wheels, and the maroon car with the blue and white stripe number 87, which is Henry Littlejohn. That's your top 10 on the grid. It's waiting for the last couple of cars to move.
Richard Harris, by his own admission, had a terrible start yesterday. Came right back through the field to get there, and you can see him on the right-hand side of your screen behind Lionel Tolmarsh in the dark car and the green car of Tom McEwing. So he'll be seeing what he can do with a better start today, hopefully.
Okay, looks like we're going to get the all clear from the marshal at the back of the grid with the green flag there. We've got one car a bit out of position. That's Zach Lower, number 44, just being brought into line. Now there's the green flag. The marshals are happy. Once the clerk of the course is happy, the red lights will come on when they go out. 20 minutes of Vertex Caterham Road Sport racing will be underway. The red lights go out very quickly, and here we go. Edward Cozzy gets away well from the outside the front row. Craig Boyle with a good start down the inside of Ryan Wilby as well. He could get up into the top 3 here with a bit of luck, but it is Cozzy who will lead the way ahead of Rob Kennelly into the first corner. Boyle side by side with Lionel Tolmarsh. Better start this time for Richard Harris, the turquoise car, up into 6th position as they make their way down towards the Craner curves for the first time. It is Edward Cozzy who leads the way, looking for his second win of the season. He won at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit earlier this year. Just missed out on the win to Rob Kennelly yesterday. He leads Kennelly and Craig Boyle through the old hairpin for the first time.
Indeed, as they flow down here, then 27 cars on this grid, 28 cars, sorry, on this grid as they come up here towards McLean's then for the first time of their second 20-minute race they've had this race weekend. A great first action we had yesterday. They've been waiting patiently through the lunch break to get their action underway. Cozzy lost out there to Kennelly just as they went up into McLean's that time. Boyle, as you said, making that great start to who now heads Wilby as they go through this double apex right-hander at Coppice. And it is Kennelly who's now having to defend for Cozzy, who's looking down the inside, and actually by positioning on the inside he's stopping Boyle from making a move. We've seen that inside line work. Tolmarsh to the outside, 3 wide with Ryan Wilby. That's going to need a little bit of sorting out before they turn in. Richard Harris is absolutely putting his car there. Rear wheel arch, the first of the day for the road sports, also lands on the outside of the chicane.
Yeah, we'll find out who that belongs to. There goes the first one. It won't be the last if I'm any judges. Here comes number 14, Rob Kennelly, down the inside of Ed Cozzy into the first corner to try and take up the lead, and he does so. Boyle is third, Wilby fourth, then Tolmarsh, Harris side by side with Dan Hope, then Tom McEwing. Hope runs out a bit wide there in the orange car as they come out towards Hollywood. Side by side for the lead between these two. Nothing between Cozzy and Kennelly all the way through this weekend. Ed Cozzy takes the lead once again. Craig Boyle, who always seems to struggle in qualifying and then charge his way through in the races in that sort of lime citrus green car, is in there as well. Harvey Lawrence in the 77 attacking Guy Crossman in number 55, a little bit further back in the order. They're fighting over P16. Yeah. Towards McLean's they go, and it's Kennelly back in the lead.
Lawrence, not a great result yesterday, finishing far down the order, further down than he would expect to as a championship contender there. But as they come up to the line, it's Kennelly back in the lead. Ryan Wilby, I think they're locking up there to avoid contact, although there was a bit of debris on there. A couple of other cars looked like they made contact going through there, but it is Kennelly who leads Cozzy, who leads. It looks like Boyle might be going around the outside of Wilby. Then Tolmarsh tucks to the inside, protecting away from Harris, and then we've got Hope on the outside there. A bit of a better line for him today, so see whether he can make it back to the front of that grid after a couple of difficult races. Harris is, though, after that good start compared to yesterday, still in that mix and fighting Tolmarsh currently.
It's a great crocodile of cars. Somebody getting squeezed towards the grass there a little bit further back. We'll try and work out who that was.
I think
it was Henry Littlejohn with the stripes down the bonnet. He's managed to recover that as they start to sort themselves out again. A couple of cars off. That's that's Harvey Lawrence. The 2 cars we saw scrapping a lap ago. Harvey Lawrence got through, but Guy Crossman's in the gravel at Redgate, backwards in the 55. As Cozzy continues to lead the way. Sol Rogers making a move there on the number 72. That's Toby Ballard, one of our battlers for second place in the championship. He's quite a way down the order, just on the fringe of the top 10 at the moment, and with Lionel Tolmarsh up there in 5th place ahead of him. And we could see a change for second in the points in this final race of the year. Cozzy leads from Kennelly. Ryan Wilby on their tails, and will be moving towards the inside, having got ahead of Craig Boyle.
So yeah, Ballard needs to make it all the way through the field over the top of Tolmarsh, we can see in the middle of our screen in the dark colour just behind Wilby there, and put cars between him and Tolmarsh. So it's all to do for Ballard, not looking particularly likely, but you never know. And we've had the safety car today already, first of our weekend, amazingly. But it is Kennelly who leads Ryan Wilby, and it's Cozzy down to 3rd now. Boyle sitting in that 4th place, and Tolmarsh just following along behind him.
Craig Boyle, great to see him at the sharp end for a change in the early stages of a race after his good finish yesterday. Normally fights his way through after a struggle in qualifying. Cozzy down to 3rd place because here comes Ryan Wilby trying to go for the lead. It's Rob Kennelly looking for his weekend double. He only sits down in 8th place in the points coming into this weekend. Yet to score a podium before yesterday's race. Scored his first ever win. Ben Timmons has done the vast majority of the winning this year, but he's moved off to the 270R Championship here this weekend. Side by side further back, Darren Butler, 68. Thankfully, none the worse for a shunt in testing on Friday. You'll notice the left rear wing of his car doesn't match the rest of it. It's a different colour. He said he's had those wings on there since it was an academy car, and he's gutted to have had to replace one.
You know, proudly, I kept an academy being all the way through to Supersport, what is now 310R Championship. So I was, you do cling on to those wings as dearly as you can. It's certainly a sign that you're keeping things nice and tidy and clean, isn't it? As we watch the number 33 of Zach Lower making good progress up through the field there. He was right at the back of the field, wasn't he? Saw him gridding himself, and he's now up into 16th. But it's Wilby who now takes his turn at the front. Kennelly sits in that second place, Cosy third. And then it's everyone trying to get through a little bit tight there. I don't know if everyone's going to make it out of that side. The Hope looks like he did make it outside. Harris on the outside of Tolmarsh, and we have got a couple of cars onto the grass then. That's Sol Rogers. He's having a bit of a rock and roll race already. McEwing just in front of him. He was in the championship hunt and unfortunately had a couple of weekends away, so he's not going to figure in the championship. But Boyle there in that top four, and everyone else sort of figuring out how they could survive deep in this road sport field. It's so competitive into that chicane. They all wanted to be on the same piece of time at that time through.
Alistair Davidson was the car we saw get backed wide down the grass there, the number 10. He's gathered up again and keeps it going as they swing their way into the old hairpin once again. Still plenty of time left, only 14 minutes left in this 20-minute race. Somebody else goes ploughing on the outside. Darren Butler again, not having the happiest of weekends here at Donington.
No, a bumpy ride across the grass. Seen a couple
Richard
of
Harris getting wheels on the grass there as well.
And we've seen that a number of times this weekend, haven't they? They really are pushing the limits. There's actually some grippy grass down at the exit of Old Hairpin. It looked like Butler found it. He certainly kept his foot in, didn't he? But it is Kennelly who's keeping his foot in at the front of this field, ahead of Wilby. And then comes the Cosy car, plus a Boyle, and Hope making good progress up through the field. He's just tucked in there. You can't see him on screen, but Kennelly leads then as they go down. Will be settling in for that second place. Kennelly's got a good pair of a good bit of speed under there. Cosy having to protect the inside away from Boyle, and then Hope as they head through the Robert chicane to complete their fifth lap.
Daniel Hope trying to run with the leaders now, the number 99 as they come down the straight. Ryan Wilby's going to try and take the lead of the race on the inside. Further back in the order, Tom McEwing having a go at Richard Harris. There's Davidson behind. Toby Ballard's in there as well, and Sol Rogers on the inside in the number 65. Ryan Wilby did get the move done there as they came through Redgate. He's got the lead as they head down the Crater. He and Kennelly starting to pull away a bit now from Edward Cosy.
Got a little bit of a gap, haven't they? I think it will evaporate. It will be one of those gaps that just ebbs and flows as we go through. Having spent a little bit of time outside our air-conditioned commentary box over lunchtime, I can tell you it really is getting quite warm and temperate out there. Everyone is warm on those banks again, using a lot of that curb on the exit of Schwanson up towards McLean's as they head through on this Donington Park National Circuit. Wilby heads this road sport field ahead of Kennelly for now, and Cosy's happy in that third place. There comes Sol Rogers on his adventures in road sport racing this afternoon, and he's got Ballard behind him. Remember, Ballard looking to see whether he can move up, but unable to at the moment, and lost one of his rear wings already.
The Snake starts to move across the straight then as they start to try and break the toe. Here comes Kennelly going for the outside on Ryan Wilby. You won't get close enough there into the chicane. Wilby later on the brakes, and the 88 car continues to set the pace here in the second race of the weekend, the final race of the season for the Vertex Caterham Road Sport Championship. Down the straight they come. Is Rob Kennelly going to try another move here? Cosy in third place, then Boyle, Hope, Tolmarsh is on the back of this group, the black and gold car, and Kennelly around the outside. Reed takes the lead, having a fantastic weekend here at Donington Park at this 50th anniversary celebration. Tolmarsh has got through into fifth place there as well, and the second group is headed up by McEwing ahead of Harris, Davidson and Rogers in there as well.
Absolutely every one of those drivers plastered to the right hand side of the track, the left hand side as we're looking at it from our camera point, to defend down the inside of Redgate. No one letting the inside line go at all. Absolutely not the racing line. So the little bit of a strap flapping in the wind there from one of the passenger seats. Straps Butler trying to make his way through past there, but everyone knowing that you've got to protect that inside line, and absolutely doing it to the nth degree, but no one wanted to step out to one side. So if you ever come here on a track day, definitely don't follow the racing line that these drivers are using right now. It's fully about defensive strategies as they head down here. Surprised that outside line hasn't worked at all, especially for the road sports with their screen. Sometimes they get a bit more of an extra drag down and can get the momentum, but the outside line just hasn't been offering up any momentum to allow that overtake into there. But Kennelly going down the inside. Ryan will be on a tight line. They all managed to get it sorted out, but Cosy got contact. It was that tight line, so Cosy's been set around in the middle of the pack. Hopefully everyone will be able to see him. There's lots of cars jiving around him. There's still a dodgy place to be. Hopefully they'll all see the yellow flags that'll be there now. Oh, that tight line from Ryan Wilby, and Cosy was around the outside. They did eventually managed to sort it out, because he got clipped and sent him spinning around. That was a very uncomfortable place to be sitting as a driver there. He'd be thankful that no one caught him.
Adelaide Lionel Tolmarsh as well, he's dropped a few places. I held my breath there as Edward Cossie was sitting in the middle of the road. That was a scary moment for the number 3. Luckily nobody hit him. They all saw the yellow and were able to go wide to avoid him. So we'll see what that's done to the race order in just a moment then, as Sol Rogers battling it out with Richard Harris, Toby Ballard closing up on them as well, and 44 car of Rob Lowe is closing up on them too. Had to start from the back after a retirement yesterday, and behind him as 55 gets going again as the gravel. He's been sat there several laps, Guy Crossman in the 55 gets it
trip
running.
into that gravel.
So it's in exactly the same place if it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is exactly the same accident. Happened twice for the same driver. Lightning does strike twice sometimes, but yeah, Kennelly was over the line. I think I saw McEwen coming fully back into the battle though. That scattering at the head of the chicane meant that brought everyone back in together, but it is still Kennelly looking like he is going to make the outside move, sweep across Ryan that time. Ryan Wilby, obviously you can see the damage on his rear wing where he got clipped by Cossie, or he clipped Cossie, whichever way round you want to view it. Then it's McEwen on the tail of Boyle, it's pulled out to one side, and it's Tolmarsh behind Tolmarsh. We've got Rogers and Harris going at it as well, and Sol Rogers on his ever increasing adventures in Caterham. That's going to be tight with Boyle and McEwen again, but McEwen holds strong out there of Redgate for this time through. 8 minutes still left of this race to go.
Frantic at the front of the field. So we mentioned Rob Lowe coming through from the back. He's one place behind Simon Sabin, who got a bit of damage in yesterday's race after a spin and is having to come through the field. That's the yellow and black car you can see there. Must wish a happy birthday to his son Ollie, who turns 14 today, is cheering on his dad. He's in 11th place at the moment, just ahead of the 44. There is Rob Lowe, and just behind him is Lower, Zach Lower that is. He also come from the back of the grid.
And doing well. I'd love to see Rob Lowe continue into the next step of the championship, because he's showing some really good speed late on this year and really coming good. And there is Zach Lower right on the tail of Lowe there in that number 33 there for Lowe. But he's overtaken an awful lot of cars to get to this position. And he's only got a sort of half the pack left to go, and there's no saying he's got just under half the race to do. Why not? That rear wheel arch is definitely letting go, isn't it? It's sort of flapping away as the draft catches it every now and again. McEwen up into that third place. Boyle and Hope looking like they're going through side by side there. That's not going to be a good place to be as they string themselves out this chicane once more. Come across the line. So it's Wilby over Kennelly, over McEwen, Boyle, Davison, Hope, Tolmarsh, Rogers, Harris, all together out on track, and even more joining the party.
Zach Lower's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.75 that time through. He's somewhere at the back of this group, that yellow and black car next to the 44 of Rob Lowe, which looks black and yellow. It's actually very dark purple. You can see the birthday message on there. Happy 14th, Ollie, it says on the back of Rob Lowe's car for Ollie Sabin. So we're all joining in the celebrations. They're a good, fun-loving lot, the road sports drivers, I have to say. Great camaraderie in the paddock. Oh, bad news for Lionel Tolmarsh. He's got a 5-second penalty.
Oh, that really will be bad news for him. That's going to push him well behind Ballard, and it's exactly what Ballard needs. But Ballard still needs to be up towards the top 6 before he starts scoring enough points to move or change the championship score on these drop scores. So still not all lost for Tolmarsh, but that really isn't what he needs at this stage of the race. Ryan will be up the inside of McEwen. There I saw Ryan will be with his indicator flapping, so indicator on the right. I think it is still flashing away there, and that is often, it's not because they're indicating to go anywhere, it's because they've just knocked the little stalk, that you can see it flashing away on the screen there, but it's just knocked the little stalk as you get exuberant on the steering wheel.
Here comes Tom McEwen, the former Academy champion in the 89 car, chasing up onto the back of the two leaders now. He's yet to win this year. He's had a couple of podiums. Somebody running wide onto the grass there.
That was Ballard.
See, it was Ballard. Oh dear, the championship runner-up contenders are not making a good fight of it here. They're all having problems. We know that Tolmarsh has got that track limits penalty of 5 seconds. Ryan Wilby continues his fight with Rob Kennelly at the front of the field. Ryan Wilby's best result this year was a 2nd place at the opening round at Donington Park. That wheel arch flapping away in the breeze as he comes down the Craner curves. He's got Kennelly, yesterday's winner, behind him. Tom McEwen is in 3rd. Just looking at his previous results, he's had 2 2nd places this year. He's yet to win at road sports level. Dan Hope going well. He's up into P4 now, along with Craig Boyle. They chase down the race leaders, and then it's 4 wide almost through Schwantz curve behind.
Yeah, Schwantz curve is not a place to be 4 wide. You're absolutely, again, flat out going about 100 and 110 miles an hour in this road sport car, no doubt. Boyle and Hope there fighting it out up into Coppice, this blind apex. You just have to really throw the car in there and hope that the corner was where it was last time through. Bit of dust being thrown up by one of our drivers, but Kennelly still leads. Come McEwing looking down the inside. Don't know if there was contact there, but it was close. Boyle to the outside. Ryan Wilby's really being quite assertive with his driving style at the moment, isn't he? Getting his elbows out. Tolmarsh right in there. We know, and it's not Hope, isn't it? Tolmarsh is a couple of corner cars back. But again, until Ballard makes it into the top 6, I still think Tolmarsh has got this done for the time being. Only 4 minutes left. I don't think Ballard's got enough time to make it to the front. Kennelly's been holding on, though, in that lead group, but McEwing's been making his way through. He's going to look to the inside. Can't make it happen this time, but he has dispatched with Wilby for the time being.
Still Rob Kennelly that leads the way, then will be back into third place. Tom McEwing, a brilliant showing here up into second place. He has bags of potential at the wheel of a Caterham. Dan Hope's got through there into fourth ahead of Craig Boyle. Looks like it's Alistair Davidson next in the order, recovering from a grassy moment or two earlier on. Here's Simon Sabin fighting it out with the number 33 of Zach Lowe a little bit further back. Rob Lowe will be in behind them, and there is Rob Lowe bouncing over the gravel on the outside of the old hairpin. Loses a couple of spots as a result.
What a shot that would take if Snappy John's down there and got that captured, bouncing over the gravel. Quite a spectacular shot there, but bounced onto the grass and continued on as if nothing had happened. There is that battle. Rob Lowe has joined it again, and Butler's just following on. Butler's had a bit of a sort of topsy-turvy race as well, hasn't he? Not quite able to get through and past that pack of cars in front. McEwing heads this field, though. He does take the lead over Kennelly. Wilby's fighting is that Hope it is Hope to the outside. He's going to hope that works for him. Not going to get him the lead. In fact, it's going to lose him out to Boyle, and Ryan Wilby. Boyle's down the tight line. Does make it stop, but Wilby had to get out of the accelerator to stop an accident there. Hope on his outside. Everyone using every single little bit of the track they can. That was Tolmarsh right out there onto the grass as well, as they head down here side by side for the lead, and everybody else wants to be third.
This is more like a NASCAR race, the way they're drafting each other down the straights and through the chicane there. I really thought Craig Boyle was going to cannon into the side of somebody. He just about got the car stopped in time. That's Sol Rogers being forced out wide as Richard Harris come through. There's Wilby behind them. He had to slow up. He anchored up to avoid Craig Boyle. McEwing under fire from Kennelly, who's going to retake the lead through the Craner curves. He is so quick here at Donington this weekend. Rob Kennelly, the man from Cheshire, gets ahead of Tom McEwing. He comes up from York as they race their way down the bottom of the circuit. Trying to go with them now is Dan Hope. This is, I think, the best we've seen Daniel Hope run this year. Yeah, he hasn't got near the podium this year, certainly. This will be by far his best result of 2023. The orange car there in third. Craig Boyle had a win earlier this year at Thruxton. Tom McEwing looking for his first win in the Road Sports Championship, his first win since graduating from the academy this season. Here they come down towards the chicane. There's just over 2 minutes left on the clock. We haven't been watching the clock. There's been so much going on here. So there's only a couple of laps left to go now. Down into the chicane.
McEwing, is one of our academy champions from last year. Took the step up, and as I said earlier, couldn't do the whole season, and therefore hasn't been able to compete for the championship. But he would dearly, that's Zach Lowe off onto the grass, maybe some damage. So he's pulled out of the chain of cars with Simon Sabin, so maybe some damage there. But McEwing, I know, would dearly love this win, but he's going to be denied by Kennelly as they come into here. I think, like you say, penultimate lap for the Road Sports, and Hope is up there hoping that he will get that podium finish. And Ballard still not making that move up. He's in 11th, still not in the point scoring position based on his drop scores, so he still needs more work to do. But Kennelly, McEwing, Hope, Boyle, and then we've got Tolmarsh diving down the inside, but he's got a 5-second penalty, so he is going to be pushed behind Ballard no matter what, and it's all going to be about whether Ballard does get up into those top paying positions. And then following on is just all action in this Road Sport action.
I reckon Lionel Tolmarsh will end up in about P15 with that penalty. They're so closely matched in this race. And coming up on a back marker here, it's the number 13, I think, of Craig Jarvis. The returnee is about to be lapped as Rob Kennelly tries to retake the lead. So they're going to meet Craig Jarvis possibly at the chicane. That's going to make things a little bit dicey as they go into their final lap. There is the number 13 car. Look out, Craig Jarvis. The pack is bearing down on you. They're going to meet him at the worst possible place in the braking area for the chicane. There's nothing Craig can do about it. They just about all get through on the inside. Kennelly retakes the lead once again. Hope in third, then Boyle and Tolmarsh fourth and fifth. Who's that closing up in sixth place now? I think that's Davidson in the number 10 next in the order. Now Craig Jarvis able to get out of the way and let the pack go through. It's Rob Kennelly who leads into the final lap.
Yeah, you know that Tom McEwing was looking there, go, God, please let me go, please let me go. But Kennelly actually had an opportunistic overtakes as McEwing had to figure out what was going on. Looks like Harris has gathered it all back together a little bit further back and is still firmly a part of this lead group battle, which is still long in this late stage. There's only 13 seconds on the clock. The final lap of this Caterham Motorsport, the final action for them through this 2023 season. Who's going to take that second place? Well, at the moment it's still Tollmarsh, but Ballard is getting closer, one step closer, but he still needs to move up at least another 4 or 5 places on this last lap, so it's not looking likely. We've still got 3 wide, a little bit deeper in the field.
Up towards McLean's for the last time, then can Rob Kennelly hang on for his double? Toby Ballard is in P10 ahead of Ryan Wilby. Just 1 place behind, having dropped back over the course of the last couple of laps. He was in the fight for the lead for so long, but never mind that, because here come the race leaders down towards the chicane for the last time. Can Tom McEwing snatch his first win, or is it going to be a double for Kennelly? What can the 2 pursuers, Dan Hope and Craig Boyle, do? It's between those 4, I think. Here comes McEwing trying to get round the outside on the first elements of the chicane. He doesn't quite get alongside. He's going to have to squirt it towards the line, try and out-drag him. They're not going to do it. It's going to be a double for Rob Kennelly. 2 pole positions, 2 wins here at Donington this weekend. Second goes to Tom McEwing, and who was third? Dan Hope just held on ahead of Boyle and Davidson, completing the top 5. Lionel Tollmash ends up in P13 with that penalty. Ballard ends up in P9. So it looks like Toby Ballard will take second place in the championship. We'll confirm that in just a moment once the championship worker outerer has done its work.
Tollmarsh still takes it because Ballard didn't make it into the top 6 to move on his drop scores. So Tollmarsh does secure that by a single point over the top of Ballard. Yeah, it will be that order for them. But congratulations to Kennelly. Absolutely amazing weekend action for him, and really solidifying his scores and moving up through the championship late on.
Harvey Lawrence, Oliver Kibblewhite and a couple of others got track limits penalties too. Will Jarvis was one, and Zach Lower as well, although he didn't finish. He did get the consolation of the fastest lap though, Zach Lower, even though he retired. Rob Kennelly takes the win by 0.272 of a second ahead of Tom McEwing. It was his best finish of the season. Dan Hope gets his first ever podium in third. Craig Boyle in 4th, then Davidson, Richard Harris, Sol Rogers. Ryan Wilby down in P8, Toby Ballard 9th, Simon Sabian rounds out the top 10, and then Darren Butler, Henry Littlejohn, Lionel Tollmash, Rob Lowe, and Edward Cozzy, after his spin, recovered into P14. Confirm the rest of the result now, and yes, Lionel Tollmash ends up in P12. There's a correction there on the timing after they cross the lines, thanks to TSL Timing for their service as always this weekend. We await the drivers to pull into Parc Fermé, but what an end to the season for Rob Kennelly. He hadn't finished on the podium up to now, and a double win here at Donington.
Yeah, congratulations ever so much to Kennelly on that, and we'll see what that does for his championship, but it looks like it certainly moves him up at least a couple of places there. But yeah, and Ben Timmins already our champion, but it's Tollmarsh in second place in the championship, Toby Ballard in third, but over the line McEwing and Hope take those 2 podium positions for the race today, so they'll be taking home trophies, and will be a satisfying end for them, I think, to their road sport season.
I've had a cracking season, some of the closest racing in the Caterham paddock. We'll hand down to Parc Fermé with Sam very shortly. Next up on track today is the second race for the CSCC Gold Art Magnificent Sevens.
So Rob Kennelly has made it 2 from 2. I mean, it was getting close, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible racing from these guys. But this is Dan's first podium as well. Dan Hope in third place. But here's Rob's family behind. So I'll just wait for him to get out of the car. They are very happy. I'm sure he will be overjoyed with that. He goes well here, really well. Here we go. Oh, congratulations from the rest of the... Oh, there's a wasp. Rob Kennelly, you've done it again. 2 out of 2. Amazing. That must feel incredible.
Oh, yeah, it feels really good. I like it around here. Get used to it. Don't want to go home now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's your track, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that was that was really really good racing. Obviously Tom came from 6th, had a really good battle, and again wasn't in a great position going down the final lap, and Tom and I hopefully Tom found it clean, but we had a good two-way into the chicane and just managed to keep it off. So yeah, absolutely delighted.
Fantastic.
From no wins to 2 in 2 days is I'm really chuffed.
Fantastic. Well done. Speak to Tom. Tom, it's lovely to see you back on the podium. I mean, this time last year we were crowning you Academy champion, and you know it's been a tough season, hasn't it? But you've been on the podium a few times.
Yeah, it's not seen you as much as I would like this year, but yeah, it's been a couple of races since I've been up on the podium. So it feels good to finish the season with a podium. Especially, I mean, the last couple of weekends I've not had the pace. Same this weekend, really. I was 12th in qualifying, and that's all the pace I had. So pretty happy to make the best of it across 2 races with kind of just moving forward and hopefully some decent racecraft. Congrats to Rob, he's been super quick all weekend. Ryan too, unfortunately I don't know where he finished, but he's been up there with Rob all weekend, and massive congrats to Dan for his first podium. He's a really great guy and he's not had the best of luck this year, so super chuffed to see him on the podium.
Thank you very much. Thanks Tom. Let's go and have a word with Dan Hope. Dan, you're on the podium, congratulations. First one of the season, that must feel great.
It was amazing, yeah. First ever.
First ever?
I didn't get one in Academy either, so feels great.
This is a special moment then.
Very special, yeah. Got good family here and people watching, so
what way to end the season.
Happy. I know. Great drivers, great race, really enjoyed it.
It was a great race to watch. We actually didn't know who was going to, with Rob being on the, leading the race on the last lap. I thought, I know how much Tom wants this.
So quick. He's so experienced at the front as well, right? He's won Academy, so yeah, they're very good at defending, very good at attacking. It was great fun, great battles all through the grid, I expect. So yeah, thank you, really good, and really enjoyed it.
Oh, well done. Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, I believe it's Mag 7's up next, so we might have some highlights for you in a moment, but we'll be back soon after the next race.
Let's have a look at some highlights. That brilliant frantic road sports race. Then it was Kennelly and Cozzy who had the battle between them early on. Alistair Davidson getting shoved out onto the grass down the home straight in the early stages. Ryan will be taking the fight to the leaders as well. So Ed Cozzy might be on for a second win of the season at one stage as he fought tooth and nail with Rob Kennelly. Guy Crossman ended up in the gravel on the outside of Redgate after a tangle with Harvey Lawrence. Alistair Davidson ran wide again, even further into the grass on the exit of the chicane. Ryan Wilby went a short while in the lead. Darren Butler did a bit of rallying through the old hairpin. He's had a wayward weekend. Richard Harris did a bit of grass tracking in the Dutch Barn vodka car as well. Ryan Wilby fought with Rob Kennelly and Edward Cozzy for the lead. It's all got tighter and tighter as they came through the chicane each time. Something had to give, and eventually that something was Edward Cozzy. Craig Boyle lucky not to be taken out as well. Edward Cozzy very lucky not to be rear-ended heavily on the exit of the chicane. Plenty of antics down at that chicane. 1 or 2 cars running out wide, including Toby Ballard. And then Tom McEwen came into the picture, fighting for the lead, as did Dan Hope, the best run he's ever had for his first ever Caterham podium. A track limits penalty for Lionel Tolmash didn't hold him back. A couple of spinners down at the old hairpin as well, as Rob Kennelly raced to his double. Next up, we have a 30-minute race for the Classic Sports Car Club Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Now, earlier on, we saw a dominant victory for Stephen Nuttall, number 46, but we won't see him in this race. That's because he has headed off to North Yorkshire to the Croft Circuit, where they've got their Nostalgia weekend. He's currently attempting to win the Historic Sports Car Club Guards Trophy Sports and GT title in a Chevron B8. So he's dashed up there to take part in their race this afternoon, starting from the back of the grid. So we'll not see him for this race. Therefore, with the rest of the grid based on the results of race 1, Richard Webb in the MK Cup 200 moves up into pole position alongside 51 Christian Pittard. Second row, Tim Davis and Colin Watson, the 2 Boss Racing C400s. Row 3, Robert Forsdyke alongside Bruce Wilson. Stephen Boyles takes over Ashley Haig Boyles' car, the family Caterham 420. Starts on row 4 alongside Matthew Starbuck, number 94. Completing the top 10, William Redman and Stephen Collins. They had a good scrap in the first race. Row 6, number 54, Mark Lanyon will start alongside 35, which is Charles Holroyd. On the 7th row, number 7, Martin Dolan, 36, Andy Yeomans. Then we've got Richard Carter, who made a pit stop in the first race and dropped down the order alongside Peter French in the 99. 21, Malcolm Ash, and 41, David Stephen, both won their classes in the first race. On the 10th row, number 16, Martin Ledbetter in the Pro Comp LA Gold, alongside number 81, Johnny Pittard, who pulled up in the first race with some problems. Number 75, Stephen Trinder, won't be starting. Accident damage from the first race when he spun coming out of the chicane and hit the tyre wall. Tim Bishop should be there, though he retired into the pits in race 1. At the back of the field, Jeremy Adams, bit of contact in the first race with, I think it was with Bruce Wilson up at Coppice. And Luke Tsuru, another win in Group 1 for him, so he has another grid penalty. He's actually up to 30-place grid penalty, because you get a 5-place penalty every time you win your group, and he's won it 6 times now. He'll be starting on the runway at East Midlands Airport if he gets any more. The cars are on their way to the grid. Then this will be a 30-minute race for this open series for any 7 type. We've got an MK on pole position. And of course, we've got the Pro Comp LA Gold. That's the really bright orange, number 16, of Martin Ledbetter further back on the grid. Powerful cars we'll see here today, the Class I machines with over 300 brake horsepower. They lap the Donington circuit a couple of seconds faster than the quickest cars in the Caterham 7 Championship UK that we'll be seeing out in our next race. 88 Rich Webb leads them up to the grid. Christian Pittard, who stalled on the grid from pole position in race 1 in the orange car alongside him. In orange and black, number 80 Tim Davis. I remember him winning a race here at Donington a few years ago. As he crossed the line, the engine blew in a huge cloud of smoke in that number 80 car. Let's hope it doesn't repeat here. Alongside Colin Watson, the ex-national hot rod racer in number 92. Third row, the white and black car, 188 is Robert Forsdyke in his Caterham CSR. And he starts alongside number 89, the blue car of Bruce Wilson. 553, Stephen Boyles. I believe he's the father of Ashley. He used to race Porsches in the 553 on row 4. Jeremy Adams moves into line at the back, along with Luke Tsuru. I can't see if Johnny Pittard is there, the other Pittard further back after his problems in the first race. We'll wait to see if he comes through. I didn't see him come through on the green flag lap, but the red lights are on. 30 minutes of racing for the CSCC Magnificent Sevens gets underway. Super start by Rich Webb, the lightweight motorcycle engine car rockets away into Redgate for the first time. Tim Davis going with him again. Not the best of starts by Christian Pittard. He's lost a couple of spots in the orange number 51 car. Now, is Johnny Pittard there? Yes, he is. I can see the black car towards the rear of the field. The JPS, Johnny Pittard Special. And already, the most powerful and the lightest cars in the front of the field have cleared off as they head down into the old hairpin for the first time. Richard Carter, good to see him in there in the isotope green car, the yellowy green colour. There's 27 Luke Tsuru coming through from the back of the field, the Greek Cypriot driver. It's Rich Webb out front ahead of Davis. Colin Watson in third. Christian Pittard is fourth. Then we've got Forsdyke in fifth. Looks like William Redman up into sixth place. He's got away well from the fifth row of the grid in the number 241 car. Down the straights, the 88s of Rich Webb, the Atomic Racing car. That probably refers to the car's weight. It weighs absolutely nothing compared to its opposition, that 88. We saw him battling with the car of Stephen Nuttall at the front of race 1, but he dropped back as the race progressed. So will the heavier yet more powerful Caterhams behind him, the Boss Racing cars, catch him up here? We will wait and see as the race goes on. Charge down the hill, getting quicker all the time. The 80 of Tim Davis, the ex-TVR racer, in second place. There is Colin Watson, number 92, in third. The Boss Racing second, third and fourth. The Pittard cars, I believe, looked after by Boss Racing as well. The number 51 certainly is. It's Johnny Pittard is there. He gained 8 places on that first lap, and Jeremy Adams gained 10. The yellow number 3 is up into P13. He had some contact in the first race, went out on the second lap. Not sure if Tim Bishop made it out for this one, the number 10. I didn't see him come through on the first lap. Colin Watson challenging his teammates as they go into the chicane. Christian Pittard up behind them in the number 51. Over the line they go. Fastest lap of the race by Christian Pittard. 1:09.204. He's going for third place in the Redgate. He takes third place. They're already the length of the Wheatcroft straight clear of everybody else, these four. Shows the gulf in performance between the cars this one. Johnny Pittard, meanwhile, has gained another 4 places. He's up to P8 now and will be catching this lot in a few laps' time, I would think. I'm running through the class leaders fairly shortly as well. Those of you who've seen the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship on BARC TV in the past, this is the same sort of concept, but A, they don't race for points, and B, it's only for 7 types. You can use any 7 type that you like. In CNC Heads, of course, you can use anything you like as long as it's not a single-seater. Luke Zuru goes through, past Mark Lanyon in the 54 car. We normally see Mark and Simon Lanyon sharing that car, but Mark out on his own this weekend. Here's the battle for second place. Christian Pittard attacking Tim Davis, goes through into second position. Now they're not letting Rich Webb get away here. We know that Pittard's got the fastest lap of the race. The gap is 1.335 seconds. Christian Pittard does another fastest lap, 1:09.204. Tim Davis there in third place with the number 80. Probably the driver with the most wins in recent history in the Mag 7s. Classic Sports Car Club has been organising race meetings for some 20 years on the UK circuits this year, and we've got somebody off. That's 36 Andy Yeomans, the local man to Donington Park, lives just down the road. His Caterham 7 is off at, I think that's at McLean's. We've lost the 36. Confirmation that Tim Bishop didn't take the start in the number 10, as here comes the number 69 car. That is Stephen Collins, charged down the inside there of Jeremy Adams. It's the Class F car of Jeremy Adams. Collins in a Class E machine. He's leading Class E at the moment. We'll run you through the class leaders. Class K, the only motorcycle engined car in this, is Richard Webb. He leads overall, but only by 0.1 of a second now. He could be about to have a change for the overall lead. We'll pick that up in a moment. Yes, here we are with Christian Pittard challenging for the lead. He's going to go round the outside at Redgate of the MK Cup 200, and the Caterham of Christian Pittard does take the lead. Tim Davis coming up behind them as well. They're both Class I cars for the most powerful Caterhams. Christian Pittard leads Class I, Webb Class K. Robert Forsdyke leads Class H. His only class driver is Tim Bishop, who didn't start. Class G is led by Bruce Wilson in 8th place. Class F by William Redman in 7th. He made a quick start. Class E by Stephen Collins in 11th. Class D by Stephen Boyles in 13th. Class C, and that's Group 1, by Luke Zuru from the back of the grid. Class B by Mark Lash. Class A by David Stephen. Christian Pittard has taken the lead. They're going to lap Peter French in the number 99, so back markers being passed already. We're only 4 laps into, well, 5 laps into this race as Tim Davis dives through at the chicane. Caterham gets ahead of the motorcycle engined MK. Back alongside him there, you can see it's so lightweight, that MK, even compared to the Caterhams. Must be like driving a go-kart out there.
You can see it twitching away as he soars at the wheel as he goes round backward, tries to go right now on the outside. He's got early pickup, hasn't he, out of the corners, and really good on the brakes, but it's just the overall brute force down the longer straights that allow the other drivers, Webb and Davis, there to Davis and Pittard to pull away. So you'll see up this hill where it's a little bit more power focused, you can see the gap that already that Boss car has taken over Webb. Webb did it in race 1. It was the same with Nuttall, wasn't it? He made a little early scampering away into the distances. His car was up to speed and up to running quicker, but the slightly more beefy cars coming along behind and overtaking.
Let's see where Johnny Pittard is compared to Colin Watson for 4th place. He's lapping on about the same pace. He's made it up to P5, so he's maybe not able to match his fellow Class I runners here. Johnny Pittard in this race. 5 entries in Class I, of course. He's only got 4 out in this one because Stephen Nuttall has departed to head up to Croft as Malcolm Ash, number 21 in his Caterham Supersport, goes a lap down. Christian Pittard leads Tim Davis. Their lap time's about the same. Davis a few hundredths of a second quicker that time through, lapping in the 1:11s now. There's Colin Watson, lapping number 41. That's our Class A leader, David Stephen. Indeed, the only entry in Class A in this race, because Stephen Trinder's car sadly too badly damaged to continue after his accident in race 1. But Stephen is fine.
The novice cross on the back of his car, so early in his racing career, but enjoying himself out here with the Mag 7 group, and they're having a little tussle backwards and forwards, aren't they? The number 41 and the number 21, as they exchange places and having their own battle as the leaders are scythed on through. We saw that with Nuttall, how he has having to go left, right, around the outside, down the inside, all sorts to get past, and these two having their own battle. It's brilliant to watch.
There's 188, that is Rob Forsdyke. He's leading Class H, which is the second in the Magnificent Sevens power band, if you like.
Leaving the rear of the car a little bit around Old Hairpin, but he got it all back in a row. It's not the quickest way down there. He would have liked to have collected a bit more curving on the inside to hold that car steady, but he got it all back together and didn't lose too much, and no one around him at the moment to make the most of that.
Yeah, the classes A, B and C that form Group 1, that's basically for everything up to 152 brake horsepower. Anything more powerful goes into Class D and above for the more powerful cars, which is Group 2, just to give the drivers more reward to race for. There's no points on this series. It's a series, not a championship, unlike the other Caterham championships we see here this weekend. So there's no points for anybody to get over competitive over. It's just intended as a series which drivers can dip out on. There's no pressure to do every round. It's just purely for enjoyment, as are all the Classic Sports Car Club's race series. They run everything from 1950s and 60s sports cars right up to machinery from the present day. Their Magnificent Sevens, one of their core series of their package of races. Great to have them guesting with us here this weekend on the BARC's Caterham Motorsport package for this 50th anniversary weekend. There's the battle for second place. Tim Davis, see what his gap is to Christian Pittard here. 3.2 seconds between the two leaders now. He's closing very slightly on Christian Pittard.
But look at Webb coming back as well. He's closed right into Davis in that second place. Not so obviously for their same class, but nevertheless it is definitely closed in a lot on that last lap. Only half a second over the line. Last time out it was a second, and even before that it was even more. So he's continuing to try and make his own progress, Webb, in his number 88 machine as they head through the Old Hairpin. Hooks up the apex nicely. You can see again working away at that wheel to keep everything under control as they head up round Swanson up towards McLean's again.
Just under 20 minutes to go, so we're at 1/3 distance in this second race of the day for the CSCC Magnificent Seven, sponsored by Gold Arts Jewellers. Now here is Bruce Wilson. He leads Class G, just ahead of Richard Carter. This is a battle for the lead of the class. This is for cars with a power output of 231 to 260 brake horsepower. Richard Carter, one of the Boss racing machines, made a pit stop in race 1 and dropped down the order. Less than a second between these two, though. Bruce Wilson and Richard Carter, both long-time drivers in this Magnificent Seven series, fighting for 8th place overall. William Redmond, the Class F leader, is ahead of them.
They often have pit stop races in this championship, but being in the pits this weekend is not the right thing to do, because they've only got half an hour and they're not supposed to make that pit stop. But yeah, still the group here coming up the hill then, joining their battle nose to tail, heading up into McLean's this time through.
Very close between these three. That's Luke Zuru coming through. He's on the tail of Stephen Collins, going round the outside of Stephen Boyles in there. So Zuru moving himself from the back of the grid up into the top 10 now. There's a green light showing there. Have we got some yellow flags out on the entry to Coppice there? There must have been. Yeah, because we've got green flags waving there in the background. So there's yellow flags at the run between McLean's and Coppice. We know not the reason why. I couldn't see anything there.
No, I didn't see anything on my screen. Maybe it just happened after we went through, and that can quite often happen. Still the green flag there, so still something being held out to say the track is clear. So nothing too major. And number 69 coming towards us then. Collins heading his group there ahead of Zero in the 27, and he also heads his class out there, but he's fighting with Boyles up there as well.
Matthew Starbuck is showing us stopped out on circuit on the TSL timing screen, so that might be the reason he may have pulled over, come up at McLean's.
Right, well, let's watch out for him as we come up this north end of the circuit. This is out of McLean's at the top of the hill. See whether we can see any cars hanging around by the barrier. Barrier just coming along there. Can't see any as we head out around here, so not obvious immediately, or maybe he's managed to move it off track or even move off at the moment, but it's still the battle. Pittard-Davis is 2.4 seconds. Webb's dropped back again a bit for that lead. We were watching the number 41 car coming down towards us now. That's Stephen.
Yes, these are the leaders of classes A and B. We saw them fighting in race 1 as well. Class B, cars with a power output of 136 to 152 brake horsepower on tyres as used in regular Caterham Championships. Toyota 7 Series graduates, the Mazda 7s or Caterham 310R Championships, and cars in Class A are up to 135 brake horsepower with the similar restrictions on tyres. Toyo 7s graduates, low cost Caterham Academy or 270R tyres. Just a little bit more restrictive on what tyres you can use in the lower classes here. Class E has tyre restrictions as well. We've got 2 entries, and that's Stephen Collins and Charles Holroyd. That's for R300 and 420R championship spec cars.
Tyres so important in these championships, and as far as how these cars work and the dynamics, so you can understand why they're controlled.
Well, mention that 420R championship specification cars run in Class E. When you consider that we've got 4 classes that are rated, power rated above that in this series, shows just how powerful the top class cars are.
Absolutely, yeah. There's like I say, without the restrictions, you can see the power of these cars coming through here. Then the 51 there of Pittard, our leader, race leader, cutting through the other cars and classes. But that's part of it. It's all about, you know, that power to weight ratio, and like you say, the fact that the very, very capable 7 Championship UK car isn't considered to be a top flight in this Mag 7s. But obviously they're different types of championship. They're meant for different things. This is an engineering, and see what you can do with the 7 concept. And the 7 Championship UK is all about having a completely even championship and driving for that national level competition. There's a lot more spread out in the Mag 7s championship, as you can see on screen, but there's still battles happening everywhere on track.
Tim Davis is very slowly reeling in Christian Pittard for the lead now. 2.1 seconds is now the gap. He closed by 6/10 on the previous lap. Richard Webb is still there as well, but lapping a little bit slower now. He's 2.2 seconds back on Davis. Stephen Collins having a good little scrap there with Stephen Boyles. They're in classes E and D. They're class leaders. Now Martin Luke Zuru is up behind them, leading Class C as well. This is the Class G fights between Bruce Wilson and Richard Carter in the R300. Class G for cars 231 to 260 brake horsepower. As Christian Pittard continues to lead. We'll see what the gap is back to Tim Davis this time through. It was 2.1 seconds. We'll see if Tim has been able to reduce it anytime. So he's won many, many times at Donington in the past, in his Caterham and in his TVR Tuscan a few years ago as well. They come over the line this time. In fact, the gap has increased. Yeah, they've upped their pace a little, both of them, with Christian Pittard pulling away by a second on that lap.
Showing a lot of respect to the extra track sort of paraphernalia on the inside of the chicane there. There's some really big blocks that we've seen the other championships in the official Caterham Motorsport sort of riding over and using as part of the track just to try and maximise their speed. This treating their cars with a little bit more care and respect out here in the Mag 7s Championship, not over those big block curbs that we've seen earlier. But yeah, Pittard has still got a good clean pair of heels, and 3 seconds now is the gap as they kind of ebb and flow as they go through the traffic. It's about who's making that progress through.
This is the Class G battle, and the gap between Wilson and Carter was half a second last time through. It's starting to come down, so Richard Carter going for the lead of Class G and 8th place overall. There's the battle of our class leaders. Stephen Collins ahead of Boyles and Suru. These three have been swapping places for the last few laps. They're all leading their classes, these three. The Boyles family, the only car with 2 drivers today. I mean, in the longer races, the 40-minute races, we do sometimes see cars change driver at their pit stops. There's heavily regulated pit stops in CSCC Magnificent Sevens regular events. Out of the chicane they come. Here comes Colin Watson. He's lapping this lot. He's in P4 overall, but 16 seconds back on Richard Webb. in that third place. Collins once again gets ahead of Boyles down the straights. Under 13 minutes of this race still to go, so we're past half distance now. Race 2 for the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. With Christian Pittard continuing to pull away slightly in the lead, 3.679 seconds up now. He's pulled away another half a second, opening out the gap on that previous lap over Tim Davis, his long-time friend and rival in the Mag 7 series. Here's Tim Davis. He's lapping the Class G battle, and they've got ahead of the Class F leader as well there, William Redman. They've just got past the white and red machine. We normally see a couple of members of the Redman family sharing that car. That's another Boss Racing run car, the 420R, leading the most numerous class here today, Class F.
Great to see the Boss in full attendance of this interview. It's sort of like their heartland of the cars that they kind of like to engineer, put together and offer up for rental as well. They're a bit slow there for the...
Yes, Richard Carter's slowing down. He had problems in race 1 and called into the pits, so he's in trouble again here, sadly.
Maybe the hot weather not treating, as we heard earlier on from some of the drivers, saying they need the cool air coming into the car to keep it under control and keep that power levels up.
So that's a great shame for Richard, who's taken a couple of overall wins in his time in the Mag 7s as well, up against the might of the Boss Racing cars. Yes, there he is, going very slowly up towards Schwantz Curve as Christian Pittard continues to lead. I think that's Peter Forsdyke he's just lapped, who's in 6th place. Yes, the 188 car. And look, Tim Davis has closed up on him now. The gap was 3.6 seconds. Last time around it was down to 2.1 while we were watching the class battles. It's taken a second and a half out of him, and Tim Davis is on a charge. He can sense a chance to take the overall race lead here. The gap's now down to 2.04 seconds as they cross the line. Tim Davis is going for it.
You can only put that down to traffic, can't you, really? Because they are fighting left and right as they go and fight their way through all the other championships. You saw Forsdyke letting Davis know that he was go down the inside of me down the chicane. I'm not going to fight you, and I'm going to give you an extra bit of space. So that gap is as small as it's been for a little while now, and like you say, it was about 3.6 seconds, now down to 2, so quite a significant chunk off. But Webb is slightly more distant now in that 4.3 seconds. Let's see whether Davis can do anything in the final 10 minutes of this race then.
Just listening to Richard Carter going there, sounded like the car was misfiring as it came past us. Swing their way through the old hairpin once again, and a bit of damage to the 21 car there of Malcolm Ash. His nose cone has come loose.
Yeah, it's sort of sat back in place, but as the wind catches underneath it, it will ping up in the air again, and they're not insubstantial pieces of kit, those, and you can see as he tucks into the draft here, it'll sort of drop itself back down again, but as soon as he pulls out from alongside, it also affects the airflow over the radiators, so something to watch out for. It just looks like one of the Zeus clips has failed on the right hand side of that nose cone.
He's keeping it going. He's leading Class B in 17th place overall in his Caterham Super Sports. Mark Lanyon ahead of him there is in P15, the number 54 machine. Yes, if that starts flapping around too much, you'll get the black and orange flag and have to call into the pits and remove it.
Yeah, so different circuits and different parks treat them differently, but if it looks like it's fairly solidly on there and not going to release from the other side, they will keep it going. But it's so it's normally when you pull out from the slipstream where things like that do detach from the car, and they're pretty heavy bits of kit, so you don't want that to happen as this squabble of 5 cars all sort themselves out. That's led by, is that Collins or is that Wilson out front there? I think it's the 69 of
yes.
Collins. So he takes and moves through ahead of the number 3 there, Adams, all involved in this battle.
Well, the number 3 of Jeremy Adams gained 3 places on that previous lap. He's tearing his way through from the back of the grid after that contact at on the second lap of race 1. He had to start this race from the back. Richard Carter, as we said, is in pit lane, so it looks like his race is done. Adams up into 10th now. His next target is Collins, just ahead of him, so that is for position. And the lead gap has opened out again to 4.6 seconds. Pittard has pulled away again, so it must have been backmarked traffic delaying it.
Yeah, and just the ebbs and flows of it, and not taking any risks with traffic, because obviously you don't want to go down the inside of someone and they haven't seen you, especially with the speed differences here. If you catch someone in the wrong place, there's just nothing you can do about it, and you have to just wait until the next opportunity, which will be down one of the straights, or not so straights we've got here in Donington, but there's plenty of opportunity to pass. But if you catch them in the middle of the chicane, you're not going to be able to do anything, as we watch that battle once more then as Collins comes down here alongside the number 27 car now. So Zero, the class leader there, fighting around with Collins, who's also leading his class against Holroyd.
Yes, all these three are leading their classes. They've been together all race long. Collins, Boyles and Zuru. Jeremy Adams second to William Redman in Class F. He's made his way through from the back and is now into the top 10 in 9th position overall. Pittard leads by 4.6 seconds. This is the main battle on track at the moment. If anything, Stephen Collins has got away slightly from Luke Zuru now into 10th position. Just the 4 retirements so far. Tim Bishop didn't take the start. Andy Yeoman's out up at McLean's. And we asked, and as I say that, who's that that's gone into the gravel? Is that Bruce Wilson? It looks like it's a blue car, I can tell you that. I think it might be the 89 of Bruce Wilson.
It's a Coppice, I think, isn't it, onto the exhibition straight. So he's made it all the way to the barrier, I think, or maybe just about missed it, but he's definitely beached. Oh no, he's trying to get it going, but I think the marshal's saying, don't push it yet, don't do it yet, and we'll push you out. So maybe he hasn't made it to the barrier then. It'd be good if he hasn't, but you can see that the car's just coming down here and the marshal's ready to give him a shove.
Yes, Bruce Wilson starting to drop down the timing screen. So yes, he's got it. Oh, he's got caught up there. There was another car off on the inside, and that looked like an orange car. That looked to me like it could have been Tim Davis.
Let's see whether it was one of the leaders trying to overtake there. Like you say, there were 2 cars, one going to the left, one going to the right, and hopefully it wasn't one of our leaders. Let's watch the next time they come over the line, check they do come through.
Well, Christian Pittard's just gone over to the line to complete his 20th lap. No, Davis has come through, so it's not Tim Davis. We'll wait and see who that other car was there. It looked like a red or an orange car, I can tell you that was going off onto the grass on the left. Unless it was Davis and he quickly got it going again. But his lap time was on a par with his previous ones. Bruce Wilson's car is pushed through the gravel. He's going to try and drag it out. Yes, he's got it going again.
Great job, Marshals. Well done.
Yes, indeed. So we don't know who the other car that was involved there was. So just seemed to trip over each other coming through Coppice corner.
It could, like I said, it could well have been Davis, and he did manage just to pull back straight into the track. He just sort of almost an avoiding action onto the grass on the inside. But either way, at the moment it looks like our leaders are still safe, but there is 6 seconds now between the lead, so that has nicely stretched out once more. We've got a car coming to the pit lane. I'm assuming that will be the car we just seen in the gravel, sort of taking it back to have it checked over. So Wilson back into the pits then, have that car checked over. Don't really want stones and stuff in your brake systems, and you can cause a bit of damage, so I'm sure he'll get that checked over and be back out on tracks if he can.
Luke Zuru around the outside of Stephen Collins. That's for 9th position. Both leading their respective classes. These 3 all class leaders, we said earlier. They've been together all race long. Stephen Boyles at the back of this group in number 553. He's in 11th overall, so this is all for position as well, these 3. 9th, 10th and 11th covered by half a second.
I think they had a bit of a battle yesterday in the race earlier as well, so it's good to see them out there. And the class differences, you know, the difference between the cars, the drivers, the tyres, the conditions and everything else going together to make them have this battle that's been race long. Great to see, enjoying their race as we look just through the Starkey's Bridge there, and the remainders of it on the right hand side of the screen with the arches where they used to race through in the days of yore. But as they come up then towards around Stronson, up towards McLean's,
towards the closing stages, just over 4 minutes of this race to go now. We had a change for 4th place. Johnny Pittard's black number 81. We haven't seen much of him in this race. Has got ahead of Colin Watson, although Colin Watson out of shape there at the old hairpin. Is he slowing down?
I don't think he was slowing down. He definitely missed the apex. I wonder whether that was a bit of endurance problem, as far as maybe his arms are starting to struggle. These beasts, you know, have to really muscle them around, and it may be just that he wasn't able to get the car to the inside. It didn't look like he was struggling as far as mechanical, just didn't get it to the apex, and again missed the apex on the inside there of Coppice, so maybe struggling.
Missing wing on the inside, is that an indication that the steering might be damaged? He may have had some contact somewhere, Colin Watson. Well, he's down to 5th because this man, Johnny Pittard, has come through in the JPS Johnny Pittard Special. Such a menacing looking car that is, and it's matte black and gold livery. Comes over the line in that 4th position. Over the line goes Watson. Now his last lap was a 1:13, so he's a couple of seconds off his optimum pace. This is the battle for 12th place. Mark Lanyon and the 35, which is Charles Holroyd in his Caterham 420R. Class are they in their classes F and E. So Lanyon's third in Class F, Holroyd second in Class E. Always had that older style roll hoop design, the 54 car of the Lanyon family. They've been racing that for many, many years in this series.
I think I like the, the full roll cage. I have to say I'm very used to driving with that full roll cage. I think I prefer a roll cage over the roll hoop, but what a traditional sight that is of a rollover hoop on the Caterham 7. It's been a silhouette that we've seen many, many times over the years. They come on then up through the field, and coming down to the last 2 minutes or just over 2 minutes of this race, so nearly there. And like you say, that wing on that car was missing. I think it may be me not fair. It could easily be geometry slightly out, which is making apexes missed rather than a tired driver.
We've lost Martin Ledbetter in the bright orange Pro Compele Gold. He's dropped out somewhere as well. Here's Christian Pittard. 4.8 seconds was his lead over Tim Davis last time through. Phenomenal power of these machines. They have dominated everything else. Richard Webb is still there in third. He's 7 seconds back on Tim Davis. There's William Redman. He's in 7th place, still leading Class F. Malcolm Ash's nose cone still hanging in there on the number 21 car as the leader comes over the line. There'll be a couple of laps to go. Christian Pittard, the way he cuts through the back markers, he goes past number 41 David Stephen there in the less powerful Class A. Just leaves it standing.
Yeah, just the top speed and just absolute brute force of the engine driving him across there, and no contest down the straights, are there? And the tyres they got on these things as well mean that there's a little contest in the corners as well. Like we said, from Steve Nuttall and these drivers Pittard and Davis, they're just cutting their way through the field and making their way all the way around this 2-mile Donington National Circuit. 1 minute left for them to get over the line. See whether they will get back over the line. I'm sure they will from this top end of the circuit to start their last lap.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure Christian Pittard will get this flying number 51 Caterham 7 CSR 2.5 litre engine around to take the victory this time. Stephen Nuttall it was earlier on. He's headed off up to Croft as the cars head round to start their last lap. I'm just going to take a very quick look at TSL, see if whether we've got the result from Croft yet, so we can see how he's gone on.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see him at the moment. So 21 seconds as he crosses the line. The last lap board I can see on the right-hand side of the screen. Also the yellow flag, the blue flags to show an overtake. So as he heads into turn 1, Redgate for the final time then. The clock will tick to 0 by the time he comes across the line the next time through. Great result for him. He's just got about 5 miles left of this to go. Here's the old hairpin track corner at the bottom of the hill. A fantastic bit of tarmac down here. Safely navigated one more time.
No result from Croft in the Guards Trophy as yet, so we can't tell you at the moment how Stephen Nuttall has got on, but certainly tell you how Christian Pittard is getting on. He's nearly 7 seconds clear of Tim Davis, having missed out after he fluffed his start in race 1 and stalled. No problem for Christian Pittard this time after he caught and passed the motorcycle engine MK Cup 200 of Rich Webb, who led the early stages. Caterham CSR is coming in to take an easy victory down into the chicane for the final time. He's won here at Donington in the longer pit stop races with the CSCC Magnificent Sevens before Christian Pittard comes in to win at Donington here on 50th anniversary weekend. Well done to Christian Pittard. Tim Davis will come over the line to take 2nd place. We should have 5 cars on the lead lap. It should be Rich Webb, the winner of Class K. In 3rd place there is the MK Cup 200. How's our battle of the class leaders going to finish with that? Collins, Boyle and Boyles along with Luke Tsuru. Well, Tsuru pulled away in the end. He comes across the line 9th. Collins just beats Stephen Boyles home for P10. That was the main battle of interest in the closing laps. Johnny Pittard, having started towards the back, will come through for 4th position ahead of Colin Watson. Slightly wayward handling number 92 Team Boss Racing car. There is Johnny Pittard over the line. Rob Forsdyke comes through for 6th position, a lap down. Colin Watson will be the final car over the line. So Christian Pittard takes the win ahead of Davis and Rich Webb. And Johnny Pittard, Watson, Forsdyke, Redman, Adams, Zuru and Collins. And we will give you the results and run you through the class winners in just a few months' time. But no denying Christian Pittard this time in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Great to have them with us this weekend for their pair of 30-minute races. So Christian Pittard, your winner, he wins Class I. Rich Webb in third won Class K. Class H went to Robert Forsdyke in 6th position overall. Class F was won by William Redman in 7th. Class C and Group 1 was by Luke Zuru, so his grid penalty gets even higher for the next race. As we said earlier, next time he races at Donington, he has to start on the runway at East Midlands Airport. Only joking, of course. Stephen Collins wins Class E in 10th. Stephen Boyles wins Class D in 11th. Class B went to Malcolm Ash, despite that loose nose cone, in 15th place. And in 16th, it was David Stephen who won Class A. Class G, there were no finishers. We lost Bruce Wilson and Richard Carter. That concludes the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens then. Next up on track fairly shortly, we will have the start procedure for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, their third race of the weekend. It was Rich Webb who led the early stages in the MK, but the Caterham brigades were not to be denied by the motorcycle engine machine here this weekend, and Christian Pittard soon swept his way at Hollywood into the lead, with Tim Davis following him through a few laps later after a decent little battle with Rich Webb. That's what's happened to the 94 of Matthew Starbuck. That's why the yellow flag was out at Coppice earlier on. We didn't see it happen, but Matthew just ploughing off. And there's the tangle. I think it was Martin Dolan, the red car, that got caught up with Bruce Wilson. We could see it a little better there on the replay. So that's who got caught up with Bruce Wilson and put him out of the race, sadly. So we await the cars shortly then for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Race 3 of the weekend. Aaron Head comes into it on a hat-trick.
His closest time was Stephen Lyle on 290 coming into the weekend, added to his score and moved up to 315 at the end of the last race. And they're the two really that are challenging for the championship. With the results of their second race of the weekend, and I say this with a big dose of not 100% sure, but I think Thompson is now on 353 and Lyle on 338, with Thompson scoring 22 and Lyle 23 in the last race. So it's something like 15 points between them. Yes. And they've got another complete meeting to go at the end of this course. 3 rounds at Silverstone supporting the British Touring Car Championship. So very much yet to be decided. But at this stage it does look like it's between Thompson and Lyle, with Paul Donkin, the leading AM, comfortably from Angus McLean. And Donkin also third overall in the championship. So the early race today was won by Aaron Head, the outgoing champion basically. Sorry, no, still as quick as ever he was. Dropped Stephen Lyle by half a second. And third was Lewis Thompson. A couple of seconds back. So it's 1:43.79 first 2 places. Paul Donkin was fourth, winning the AM class. Fifth was Jake Swan with the fastest lap. And the record was cleared. Number 66 and 6 was 77 Corbin Sawyer.
Okay, so the cars will be released to the grid fairly shortly then for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, and hopefully Sam Parker is down there on the grid and can talk to 1 or 2 of the drivers.
Stephen Lyle, 1.3 the front row, the second row, 79 Lewis Thompson, and 20
So what a nice treat to get on the grid during the day. So we've got the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars out for their final race of the weekend. It's very hot on this grid right now. The sun there's hardly any clouds in the sky, but it's a beautiful day. Can't really complain about the heat. I mean, these guys probably would like it to be a little bit cooler, but we're going to go and see if we can have a chat now they're in their positions. So we won't speak to the front runners just yet. I was going to speak to Paul Donkin actually, who's leading the AM Championship. Hello Paul. So leading the AM Championship and you're starting fourth, but I mean you were going for the lead in the last race, weren't you?
Yeah, it's looking good. Obviously battling with these guys at the front, it's really enjoyable, but we're not quite there, but try and drag a result out this time, it'll be good news.
I wish you all the best. Thank you Paul. It gets very noisy when there's a plane going overhead. We haven't had too many planes today, but enough. Let's have a chat with Gordon Sawyer. Hello Gordon, you were having a great battle with Jake Swan earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, we had a great battle. I think it's going to be a repeat today, I think.
Yeah, I think it will be, with him starting just next to you. He's quick though, he got fastest lap again today.
Yeah, I think he's been doing a good job managing his temperatures and stuff. He's been hanging back, keeping the car cool and then pouncing when needed. I think I'll try and copy him this time.
You got a plan? How much do you plan for these races, or can you plan?
I think it's more of a learning race by race kind of thing. We've seen so far that halfway through the race we're having to manage the temperatures quite a lot. So I think this race I'm going to have to think further ahead, try and manage it from the start and see what happens.
Yeah, brilliant. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Gordon. Right, let's move on down. Let's have a go. Let's go and speak to Chris Fraser. This is Chris's only second race in the 420s. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Sam.
I think you're enjoying the 420s, aren't you, compared to the 310s?
I'm loving it. It's brilliant. Just so much more to play with, more grip, more power, and racing with these boys is great fun. Really hard work, though.
Yeah, it is hard. I mean, a lot of them have been here for quite a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, I know. Hopefully I'm giving a good account of myself. And
I think you're doing really, really well. Because
I think I'm the most inexperienced on here, so, you know, I'm going to see what I can do this one.
So is this you for next year as well in this championship?
Yeah, hopefully. I was doing 310, then just thought, why not do actually couple of races, get used to the car and proper racing, and actually in some heat rather than snow and ice over winter. So hopefully we can start next year strong.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go and have a move along and speak to. Let's have a little word with Carl Jones. Hello, Carl. Is it warm enough for you?
Could be doing with a little bit warmer, actually. I think. Yeah, it is really, really warm.
So you enjoying the weekend, the 50th anniversary?
Yes, made some really big improvements this weekend, so I'm really happy. Had a bit of an incident on the last race, but that's to be, I suppose, experienced and whatever. But yeah, so hopefully I can make this one, I can stick on track the whole race and see where we come. So I'm hoping to get onto the back of the front pack. Don't think I'll take them, but yeah, just stick there and make some real nice points.
Excellent. Well, it's nice and cool under this brolly. I like it. Right, I'll let you get focused. I think we are moving off the grid actually. Let's just have a quick word with Finley. Finley, you made up some great places in the last race, didn't you?
Good start, yeah.
Excellent. You looking forward to this one? Have you got much plan of action?
Not telling you.
Excellent. Good tactics. Wish you all the best. Right, we're going to get off the grid now, so we'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thank you, Sam. Good to hear from a couple of the drivers in the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Race 3 of the weekend. Aaron Head, the reigning champion. He may not be a factor in the championship with his limited season, but he's on a hat-trick going into this race. He may have messed up his Super Pole lap. It got disallowed the track limit. Started 6th for race 1. He's taken 2 wins out of 2 so far. Stephen Lyle, number 43, starts alongside him, and then the man to watch is in number 79. Lewis Thompson, third on the grid, By our calculations, I believe if he wins this, he's champion.
Yep, if he wins this, he puts it out of reach from Lyle, who can't do anything, even if he absolutely scores maximum points next time out. So he will be our, as we say, champion-elect going into the final round. That'll be a nice, comfortable place to be, won't it? But nevertheless, Head going for that triple, and it's only that win that's going to put him in that position. So he'll be trying for it. He's been disappointed, hasn't he, with his 2-3 places, the 2 third places that he's had so far. So he will want more of that. But Donkin absolutely firing on all cylinders in our Championship and looking like he's got that all sewn up. Stephen Lyle has been involved at the front of the race, but it's just Heads had the best of him in the last couple of sort of corners of the races. Jake Swan absolutely feisty, as we heard from his main competitor out there, Gordon Sawyer, in that yellow machine. So Jake Swan on the left in the white machine, Gordon Sawyer in the yellow. Jake Swan having to figure out some setups or tweaks that he made to his car, and it seems to be treating him nicely now as he's there ready to go. Matt Dyer being involved again, and Chris Fraser we spoke to on the grid as well. So stories all the way up and down this 20-car field, but it's the main story as far as the championship's concerned is Thompson going to be sewing it up today, and he does that by winning the race.
So it's Aaron Head and Stephen Lyle on the front row, Lewis Thompson and Paul Donkin on the second row. Row 3, Jake Swan in 66, 77 Gordon Sawyer. The fourth row, 64 Dale Head alongside number 9 Matt Dyer. This grid, of course, based on the results of race 2 this morning. The fifth row, Chris Fraser alongside Ben Simmons. Row 6, Carl Jones, number 11, and number 5 Finley Cooper. Row 7, 93 Mike Evans alongside the 22 of Gary Curtis. On row 8, James Taylor in number 7 from Evo magazine alongside 99 Tom Eden. Row 9, Gary Lapidus in number 16 and 21 Harry Landy. Ollie Smith, number 4, and 61 Angus McLean had to make a pit stop after some contact in race 2. Finished a lap down, completes the grid. Can Lewis Thompson do it then? His dad Barry just came up short in the academy earlier on as he tried to win the green group title. We'll see him back out in the Autumn Trophy in a couple of races' time at the end of the programme. Incidentally, the grid for that race, the Autumn Trophy, a novel way of deciding it. They've used the drivers' fastest race laps of the races we saw earlier on. The fastest laps have been used to decide the grid for the Autumn Trophy, combining the groups together. So I'm looking forward to seeing that out later on. I can tell you Paul Goldstein will be starting on pole for that race in the gold car, looking for his first career victory.
Yeah, we've had absolutely consistent conditions, haven't we, over the course of this weekend, and there's still hardly a breath of wind out there. I can see the trees, just a little bit of movement now, whereas there wasn't any earlier on. But yeah, the consistent conditions mean that we can use the times for the Autumn Trophy. But we've got a bit of action to come before that happens, starting with the 7 Championship UK, the third of their 3 20-minute races this weekend. It's not their final weekend. They will be with the touring cars after the next time out, 22nd, 23rd of September.
We've just had a bit of bad news for the Caterham graduates as well. I can tell you, unfortunately, after his victory earlier on, Thomas Horton's car has failed post-race scrutineering. It was found to be underweight, so he's lost his victory.
What a shame for Horton.
Commiserations, Tom.
Yeah, sad to see, but it shows that everyone's trying to keep everything as even as possible. Weight limits is unfortunately one of those things that you do have to comply with. Your car must end over the minimum weight for the championship. They're very strict on that. Obviously, weight is a big part of performance, and shame that maybe he wasn't carrying enough fuel. But the cars are all lined up then for this race, and Aaron Head angled across, isn't he, aggressively there to try and stop Lyle.
Just as he was this morning in race number 2. The red lights are on then. Here we go with the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. A blast off from the grid here at Donington. Aaron Head gets away well, so does Lyle. Lewis Thompson's going to be the one to watch in the dark green. Number 79 is already looking to the inside. Paul Donkin trying to go around the outside as they head through Redgate for the first time. The first 4 already breaking away very slightly. Finley Cooper around the outside. Angus McLean from the back of the grid out on the curbs as well. Charge down the Craner curves. Of a spectacular sight these 20 cars make as they come down for the first time. It is Aaron Head who has got the lead just ahead of Stephen Lyle. Paul Donkin's up into 3rd place. Lewis Thompson hasn't quite got the start he wanted there as they head up towards the left-hander at Schwantz curve, then towards the right at McLean. It's Aaron Head who's got the lead. Stephen Lyle tucked in behind, and Lewis Thompson is in 4th place with Gordon Sawyer on his tail.
Still fighting Jake Swan. You see there, Swan making the opportunity, moves up the inside of Coppice this time through, because Sawyer was a bit disrupted there by Thompson. This national track here at Donington does move to all about momentum, and the drivers, sometimes if you lose that momentum you can lose many places. Thompson's just not sort of hooked up with this at the moment, as we lose our track cars just down the exhibition. There they are as they come into the Roberts chicane this time through. Then Chris Fraser over all those like bumps and bores over the chicane, but manages to keep it all pointing in the right direction. Matt Dyer was ever so close to making contact with him that time, but it's Aaron Head over Stephen Lyle, and Thompson does make it back past Donkin. Remember, Donkin's the lead amateur driver, as we watch there the number 9 of Dyer just making it in front of Chris Fraser as they went through Redgate that time through.
Superb fast-paced start to this 3rd race of the weekend for Aaron Head, looking for his hat-trick of victories. Lyle, Donkin and Thompson giving chase. There's the number 7, that's James Taylor, holding off Gary Lapidus, who's had a quiet weekend so far. I love the eyes on the back panel of the number 16 car there, Gary. They've always been his trademark. Aaron Head a little bit wide there. This could allow Stephen Lyle to have a look up the inside, but this has allowed Thompson to close up onto the back of them as they go into Coppice. He's starting to shake off Paul Donkin now, so he's got past one of his targets, but the 2 toughest nuts to crack are ahead of him here as they weave their way down the exhibition straight. Lyle goes to the outside, Thompson tucks into his slipstream. Stephen Lyle goes ahead around the outside. Good move there by the 43, but he's overshot onto the gravel. That'll drop him back to, I think, P4 there, because Donkin will get ahead of him as well, and another target is removed from his path for Lewis Thompson. Now he's just got Aaron Head to go for. He's going for the outside, Lewis Thompson, side by side, but he's not quite going to get around Aaron Head at Redgate.
Not this early in the race, although he is persistent, keeping his foot in. Aaron Head will keep him out as wide as he can and as wide as he dares as they go through Hollywood this time. You can see how wide Aaron is away from the edge of the track there, positioning his car to say, you're not coming through around my outside there, Lewis. And Lewis, we saw him making some good moves up the inside of the old hairpin, so I'm sure he'll reposition as Gordon Sawyer gets awfully close to that gravel on the outside of the old hairpin. Lyles has managed to stop the rot as far as falling down through the field, but it is Donkin back into that 2nd. In fact, is he up into 2nd place over Thompson? No, it is Simpson the 3rd place. Lyle follows alongside him. Then we got Sawyer and Swan, and the rest of them following on. Dale Head, I think, leading this group, and then another Fraser, and I think it's Mike Evans up the inside. It's a bit of contact or a bit of dusty on the Coppice there. I think someone's drawn some dust on there.
Here comes the lead battle down into the chicane. Paul Donkin making it 3 wide. Thompson in the middle, trying to go around the outside of Aaron Head, and he's done it. Into the lead for the first time in this 3rd race of the weekend. We haven't had a race weekend this year where Lewis Thompson hasn't taken at least one victory in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, and Aaron Head fighting back around the outside. No, they've been to Alton Park, Croft, Zandvoort, Portimao and Snetterton, and he's had at least one win at each of them. Aaron Head fights back around the outside. The battle is on for 3rd as well. Gordon Sawyer challenging Stephen Lyle. They've relegated Paul Donkin back to P5, and he's down to P6 now because Jake Swan has come through at Redgate as well. Aaron Head back into the lead around Lewis Thompson, then down the Craner curve. Battle really joined here at the front of the field. Donkin now being reeled in as well by, I think that's Ben Simmons in the white car at the back of that group.
Yeah, great result again for Ben Simmons. He's fighting with Donkin, so it's the first time he's been within that sort of striking distance, and a great entry to this championship he's made, and injected himself in that AM Championship and moving towards the front of this grid as the rest of this field are absolutely together. Head by Mike Evans at the moment. There's Jones in the number 11. A little bit of contact there between, I think it was one of the white cars there, so was that...
that was Chris Fraser. I think James Taylor clipped the back of him.
Yeah, so a little bit of a dent on the rear end of that Dutch Barn Vodka car, and Jones to the outside, and in the front it's Dale Head versus Mike Evans. Mike Evans moving to the front of that. There's Matt Dyer ahead of the Jones and Fraser battle as they head on through, and Eden firmly ensconced in that. Angus McLean still attached. Meanwhile at the front it's going to be Gordon Sawyer down the inside of Stephen Lyle, then Thompson back to a 4th place again, or 3rd place, as they head down through there, and Aaron Head looking like he might have a sniff of a gap there between him and the following cars. Sawyer set the fastest lap of the race last time through with a 1:12.11.
Gordon Sawyer looking for his best results of the season. The best he's had are a couple of 3rd places at Portimao in the Algarve. This is the 2nd group, with James Taylor being taken there by the number 21 car. That is Harry Landy, new to the UK Championship this weekend. competed in the lower divisions of Caterham racing up to now, the Londoner. Raiders will be coming down towards the exhibition straight shortly. This is the second group headed up by Dale Head, brother of Aaron. There's Gary Lapidus, number 16, and here are the leaders. Aaron Head has broken away a little from Stephen Lyle. Gordon Sawyer now in third place, and Lewis Thompson at the moment is going to have to wait until Silverstone to confirm his championship if he stays P4.
Yep, he needs to win it to actually confirm it, but I think he'll still be fairly relaxed. He's got a good grip on the championship. Aaron Head doesn't really affect him because he's not done the whole season. Stephen Lyle's the main man. He's been fighting for the championship, and you can see him just ahead of Thompson. But it's Gordon Sawyer. He's got the bit between his teeth. He said he was going to try and manage the car temperatures. I'm not sure whether that's still happening. A little bit of contact there. Lyle saying, I'm absolutely still alongside you as we're coming down here through Craner Curves, and you cannot move across them. Lyle having to go out wide, but he will dive down the inside as they go into the old hairpin this time, and Sawyer misses the apex entirely. That's going to push him all the way out. He's going to move all those places. One little mistake and suddenly you're from second to fifth.
Yes, indeed, that's how quickly things change in Caterham racing, and it could be down to seventh because Ben Simmons and Jake Swan ready to make the move there as well. Yes, Swan comes through. Oh, not you again, thinks Gordon Sawyer. Those two have been battling in all three races this weekend. Sawyer thought he'd made the break into the top three, but he's battling his nemesis Jake Swan once again as the second place fight starting to intensify now. Lyle under fire from Thompson. Donkin's in behind them as well in the number 24 car. Lyle just about holds them off as they go into the chicane. Then it's Sawyer, Swan and Simmons, the three S's in behind them. Aaron Head making a break slightly, leads by nearly 1.5 seconds.
Here comes Thompson, see what he can do about it though. He's out to the slipstream of Lyle, just slingshot past as they head into Redgate this time. A nice outside move, and the reason that works so successfully is because he's still getting a little bit of a tow from Aaron Head on the outside of the track there, so it dragged him clear. Even though that gap is quite significant, they will still be feeling the effect, and certainly the clock will show a few tenths here or there being gained from that tow. Such is the power of the tow of a Caterham, but Aaron Head will be absolutely ragging his 420R to try and get away there. We've followed Donkin around in the number 24 car, heading up towards Schwanson and towards McLean's as we're going side by side once more. Lyle against Thompson, so he didn't manage to ping himself off the front to try and catch up with Aaron Head. So 1.45 last time across the start line, but I don't think it's a 1.45 second gap, so I imagine they will reel him in over the course of the next lap and a half.
Second group still headed by Dale Head in the 64. He's got Matt Dyer on his tail. There's Finley Cooper, car repaired after his shunt in yesterday's race, going around the outside of the 21 of Harry Landy. That's Angus McLean in the blue and black car with the red cage on the inside, trying to make his move through as they come down the straight. You can see him in the background as we watch the leaders coming down the Wheatcross straight with Aaron Head weaving about. So is Paul Donkin. Lewis Thompson still holding off Lyle for second place, then a small gap back to Jake Swan in that fifth position. Sawyer and Simmons in behind him. Head, Evans and Dyer completing the top 10 at the moment.
3/10 of that lead gone then, 1.3 seconds remain. Finley Cooper didn't let us know what his tactics were. I wonder whether his tactics were being a massive clump of cars with cars all around me to the front, side and back. He's certainly having a lot of fun there as we see the Sawyer car trying to fight back against Swan. There is that gap. Again, it's looking like it's reducing each time. That tow is just going to drag the others back, and Thompson will be making full use of that alongside Lyle. It's Lyle who heads him at the moment. Donkin still in a bit of an air gap, and it's Swan and Gordon Sawyer following along by Simmons. Again, Simmons doing a great result, but he needs to get to Donkin if he wants to be class winner for this race.
As the second group comes through, Chris Fraser in the middle of it in the number 8. It's one of 3 Dutch Barn Vodka liveried cars here this weekend. They swing their way through Coppice once again. That's Harry Landy in behind in the number 21 car. And here come the leaders, and a little bit wide there for Aaron Head coming out of the chicane. Doesn't want to push too hard here. He wants that hat trick side by side down the straights. Stephen Lyle and Lewis Thompson. Lyle moves back into second place. It's Lewis Thompson maybe not trying too hard to catch Aaron Head here. He knows he's got a round to go at Silverstone to become the Caterham UK champion.
Eden just getting a track limits instruction, so the gap remained pretty much consistent that time, but there was a bit of that grass tracking which might have cost Head a bit of time. But it's Lyle versus Thompson for second. Thompson knows what he needs to do. He doesn't want another third place out of this race weekend. You can be sure he was saying he was not particularly happy getting 2 third places. He's never happy when he's not on that top step, is he? So, and as many of these drivers in this championship will be the same, but he's certainly taken his fair share already. Donkin now in a comfortable sort of gap on track. We'll be able to take his line, take the positions he wants, and also get some fresh air into his car. Everyone's talking. You can see him he's not trying to get in the tow, he's trying to get out of the tow of these cars. So he's weaving around just to try to find some cooler air, but with the track temperatures and the air temperatures out there sort of into the mid-20s now, there's not much of that going to bear.
9 minutes of this race to go then, so we're past half distance, and Aaron Head, even though there's nobody behind him to potentially catch a tow, he still weaves habitually down the straight just in case, as Thompson back up the inside retakes second place from Stephen Lyle. They're having a good enjoyable scrap, these two. Paul Donkin trying to close up on them in the number 24 car. Then a gap back to the fight between Swan and Sawyer that's been going on all weekend. Ben Simmons in 7th place, second of the AM category. Dale Head heads the next group, then Evans and the number 11 of Carl Jones has got ahead of Matt Dyer. That
tow will still be pulling the 2 cars following along. Aaron Head knows this, so it's not just habit actually, that weaving. It genuinely does. It'll give them a few tenths each time, and obviously he doesn't want to see that because it's exponential as they get closer. They get more and more of that tow, but it will still be helping them out of some of these corners, dragging the air movement, a bit like in a swimming pool where you have a current of water that can carry you along from behind someone. In the same way, he is just weaving to absolutely make sure that there is no stationary bit of air moving that's going to help his rivals behind him, because he has got a nice little gap, and as they battle into these corners, you can see Thompson hasn't been pushing the issue. He's been trying to sort of say, right, let's work a little bit together to try and catch this gap, but at the moment it's looking like quite a substantial gap. Lyle having to drive in mostly in his mirrors rather than looking out front. His head down the inside of Mike Evans, that's going to get awfully close to the middle of the corner. They somehow sort that out, and it's Jones following along behind them with Dyer, then Fraser. Someone maybe moving down the order a little bit there. I think is it Landy that's moving down the order?
Let's take a look at the timing screen. Yes, Harry Landy did drop back a little there. Here's Angus McLean fighting out with Finley Cooper, Ollie Smith. Yes, there's Landy, so he's lost a couple of spots in there. The number 21 is so close in the lower reaches of this field at the moment. We've been concentrating on the lead battle. That's Jake Swan in trouble. Cloud of smoke. And they've all gone off. There's oil down at the Craner curve. Everybody's on the grass.
Slick, yeah.
That will be a stoppage, I think.
So that was Jake Swan's engine.
Red flag.
Yeah, red flag. That was Jake Swan's engine giving way and leaving a trail of oil, just like we saw yesterday in that graduates race.
Exactly the same place.
Absolutely everywhere. So they will dye that back. I hope that other car knows that car's going to join. This is going to get close. Whew, it's like hold your breath time. He had to boot the car to get out that gravel trap, and there's the rest of the cars will be gathering themselves to do that. But yeah, Jake Swan's engine, you can see it's just let go. He's not really having any luck at all, is he, at the moment, Jake Swan? That'll be the end of his race, and we will have a full regrid of this 7 Championship UK, and that will probably really hurt his chances for third in the championship, as he's already got a few drop scores that he's trying to carry. The rest of the grid, well, the rest of the cars will be gridded up in a few minutes time once they've cleared that slick, but there will be quite a little bit of time to get that speedy dry. There is, you can see the engine is expired. That's not it's not smoke of a tyre rubbing, that is an engine that's expired, and you can see behind. It's just unbelievable. On slick tyres especially, absolutely nothing there, and you can see cars still now spinning out. There's nothing you can do about it at that point, and everyone, just like the graduates yesterday, managing to avoid any contact, and thank goodness for that.
Yes, nobody hit each other there. That's the main thing. Everybody just went skittling onto the grass. That must have been like the Caterham Ice Racing Championship.
It's unbelievable when you have a slick tyre on either a wet surface or on anything less oil or fluid. It's just incredible how much it turns to immediate ice, and there's just nothing you can do. You're a passenger at that point. There was no skill or anything else involved in that. It's just see where your car ends up as they head down here. So you can see them all lined up then. They're called short of the grid markings, but it will be a little while, and obviously in this heat you don't want to be sat in your car in your overalls and working out. I'm sure they'll reset the clock to something like a 7 or 8 minute race that they'll continue on with. We've got to be careful, obviously, the time that we've got here, but this is the National Championship. This is the head of Caterham Caterham Motorsport, and it's important that they do get the chance to run it. But Aaron Head made a massive gap for himself, had all the hard work done, and on the restart it's going to be as if all that counts for nothing. They're just going to be into a 7-minute sprint, and you've seen how frantic the races are when it's a 20-minute sprint, so let alone what it's going to be like. You can see all the speedy dry, the concrete dust or whatever else synthetic dust they use nowadays as absorbing the oil that's been left all over the track going down in through Craner Curves.
Exactly the same place as where Gareth Cordy's engine blew up yesterday. Here we go again, think the Marshals, exactly the same place.
Yeah, I hope they stocked up on the speedy dry.
Just a quick message for one of our YouTube comments. Thank you, Michael Nelson, for getting in touch. So shout out to Johnny Jarrett, who made up 18 places from the back of the 310R race in their second race earlier on. Well done to his number 2 mechanic, Jake Bailey, for getting the car out for race 2. Thanks for getting in touch, Michael.
Yeah, it's great to hear those stories for on the grid, and yeah, it's not always possible to carry every single story that happens out there, but Johnny Jarrett, great to see him back out there in the Oakmere cars. So thank you for feeding that back as we watch this hard work. And again, I'm going to take the opportunity to say thank you to our marshals. They've had a lot of walking to do. It's another sort of 50-60 metre oil slick they've got to now work out how to get rid of before the cars can get out driving again. And the course marshal there also kicking the dust to check what the grip levels are like. It's got a long way to cover, and you can see the sweeping up of it. So all it does is it sort of absorbs that oil up, and it kind of makes it into a sort of substance which is slightly less slippy than just an oil slick across the surface. It's still, the drivers will still feel it. It will still feel unsettled, and they'll try and actually tuck to the inside of it. If I was going around on my green flag lap, I'd be trying to tuck to the inside of that oil slick to try and make that work for me, because you will still feel a little bit of unsettledness on the car as the balance adjusts as it crosses the line of that lack of grip in the middle of the track. But it didn't take too long yesterday for that all to come good. Did a fantastic job of the clean-up, so hopefully they can get that done once more again today.
Okay, so there'll just be a short pause in proceedings here while the clean-up takes place, and then we'll be back underway with the A1 Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK as soon as we're able over a reduced distance. We'll bring you news of that as soon as we have it.
See the marshals now treating some fluid on the circuit, which starts in the right-handed element of the curve, right at the top of the hill, and then becomes much more widespread before disappearing off onto the grass in the left-handed element of the curve, which means probably underground track is still there on the inside of
Clear up operation continuing on the Craner curves, as we can see. We've just had come up on the TSL timing screen in the box. It will be a 5-minute sprint for the line, and the cars are being re-gridded at the moment on the Wheatcroft Straight. So only 5 minutes. So that's I would say about 3 laps we will get as a sprint race out of this.
It's going to be frantic, and Aaron is going to be cursing in his car. I can see them lined up now back on the grid then, or they're just starting to get that sorted. But a 5-minute sprint to this line is no time at all. You've seen how much action we can cram into 5 minutes, but it's going to be frantic. Lewis Thompson's going to be given a little lifeline to see whether he can sew up that provisional championship. Gordon Sawyer has now not got his Jake Swan alongside him, so it's he's got a Simmons, I think it is, alongside him now on the grid as they head into this 5-minute dash for the line. You can see the recovery vehicles, the sweep ups all happening around the circuit, but we saw also the main oil being tidied away and the dust blown off, so hopefully they'll be able to go back to full speed straight away. So there's going to be an important green flag lap. If you've only got 5 minutes, you've got to work out where that grip is. Be confident that you can throw your 420R at 120 odd miles an hour to the left-hander over, down and down the Craner curves, and find that there's going to be gripping when the last time you went through it, you just ended up on the grass.
Somebody else being towed in, I noticed there as well. I think that might be Carl Jones's car, the black car with the green roll cage. We obviously lost Jake Swan because his engine blew and put down the oil slick. Yes, I can't see Carl Jones on the grid, so I think that's his car being towed in by the flatbed there.
In the background, you can see the other flatbed taking Swan's car back down the pit lane, so that will be nearly everything there. Gary Lapida's just coming to line up on the grid as well to take his position, and that will be the grid complete once more. We'll get another green flag lap for them to go and find out what the conditions are like down through Hollywood and down the Craner curves. You can see Kirsty there, and just radioing on just to make sure everyone knows what's going on. They'll have to tell all the drivers that there is a 5-minute race on offer as they head through here. Like a scene out of Baywatch down on the grid there. Sunshine.
Baywatch? What's that going to do with it?
Absolutely. They're going down to the sunshine and the heat haze over the top of it. That was a Caterham reference there, Kirsty. And looking out as the other recovery vehicle just coming to clear away. You can see there, that is, like you say, I think it is the Carl Jones car just being dragged back into the pit lane. Kirsty checking that all the drivers are okay and they know what's going on then. It won't be too long before we get up and running again. And it's never ending, the job of a championship coordinator, and Kirsty works relentlessly all over the course of the race weekend to make sure all the drivers, everyone's happy, and making sure everything's organised and everyone knows where they need to be at what times. Alrighty, so she's just jogging away there. What a sight. 5 minutes for these drivers. She clears the grid then and allows us to go racing once more. 5 minutes of the race. We will get heading off onto our green flag lap. They're going to see what the conditions are, and we're going to see whether Lewis Thompson can get to the front, take the championship, whether Aaron Head can spring a gap again. Can Lyle spring a one and put himself up there into the, what was a lost position? Can he go and grab the win from the jaws of defeat?
Once again, well done to everybody involved in the clear-up there. That was a very rapidly completed clear-up of the contents of Jake Swan's engine. As the cars head off then to get those Avon tyres heated up, ready for what's going to be a sprint of around 3 laps, I reckon, on this restart. We'll wait and see. Tension begins to mount. They've got to make every move count here. Got to get it exactly right. You can see there the bit of dust on that oil slick at the Craner curves. I'll just be taking it carefully through. They see some of the drivers exploring the lines, finding out where the grippiest part of the tarmac is.
You've only got one opportunity though, so which way do you pick to test out the grip, and then what do you do in the actual race? Well, most of the time that's dictated what's going on around you, but they will definitely be weaving their tyres after having gone over that dust to clear as much of it off of their tyres as they can. The Avon, the dedicated Avon slick tyre, they get 1 slick tyre new allocation per race weekend, and generally speaking they will use that throughout the course of the weekend, so it gets more and more used as time goes on. So we're coming down to the end of that the normal lifetime, although to be honest they hang on really well, and they're great in that we can then go and use them for testing around other tracks, and they're still very representative. So fantastic tyre we've been running on here in the Avon tyres. Caterham 7 Championship UK then. A 5-minute dash to the line for this the top flight. These drivers heading for or wanting to aim for the title of British Caterham champion, and Lewis Thompson is in the hot seat for that. He trying to get it done this weekend ahead of the 22nd, 23rd of September, when we're going to be supporting the touring cars at the Silverstone National Circuit. So Thompson seeing whether he can do it. He's got a couple of cars blocking his path though to do that, and they have blocked his path most of this day. Stephen Lyle and Aaron Head having great results, and then Thompson having a couple of third places. I'm sure he'll take it when he comes down to it, but he doesn't want it, as they all head then down to the line. Marshall there waiting to receive Aaron Head. He's going to angle his car just like he has for the last couple, slightly to his left hand side towards Stephen Lyle as he lines up, and see whether Thompson can do anything. I'm getting nervous, and let's see what happens. In 5-minute race in a Caterham's, what could possibly go wrong?
I'm not sure I want to answer that. Let's hope nothing does go wrong. Let's hope the drivers keep it on the island, as they say. So Aaron Head once again angles his car towards the outside. The DPR Motorsport number 1 alongside the red and white of Stephen Lyle's number 43. Lewis Thompson in between the two of them, almost looking to try and cut through the middle down towards Redgate. Paul Donkin in the 24 alongside him. The green flag is shown at the back of the grid. 18 cars on the grid for 5 minutes of action. The Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK is go. Great start by Stephen Lyle. Good start by Paul Donkin. Lyle gets the advantage as they head down towards Redgate for the first time in this 5 minute thrash for the line. Great start by Ben Simmons as well, coming up the outside in the number 14 car. He's up into 5th position ahead of Gordon Sawyer. A couple of cars run out wide towards the back. Who's going to get the lead? They're coming up to the cleaned up section of the circuit. They're side by side for the lead. Lewis Thompson's going to try and get through on the inside there. Everybody's got through. Okay, one car with 2 wheels towards the grass, towards the back of the field, but they've all made it round. Now let's see who's going to emerge with the lead. It looks like it's the red cage of Aaron Head who has got the lead ahead of Stephen Lyle. Lewis Thompson 3rd, Paul Donkin in 4th, so they are back into the order that they left the line. Despite that flying start by Stephen Lyle, it's Aaron Head who leads the way, chased by Lyle. Thompson in 3rd.
Thompson, well, instead of looking forward at the moment, he's having to look in his mirrors. Donkin's reigning big there, to Gordon Sawyer just behind him, Simmons behind him, so it really is nose to tail as you'd expect in this early part, but only a short race. Lyle to the outside then. The outside line has not worked. He's got a head of steam there, and he does work this time for Lyle. Lyle takes the lead then into the Robert chicane this time. We've got a bit of side by side with Mike Evans there. It does manage to make it out to the other other end okay, and it's side by side once more for the lead. And Lyle down the inside. He's going to see if he can hold on. Thompson going to the outside. Head's thinking, do I cover him off? Thompson is going to sweep over the top of everyone to make it to the lead. Can he hold it in though? He's absolutely on the edge of what he can do, and Head might have a run on him as they go down Craner curves this time.
Oh, brilliant from Lewis Thompson. He knew he had to go for broke there around the outside. He hasn't quite held it ahead of Aaron Head, but he's into P2 now. Lyle under threat from Donkin. That looks like that's Gordon Sawyer up behind them as they drop down through the old hairpin. Once again behind him it is Ben Simmons. Those six starting to break away very slightly from the rest of the field. They now climb up towards McLean. Once again, Dale Head is heading the next group once more. Lewis Thompson to the inside, and McLean side by side with Aaron Head. They're going to go three wide. Stephen Lyle is never going to get room there on the inside. Aaron Head trying to defend into Covis. Here comes Paul Donkin up the outside. It's incredible stuff. They know they've barely got any time to make their moves. It's Aaron Head who still leads. The weave starts down the straight. Lewis Thompson to the outside into the chicane. Can he do what Stephen Lyle did a lap ago? I think he's just about going to get it done. Yes, Lewis Thompson takes the lead. Lyle in third place. Gordon Sawyer tucks into a fourth position. Then Simmons. Paul Donkin's been shuffled back into P6 in the red and white number 24. Aaron Head goes to the outside, so does Gordon Sawyer. Stephen Lyle could go to the middle. They're almost four wide into Redgate. Aaron Head swoops back ahead around the outside.
Did the move that Lewis Thompson did to him last time out, didn't he? So he's around the outside and actually got ahead of steam, heading down. 2 minutes of this race left to go, so at least two more laps to go. So Aaron Head around the outside that time. It looks like they've all understood where the grip is around the Craner curve, so that's not going to be an issue anymore. Thompson in that second place, having to decide who do I defend from, who do I attack on, and it's a really hard decision as we see Eden a little bit further back in the pack there behind Smith as they head on up the field. Schwanson is absolutely nose to tail as they go up into McLean's this time through. Who's going to come out in front? Head at the moment. Still Thompson, then Lyle, then Sawyer, and Donkin's drifted to fifth, but he's not going to worry about that for now.
Here comes Thompson on the inside, Lyle on the outside. Gordon Sawyer tucked in behind them in the yellow, number 77. Donkin's back up into P5. He's got ahead of Ben Simmons as they head down the straight. So once again, 90 seconds left on the clock, so they may well get two more laps out of this. They're weaving about all over the place down the straight, trying to defend their position and break the toe. Head leads into the chicane. No change in the order at the moment. They should get, I think, just two more laps. They'll cross the line with about... they'll just get two more. Was that the last lap board I saw there? So there is only one lap to go. I was wrong. I apologise. Gordon Sawyer trying to take third place away around the outside. Stephen Lyle holding that third place. Gordon Sawyer runs a little bit wide as they come through Hollywood. It is still Aaron Head, so it's all going to be on the last chicane. Can Lewis Thompson do it? Can he snatch it from Aaron Head and snatch the title and confirm himself as the champion provisionally ahead of the final round at Silverstone? Along the bottom of the circuit they go.
At the moment, Head's though still trying to shake that toe, but it's nothing he can do this late on in the race. Three wide then going up into McLean's this time, and see whether Head can still maintain that lead. He can at the moment. Thompson's trying to go around the outside. He's going to be shown the edge of the track. That means Lyle's got the inside. He's going to be able to concentrate on Lyle. Head going to be able to take the normal racing line around Coppice. That's going to give him a head start as Sawyer also sees whether he can get involved in this battle. Can he make it back to the podium? Is he going to demote Thompson down to fourth? He's got the inside of the track, and we know that's useful in this race.
Here they come then. They're almost going sideways. They throw the cars around down into the chicane. Stephen Lyle goes for the outside. Aaron Head moves to block in. They almost touch into the chicane. They come. Thompson up the inside into second place. They're going to sprint for the line out of the final corner. Aaron Head comes up over the line up towards the flag. It's a photo finish between Thompson and Head. Head gets it by 0.121 of a second. Great cloud of smoke there as they cross the line. Was there contact there just out of our view? I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
Looked like everyone was hanging on the brakes, wasn't it, at the end there? So I don't know what went on that. So maybe just a lockup going.
That was just somebody lighting up the tyres there, and there wasn't a pile up after the line.
It's more than likely someone just lifting off a little bit too abruptly, and then someone else having to really stamp on the brake to try and avoid. Aaron Head taking it then by 1/10 of a second. It actually looked closer over the line, didn't it? Over Thompson and Lyle in that third place then. So Thompson didn't quite do enough, but the championship is nearly in his grasp. It's so close he can taste it, but Lyle just behind him. So I will do the totting up to make sure that he hasn't just grasped it. But Sawyer making it to fourth place there. Donkin slipping to fifth, but he's in the AM Championship, so he won't be too worried about that.
Well, they say if you want to get ahead, get a hat, and what Aaron Head gets is a hat trick here at Donington. 3 wins out of 3, 0.066 of a second it shows on the TSL timing screen after 4 laps in that 5-minute sprint to the line, ahead of Lewis Thompson, the champion-elect. In second place, Stephen Lyle completing the top three. We'll, as we say, Chris will just do the maths for us before we confirm
my
the
initial
results.
calculation on it says, and I do have to double check it, that he may well have done enough with Lyle being behind him in that race, scoring that point extra. I don't think there's anything Lyle can do in the next 3 races to overtake. He can get back to the same score, but he cannot overhaul him. So I think that might be Lewis Thompson being champion-elect.
Okay, so Aaron Head wins it by 0.06 of a second from Lewis Thompson. Stephen Lyle in third ahead of Gordon Sawyer, and Paul Donkin, the amateur class winner in P5. Mike Evans came through for 6th on the line ahead of Ben Simmons. Then Dale Head 8th, then Matt Dyer, Finn Cooper, Harry Landy, Ollie Smith, Tom Eaton and James Taylor. The other finishers, Angus McLean, 22, Gary Curtis and Gary Lapidus, number 16. The other 3 drivers didn't take the restart.
Yep, and Simon Lambert also confirming he agrees that the champion-elect then for Lewis Thompson. That 1 position ahead of Lyle was so important on that final thing. The championship cannot go. I know Lyle knew it was a long shot anyway, but yeah, it is now champion-elect. So we can go down to Sam and we can hear from all our drivers, and hopefully we can hear from our champion-elect, Lewis Thompson.
We have a champion. We think the championship has gone to Lewis Thompson with a round to go, but it's still provisional. So he's going to be a very happy man. Plus, he's finished second today on this race, which is fantastic. So I'm just going to have a quick word. In fact, do you know what? Let's go to Lewis first. Lewis, so provisional champion. Congratulations. Did you think you could actually do it today with a round to go?
Do you know what? I really did think I could do it. I don't know if I've won it or not. My team's going to let me know, but yeah, if I have won it, that is absolutely awesome. I mean, literally, I did it on the last corner of the last lap, had to overtake Stephen. Yeah, I just thought, you know what, last race of the day, if it don't work, it don't work. I go to Silverstone and just absolutely sent it in there. I mean, look at the wings, man. It's the most damaged my car's been all year, so it feels weird I'm hurting it, but yeah. Nah, I'm happy with that, actually. That last 5 minutes was just actually a lot of good fun. We was just a lot of brave moves and stuff, but yeah, all good.
Yeah, it made it a bit of a exciting race for us at the end, but it's always a bit discombobulated though, isn't it, when you've got like a stoppage in the race?
Yeah, it does, especially when you sat there baking in this heat in these cars. Like, honestly, it's so hot. I was literally sat there sweating, and I was like, that cooled on that green flag, like everyone's warming up the tyres. I'm just there, just trying to cool myself down. And, oh yeah, it'd be good if I've done it, but if not,
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yes, well done, Lewis. Right, let's go. We're going to go and have a word with Aaron and Stephen. Hello, guys. Congratulations. Third place. I mean, goodness me, what a dash at the end. That was a bit manic, wasn't it?
Oh, it was do or die. I mean, I know I always talk about the championship, but obviously it is kind of important. And we worked out, I think if Lewis beat me, I think it ended today. So I don't know, we haven't worked it out properly, but it's so it was do or die. Some of the moves I just had to send it. I think I clipped Aaron at the end. He thought it was a bit his fault, which is unusual, but it wasn't anyway.
Oh, brilliant. Well, you never know. We'll see what happens. But you've still got Silverstone to go in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, we get to enjoy that one. That'll be good. Touring car event, and it'll be good fun.
It will.
Same bunch again, I'm sure, at the front.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. Well done, Stephen. And where's Aaron gone? Let's have a word. Aaron, let's have a quick word. Congratulations. Oh.
Trying that hard.
That was a very tough race. Before that red flag, you obviously had a bit of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, we were literally just moving from different people behind the slipstream, and Gordy was there was 2 others, so I just kept trying my best on the back straight to give each different person the slipstream so they're 3 abreast into the chicane, and it seemed to work out. At one point I thought it was sort of equaling out, and then I just got my stuff together, putting some consistent laps instead of pushing so hard, and it looked like it was just gapping a little bit then, and then obviously the red flag came out, and I was like, I could not believe it, couldn't believe it, and we stopped and they said 5 minutes to go. I was like, well, could do well to get a gap in 5 minutes, so yeah, it was battling all the way. There was a bit of contact into the chicane on the last lap, and it made me go straight on, so I just dropped it to second, became a roadblock in the chicane, and then thankfully still kept it. So yeah, it was a fun race, to say the least. Very hot.
Very hot. And will we see you at Silverstone in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, I'll be at Silverstone, so fingers crossed we get some good wins then as well.
Yeah. So. Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Right, another race coming up next, so we'll hand back to Dave and Chris.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Sam. The car's already on the grid for the season finale for the Motorsport Caterham at 7 310R Championship. We won't see the new champion Jack Sales. He's elected to sit this one out to celebrate his championship. So it's Taylor O'Flanagan on pole in the number 11. This race based on the result of the race we saw earlier on. Alan Cooper, number 71, will be alongside him. Then Hugo Bush and Wes Payne on the second row. Alan Curtis and Graham McDonald will start on row 3 ahead of David Yates and Ryan Lovett. Completing the top 10, Phil Bianchi and Harry Eyre. There isn't much time to go through the full grid. Look out for Lars Hoffman, taken out in that tangle with Harry Cook in the race earlier on. He's back in 28th on the grid. Watch for the Mottle livery car coming through from there. Harry Cook himself rejoined. He's starting on row 7 alongside Matt Shepherd. Sticking out of the commentary box window, yes, Harry Cook is there. And hopefully we've got Andrew Murgatroyd's blue car at the back of the field as well. He's back on row 16. We should see 33 cars out there for this one. The red lights are on and away we go with the Mottle Caterham 7 310R Championship season finale. Down towards that first corner they go. Taylor O'Flanagan gets away best in pole position. Alan Cooper slots into second. Hugo Bush, winner yesterday, into third. Good start by Alan Curtis, number 43, coming through into fourth position. Regular in the CaterhamRacer.com sim racing championship as well. And they head down the hill for the first time. They've all made it round first couple of corners. Okay, somebody kicking up a bit of dust at the back. But it is Taylor O'Flanagan's yellow machine that leads the way, looking for his fourth win of the season.
See that car just trailing the field, so whoever it was went over the dust. With the sunshine getting lower in our horizon, it's getting harder to pick out those colour schemes as they go through this early part of the race. The 20-minute race, the final time we're going to see the 310Rs out this season in action. Taylor O'Flanagan, though, does lead Cooper ahead of Hugo Bush from earlier in the race. Taylor O'Flanagan looking to see whether he can win with the fastest lap, and then he has a chance at least of beating Hoffman. In fact, there's a car there spewing, I think it's liquid going out there, so we're going to have more liquid on the circuit. I think that's what caused that one, so that radiator's been burst, and that's going to be a bit of an issue next time they come through that bend for the rest of this field as they flow on through the Robert Chicane then for the first time this afternoon for them. But Hoffman not really making any progress up there. Only a couple of cars made it past early on in that race. And there is Taylor O'Flanagan then in the lead, heading at Alan Cooper, and then it's Hugo Bush. Harry Eyre's made his good progress up there ahead of Alan Curtis, and then we've got the green of, I think that's Graham McDonald, isn't it, and David Yates following along behind him.
Rob Bullen was the car that suffered the damage up there. He's pulled into the pits. Tim Steele was the car going wide on the resulting liquid. Hopefully that's going to be okay up at Coppice as the leaders head down into the old hairpin once again. Harry Eyre's made a flyer as well. He was in fourth place as he crossed the line, having gained 6 spots. He's back in that second group of cars as they head over the line. The loser off the line sadly was Wesley Payne. He dropped 4 spots down the order. Let's have a look how many. Well, Hoffman actually lost a couple of places further back, so we're keeping an eye on our runners who started slightly out of position after incidents earlier on. The leaders are heading down towards the exhibition straights. Taylor O'Flanagan that leads. Hugo Bush will have a look on the inside. Alan Cooper in third. There's Harry Eyre in behind in the green and yellow, the classic Team Lotus colours. Graham McDonald going through into 5th position ahead of Alan Curtis. Then David Yates very close there with Wes Payne. Ryan Lovett in the bright green and black machine getting a bit crossed up there. Over the line they come. Taylor O'Flanagan from Cooper in 2nd place. He's got back in, and Harry Eyre up into 3rd place. Now he is going great guns here in the 55 car up into 3rd position. The classic Lotus livery car yet to take a podium this year. Best result he had was at Snetterton with, I think it was, a 6th place.
Great to see him
for his first podium here.
Great to see him battling up here for the podium, isn't it? Showing he's carrying some speed into the late part of this race, and if he's going to join us again next year, which I hope he does, there's Ben Lopez-Appleton fighting his way back through. Yeah, if he joins us again next year, it's showing that he's got that speed back in the car in this late season. And O'Flanagan, though, does still lead this race, and obviously he's got to keep ahead of Hoffman to see whether he can get that second in the championship. Hoffman still needs to fight all the way through this field to try and protect from that, and if he doesn't, I'll work out what the scores are that if Taylor O'Flanagan wins, or if he can get drift maybe down to 4th or so place. As we see the battles deep in this 310R field, they are struggling a little bit around the entry there to Coppice, so maybe there is still some fluid causing them a bit of issues. I think that's the other Cooper car there, so that's Cooper taking it down here into what will be a bit further down there for you. That's so number 77 there, down in 16th.
Somewhere hidden in there is that red and white Mottel livery car of Lars Hoffmann. He cuts his way through at the chicane, makes up a couple of spots. It's still O'Flanagan hanging on to the lead ahead of Alan Cooper in the 71, the black and white car. Running wide there, Graham McDonald kicks up a bit of dust. He's in 5th position behind Bush and Eyre. 6th behind them is Alan Curtis, then David Yates in the blue number 15 car. Wes Payne's back up into 8th place now in the number 50. Then Lovett and Phil Bianchi rounding out the first 10 with Ben Lopez, Appleton and Harry Cook up behind them. Harry Cook had done the fastest lap of the race. That's now been superseded by Wes Payne. 117.414.
Taylor O'Flanagan leads at least a 4th place if Hoffmann doesn't score well in this race, so he's looking good at the moment for that. But if he takes that 4th place and Hoffmann doesn't make it through the field, that will see him, I think, into 2nd place in the championship. What wasn't looking possible, unfortunately, that incident for Hoffmann last time out meant it is now possible for O'Flanagan. He will be taking the head of this race, but he's ahead of Alan Cooper, and Alan Cooper's looking to see whether he can take his first victory. We saw Hugo Bush take one earlier this weekend. Harry Eyre back down the inside, not managed to make it stick that time through. Graham McDonald looking feisty in that, just following along, and Lovett not too far behind in the green flames as we see. I think that's Ben Lopez Appleton again, drifting a little bit wide out of the chicane, just ahead of Matt Shepherd, who's making his way back through the field.
Yes, Matt Shepherd had problems in race 1, so he's been on the comeback trail throughout the weekend. Here's Wes Payne around the outside, that extraordinary pearlescent livery car. It's pink or blue or silver, depending on which angle the light hits it at, really, the number 50 car. You see it there coming down the Craner curves.
David Yates making a move down the inside there. That was a brave move, wasn't it? I think that was that on Curtis. It was on the number 43 of Curtis. So David Yates, after what was a spectacular start to the race in the first race yesterday, didn't manage to make that stick and hasn't sort of really figured in the results, has he? He had to make a decision about which championships he wanted to take part in. He's one of those drivers that does take part in multiple championships through the year, but he's chosen to join us in the official championship. Taylor O'Flanagan got a little bit of a comfort gap now over the top of Alan Cooper in 2nd place. Hugo Bush is still trailing in that 3rd place, and Harry Eyre still holding on to 4th doggedly, but he's got Graham McDonald big in his rear view mirrors, and we'll see whether Graham's going to make any move down here into the chicane this time.
Hugo Bush going for 2nd place at the inside on Alan Cooper. Number 22 takes the place away. Harry Eyre looking on from 4th place ahead of McDonald. There's Payne. David Yates in behind him, retired from one of the races at Snetterton after several body panels fell off his car after some contact, and he elected to pull the machine over. Alan Curtis in behind them, then the battle further back with Bianchi trying to make a move, and trying to make a move here at Redgate is Graham McDonald, the inside of Harry Eyre. They touch and Eyre goes wide. That's going to lose him a couple of spots there.
A bit of a dodgy move, that one for me. Graham McDonald definitely looked like he barged Eyre off into the gravel at that point, and Graham McDonald's wing is now flapping away. If I was Harry Eyre, I don't think I'd be too happy, but you can see the rear wing starting to detach company from his car. See whether he can get rid of that. There is the Ben Lopez Appleton number 5 car. He's fighting away with Cook there, so Cook having had that issue as well, fighting his way nicely back through the field.
New fastest lap for Hugo Bush, 1:16.999. He's just by 1,000th gone under the 1:17 barrier. Ryan Lovett coming under fire from Ben Lopez Appleton, the Anglo-Spaniard, chased by number 9 of Harry Cook. Now, he hasn't made a huge amount of progress through the field. He's in P11 at the moment. Hoffmann's up to 16th, a bit further back in the order. We've lost Jeff Price, number 38. He's pulled into the pits. I heard a car pulling in there outside my commentary box. O'Flanagan leads it then from Bush. Cooper holding off Graham McDonald now for 4th place. Harry Eyre's further back in this group now after that moment at Redgates. He is now down to 8th place. He's lost 4 spots there in the order. David Yates moving up on the back of Wes Payne. There could be a move here for 2nd place as around the inside goes Alan Cooper alongside Hugo Bush, but Bush tries to hold him off, not quite, and through goes Cooper up into P2.
I thought Taylor O'Flanagan was going to lose the lead for a little bit there, but it didn't happen in the end. He was able to hold on just out in front of Cooper, and Cooper had his mirrors full of Hugo Bush, so he didn't really have anything else to look at but to try and defend from that. But Graham McDonald's definitely interested in moving further forward. He's had a couple of podiums in the latter part of this season, and he's got a taste for picking up those nice Caterham trophies that we give out at the end of these races. The final chance for them, the final racing action for the 310 the 2023 season. We'll see a lot of these drivers back as Alan Cooper looking to see what he can do. Hugo Bush moves himself back in front though of Alan Cooper at this stage. Alan Cooper desperately wants that win, and Graham McDonald definitely wants those trophies. As they come down once more, Taylor Flanagan fast in a straight line, isn't he? There's nothing Hugo Bush can do about him. He just moves out just to defend nicely from Alan Cooper. They're all a bit line astern at the moment, still got half of this race to go, so they all know that at the moment there's no importance other than just trying to make sure you're in the right place, or the kind of right place, as it looks like Ben Lopez-Appleton and Cook are going to make it over the top of Lovett.
Absolutely side by side here for second place. Graham McDonald could get up the inside as well if he plays his cards right. Bush holds that second place ahead of Cooper, and here comes Wes Payne, number 50, in behind them in what surely has to be the most distinctive livery I've ever seen in Caterham racing. There's a gap next back to David Yates and Alan Curtis. Then it's Harry Eyre, Phil Bianchi, and this group, which is being headed up by Ryan Lovett. He's got Harry Cook on his tail in the... No, it's number 5 now. Ben Lopez-Appleton's got ahead of Harry Cook, I apologise. Behind them, Matt Shepherd in the number 80 has had a fairly lacklustre weekend, unfortunately.
Still enjoying it out there though. He's only joined us as a guest for the last few rounds, and I know he loves his racing. It's great for him to be out there in the Donington, on the Donington track. It's certainly a track that a lot of the drivers have had plenty of time, but it isn't the yellow car out in front. Hugo Bush has found a way through. Taylor Flanagan finds himself in that second place, Alan Cooper in that third place behind, and Graham McDonald still seeing what he can do behind him. So yeah, is how Hugo Bush now heads, but Taylor Flanagan going for the outside. Is he going to have the momentum? He's not going to. Hugo Bush managed to get late on the brakes and managed to hold it through, and it sort of scuppers the speed of them all, doesn't it? It means that they do make that all stick. So Hugo Bush defends going into there down the inside, but Taylor Flanagan going to the outside to see whether it's going to work at Redgate this time. A little bit of debris there they're going to have to run over. That's all kicked to one side. Another wing sort of hanging out in the pit lane exit there.
Now Taylor Flanagan back round the outside of Hugo Bush, retakes the lead. Alan Cooper used the outside run as well, didn't quite work for him. Wes Payne now cutting to the inside to try and take P4 away from Graham McDonald. Doesn't quite work down the Crater curves. David Yates has closed right up on them, so it's going to be 6 cars line astern for the lead. This Motorsport Caterham 310R Championship season finale. 9 minutes of this race to go. The yellow machine of Taylor O'Flanagan continues to lead the way up towards the right-hander at McLean. Second place is Bush, fresh from his first ever win in the category yesterday. Alan Cooper still looking for his first win, and Graham McDonald, the boss as we call him, used to be the CEO of Caterham Cars, up there in fourth and looking for his first win.
Yeah, and like I say, not got that win yet, but has taken trophies. Alan Cooper's blocking his path to one of those trophies so far. Taylor Flanagan with a little bit of I think it's a slippery surface flag, so maybe a bit of debris in the middle of the chicane this time through then, so watch out for that. Hugo Bush takes to the lead through the Roberts chicane. Is he going to be able to hold on into Redgate? There's Taylor Flanagan. Graham McDonald was deep and wide on that exit curb, using every single last bit of that, and Alan Cooper looks to the outside. He's got a head of steam, a little double toe. I don't think it's going to be enough though to carry him through. It isn't. He has to get on the brakes, and is it David Yates coming through now up into fourth place?
Yes.
There is David Yates. So I said he hadn't really figured so far this weekend. Well, he's about to start playing a big part in this race as he moves himself up into fourth.
Superb David Yates. He's had 2 podiums this year already, one at Silverstone and one at Croft, with a couple of third places. Could be on for podium number 3 of the season if he can chase down Alan Cooper, who's 6th in the points. He's had a second and 2 third places, I think, are his best results this year. The second place came at the season opener at Alton Park. He's up there in third place now behind Bush and O'Flanagan. Taylor O'Flanagan back in front in the yellow number 11, looking for win number 4 of the season. What a cracking tail end to the season he's had, trying to take that second place away in the championship. There's a yellow flag on the exit to Coppice. I noticed the yellow lights flashing there, so we're not sure what's happened. Who have we lost? Let's have a look down the timing screen. Pete Wales, I can tell you, has pulled into the pits, and another car's not come through on the last lap. He's number 8, Darryl Cresswell, so he might be stranded somewhere there.
Yeah, slipping away in this sort of mid-phase of the race, isn't he? He's just gone back down to 7th place, maybe 8th over the line this time through. 7th place he maintains, but yeah, drifting is that attack that he had early on is just faded away, as has McDonald's actually. He's sort of fighting with Curtis there, but it's not. It's David Yates, the man on the move. He's coming up into that third place. He's got side by side with Alan Cooper. These two have been racing together for a long time now, so they know each other's driving tactics. But it is Yates, I believe, in the Matt Blythe Motorsport car that's moved ahead. And we've got down the inside there another move into the old pair. That's Wes Payne, isn't it? On Alan Curtis. Alan Curtis got a head of steam coming out, but there's nothing you can do with it up round through Schwantz up there. And Air is just seeing what he can do, watching on, but slowly losing places.
Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. Then it's Hugo Bush who has the lead this time as they come through McLean's, and Wes Payne very sideways off the curb there, coming out of the corner. 22 Harry Air behind him. He's got Phil Bianchi, the man from Malta, on his tail. Who knows, maybe we could see Caterham's race in Malta someday. They love their motorsport on the Mediterranean island. Drag racing is their main sport there. They've also got a couple of stock car venues as well, as Taylor O'Flanagan retakes the lead into chicane once they've left that yellow flag zone. Out of the chicane now, David Yates is up into third place. He's got ahead of Alan Cooper. It's 4 for the lead now down towards Redgate. Graham McDonald's on his own in 5th, trying to go after them. Wes Payne in 6th position. Bush back around the outside, retakes the lead once again.
Hoffman not making any real progress through. He's just gradually moving up one place by one place. Currently in 14th across the line this time through. Still half a second back from Lopez Appleton, who we've seen battling, so he is getting closer, but he needs to move firmly up into the sort of top 3 or 4 before he starts pulling points back on his championship. So at the moment, Taylor O'Flanagan is in the 2nd place in the trophy. Is there anything that Hoffman can do in these last 5 minutes? I would say that's looking fairly unlikely, but it is Taylor O'Flanagan looking to see whether he can take the lead once more against Bush as they head up to McLean's this time through. That is the group that Hoffman was in, and there is Taylor O'Flanagan is now heading the group again. So he is doing exactly what he needs to do. It's Hoffman who has the fastest lap of the race though, with 16.5 back down in that 14th place that he currently sits in. So he is making progress through. It's just not quick enough, and he don't think he's going to make it to the head of this field. His number 53. A bit further down through the field there, deep in the order. But there's Hugo Bush taking the lead once more as Taylor O'Flanagan takes 2nd place. Remember, he can fall to about 4th place as long as Hoffman isn't up there and competing for the win.
And Hoffman's just been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so he's up to 13th, but that's likely to drop him further down. Also Ryan Errol, number 33, has been given a 5-second penalty as well. Just double check that. Yes, 5-second penalty for Lars Hoffman for track limits.
So as long as O'Flanagan stays within anywhere near this lead group, he is fully protected. In fact, he could probably slip further back down the order even than that. But Hugo Bush is trying to chase him down. They're not thinking about that too much at the moment. They want this race win. That's what's in front of them at the moment, and that's what their racing heads will tell them they've got to do. And it is this front quartet of Bush, Flanagan, Yates and Cooper who are out front and clear. Cooper really out wide there. We've seen that a few times. He managed to drag it all back, loses a bit of momentum as that, but David Yates in that 3rd place. Can he take himself home a trophy today? Be great to see that, wouldn't it, as we find our cars a little bit sort of, say, the livery's hidden by the sunshine that we've got late on in this race. Side by side, 3 wide then coming down. David Yates seeing whether the inside line. Now I think he got backed away from that quite sensibly, but he is going to take 2nd place. So Hugo Bush is now down to 3rd. David Yates is the man on the move.
It certainly is, yes. I reckon the sun could be causing 1 or 2 visibility issues facing down the 2 straights here as well, because the sun's starting to set, and it'll be right in the driver's eyes on the Exhibition Straight and on the Wheatcroft Straight. They're heading right into it. Hugo Bush will retake 2nd place from David Yates going through the right-hander at Redgate. Alan Cooper hanging on behind us. Between these 4 now, with just under 3 minutes of this race to go, but it is still Taylor O'Flanagan. Him and Hugo Bush have been swapping places almost for fun in this race. They drop down into the old hairpin once again. Graham McDonald's rather on his own in 5th position behind them. This is a battle further back. We've got Kevin Cooper in there. The number 14 car is Fraser Jones, and on his tail is the black and white machine of James Hall. That's further down the order, outside the top 10 for P19. Those 3 are battling, these 4 are battling it out. Just at the head of this group, we've got the number 33 of Ryan Errol. He's got a track limits penalty incoming though. Here come the leaders. Hugo Bush back in front yet again. Every lap these 2 are It's funny, for the first half of the race, Taylor O'Flanagan was able to hang on, and then since then they've swapped places at least twice every lap.
Yep, and kind of what happens, isn't it, as you give and take a look. Hugo Bush sideways as he clobbered the curb that time. David Yates had to take avoiding action. That's going to give Cooper a run, and McDonald's going to be firmly back in this battle. Wes Payne still looking in middle ground, not able to do anything, and just behind him it's that recovering Cook. And Hoffman is up into 8th place now, but we know that penalty's going to shove him back down. He's starting to get towards the front of this field, but with only a minute and a half left. This is the penultimate lap, isn't it? Graham McDonald's wings still flapping away. It would have been maybe getting close had the circumstances been different, but he's just not going to have the time, and he's got the penalty as well. But O'Flanagan now in 2nd place. Hugo Bush seeing if he can make 2 wins this weekend. Can he make 2 from the 3 out there? Taylor O'Flanagan's also looking to make it 2 from 3. David Yates just trying to recover his race weekend and the final event of the 310R Championship in the 2023 season.
5 cars together then, line astern. We head up into McLean's trying to go around the outside. Is Alan Cooper attacking David Yates, but he's got to be mindful that McDonald has reeled in this group as well. The first 3 absolutely together, line astern. Yellow, red and blue. The yellow of O'Flanagan, the red and grey of Hugo Bush, the blue and white of David Yates. They're starting to weave around now to try and break the toe as they come down to start the final lap. David Yates, could he go for broke up the inside here? Bush has taken the lead. Yates is going to go for 2nd place. Yes, he's through. Taylor O'Flanagan, he's not been out of the top 3 all the way through this race. Been a good, consistent performer by the man based in Hertfordshire. But it's Hugo Bush in the number 22, the man from Guildford in Surrey, who has the lead. David Yates goes to the inside on O'Flanagan, but O'Flanagan sweeps back round the outside and holds that 2nd place. And now McDonald trying to relegate Alan Cooper down to P5, side by side through the crane curves. They're almost touching, they are touching wheels there already. There's been some contact involving McDonald today. There goes, I think that's flapping, it's still there, and there it goes. More contact as they come through the old hairpin.
Didn't look like there was any need for that contact either from where I'm sitting. There was a little bit of gamesmanship going on there, but nevertheless Hoffman has made it up to 7th last time across the line, so making more and more points, plus fastest lap. But again, he's going to have that penalty. Hugo Bush sideways out of McLean's that time. He's lost a bit of momentum as they come. It's going to be feisty into the chicane this time through. Can David Yates make any places up? He's going to see whether he can come at least up 1 more place over the top of Taylor O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush is in the good seats at the moment. There's a yellow flag down into the chicane. That's going to really scupper them if they can't make a move. It looks like Hugo Bush is trying to hold on. Just as they come in, they're going to hit that yellow flag, and they have to run nose to tail as they come into the chicane.
Here they come then through the final chicane. Can't see what the reason for the yellow is, but it's going to be a win for Hugo Bush for the 2nd time this weekend and this season, unless Taylor O'Flanagan can dodge past him on the run to the line to photo finish. Bush got it, I think, by 0.14 of a second. David Yates is 3rd ahead of Alan Cooper, and Graham McDonald got a track limits penalty on the final lap. He drops down to P9, so it's Wes Payne in 5th place ahead of Harry Cook. Good run through by him. Fair play to Andrew Murgatroyd as well, starting from the back of the grid. He ends up in 8th place. Good run through by the 84 car. Ryan Lovett rounds out the top 10 because Hoffman is penalised down to P11. Ryan Errol drops down the timing screen as well. So Hugo Bush the winner by 0.14 of a second. O'Flanagan tried to slipstream him after the chicane, couldn't quite get there alongside. There's still yellow flags out at the chicane. Who hasn't come through? Philip Bianchi hasn't come through, so I think they may have lost the number 92 down there. We couldn't see him on our cameras, so yeah, I assume that's who's gone off there.
Just did the calculations, and it does indeed look like Taylor O'Flanagan that has taken over that 2nd place in the championship there, with his 28 points, just leaving with 3 points clear of Hoffman in the overall running.
Provisional result then: Hugo Bush the winner by 0.14 of a second over Taylor O'Flanagan. David Yates in 3rd, a further 0.3 back. Alan Cooper in 4th ahead of Wes Payne. Good run by him. Then Harry Cook coming through after his problems in race 2 earlier on. Harry Eyre in 7th place, was at one stage a contender for a podium. Andrew Murgatroyd from the penultimate row of the grid up to 8th place. Graham McDonald, 5-second penalty for him, drops him down from 4th place to 9th. Ryan Lovett rounds out the top 10. Hoffman, also with the penalty, ends up in P11, having come through from towards the back. Alan Curtis has to settle for 12th, then Ben Lopez Appleton, Matt Shepherd and Johnny Jarrett rounds out the top 15. We lost Philip Bianchi late on there as well. Pete Wales, Jeff Price and Rob Bullen all retired into the pits. Bullen picking up some damage on the opening lap, and Darrell Cresswell also failing to finish. That concludes the season for the Motor Caterham 7 310R Championship. Then the season finale for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship is coming up shortly. We'll hand down to Sam shortly in Park Ferming.
Wow, that was a fantastic race. I'm still a little bit out of breath because I left my microphone in the garage. So excited about that race. But let's go and have a word with Hugo. Oh, when he gets his helmet off. Actually, while he's still talking, just going to come to Taylor and tell him he's second in the championship.
Yes!
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Yeah, oh, amazing. I didn't think it was possible coming into the weekend, and then obviously instant with Lars and Harry in the first race today. So yeah, it was a playing it safe, trying to string them out and not let Lars catch us kind of race. But yeah, so super happy. It worked out.
Fantastic, and nearly a win as well. I mean, it was almost like last year with you two.
I know. I teed him up. You know, I was going to get the overtake on the last straight and then yellow flag. So yeah. But there you go. I'm super happy anyway.
Well done. Hugo, congratulations. Another win for you. That's awesome this year.
Yeah, so me and Taylor 2 races in a row with yellow flags going into the last corner, so nice to be 1-1, I think.
That's it. I was just saying to Taylor, it's like a glimpse of what was going on last year, wasn't it, in today's race, this weekend?
Yeah, exactly. So if, Dom, you're watching at home, you're missing out, aren't you?
Yeah, you want to be fighting in the mix with you two.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's been a great weekend.
It has, yeah. Nice way to end the season.
Exactly, yeah. Cheers,
well done, Hugo. I've got to speak to David Yates. Well done, guys. David, well done.
Leave it to the last minute, you know. A little bit tired.
Just a bit. That was quite hard work in this heat, and it was fighting every lap, wasn't it?
Every single lap, every bend. Towards the end, I got Alan coming round, attacking me at every corner, and I was like trying to keep an eye ahead whilst keeping an eye behind. Oh, he was still shaking a little bit at the moment.
I'm not surprised, but you've had a lot of bad luck recently as well, so hopefully this makes up for it.
Hopefully this will be the end of it, and we can just now carry on and enjoy some racing.
Yeah, excellent. Well done, congratulations. Podium shortly for these guys, and next is the 270R Championship. So we'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Yep, thanks Sam. We are looking forward to the 270R race, then the final for them over the course of this race weekend here at Donington for the Caterham's 50th birthday celebration festival. And what a festival of Caterham's it has been over the course of this weekend. Really enjoying the action from our 310R grid there. So Taylor Flanagan managing to make it to the second place on the podium, and Lars Hoffman slipping in that final place to third. But we're looking forward to 270R, which has all been wrapped up a bit earlier. Freddie Chiddick's taking it over Charlie Lower, and David Rook securing that third place. And I understand there's a couple of drivers not going to be entered into this race as the last one where they can't make a difference to their championship.
Yes, indeed. And it's actually, well, we should have seen this grid based on the results of the race we saw earlier on, but it's actually the guy who finished fourth, Duncan Mallet, is going to be on pole position. The reason being, Jonathan Ramsey finished third. He got a one-place penalty in that race for overtaking under a yellow flag. And Freddie Chiddick and Matt Larby, who were first and second, have elected to sit this one out. Freddie Chiddick's already celebrating his championship, no doubt. So a couple of other cars are withdrawn as well. Mark Kendall's not coming out for this one, nor is Charlie Vincent, number 88. So a few withdrawals from our Mission Motorsports Caterham 7.270R Championship finale. It will be Duncan Mallet, number 4, who starts on pole, with Jonathan Ramsey, after being penalised one place, starting alongside him. Second row, number 15, James Cook, and 17 of Alex Vincent. There's a bit of recovery, I think, going on at the moment. We had a couple of cars stop out on circuits during the previous race for the 310Rs.
It's interesting though. I can imagine Duncan Mallet is only the third race weekend with the 270s, having not done any other racing for his getting his education sorted and his university career up and running. So fantastic for him to start on that pole position in the 270R class. He doesn't sound intimidated at all though, does he? When we spoke to him earlier on, Sam had a word and he was no, I'm just interested in getting involved and doing my own thing. And it'd be interesting to see whether him and Ben Timmins, because the whole grid is sort of being taken over by the original academy from last last year who've all taken the step, and some of them skipped out road sport, but people like Ben Timmins won the road sport and now are stepping up. So we've got we've got Mallet on the pole position, we've got Ben Timmins on in the third row, and then we've got people like Rog Patke. We're obviously not seeing Matt Larby out there after he's withdrawn, but nevertheless takeover for the road sport and the academy grids.
All I'll say is watch row 11. Charlie Lower is 21st on the grid, and he is going to be angry after what's happened so far this weekend with 2 non-finishers. Watch him fly through this field.
This weekend has not gone Charlie Lower's way. He took the Academy Championship back a few years back, and so he's had that championship taste. Freddie Chiddicks, though, has not yet won a championship, and he has now. He is champion-elect, and after this event is done, he will be reigning the champion for 270. So I'm happy for Freddie. I'm disappointed for the weekend that Charlie Lower's had, and it's been the first time we've seen anything where they haven't really been nose to tail throughout. So Chiddicks isn't even there to race with him in this final race. Let's hope that they take their battle onto 310 and add their championships and skill level to that 310R champion. What an exciting proposition that is for the next year's racing.
So we'll confirm the grid shortly then for our penultimate race of this Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival weekend. We've got the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy to round out the day. So Duncan Mallet will start on the pole, as we mentioned. Jonathan Ramsey will be alongside him. James Cook and Alex Vincent, row 2.
Maybe an opportunity then to call out the champions and the championship positions we've called today so far, as we've pretty much done everything we can to announce championships. But Academy White Group taken by Dan Neal. Istvan Demes takes second place, Adam Keane, and came third. Academy Green Group today, Nick Heighton took the championship over John Emery in a fabulously exciting last corner overtake ahead of Barry Thompson in third. In road sport, we'd already knew that Ben Timmins was there. Lionel Tolmar secured second place over Toby Ballard after a great weekend for him. Freddie Chiddicks, after a disappointing weekend for Charlie Lower, managed to take that championship win, and David Rook came third. Jack Sales, we saw him earlier on taking that 310R championship. Taylor O'Flanagan just leapfrogged Lars Hoffman for second place in that championship. And in the 7 Championship UK, we've also provisionally crowned Lewis Thompson. They've still got a round to go at Silverstone, 22nd, 23rd of September, following the touring cars. But fantastic for all of our champions here today. And we've, like I say, we've got the 270R race still to come, and then we'll also have the Academy Autumn Trophy, which is, let's say, exciting proposition, and what a way to finish off the racing here today.
So awaiting the cars to be released in the assembly area then for our Michelin Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. And then we've just got the Autumn Trophy, a 20-minute race for the Caterham Academy, all in together to go. The grid decided on drivers' fastest lap times from their championship finales earlier on. I'll tell you, it will be Paul Goldstein who will start in pole position for the first time in his career for that one, because he got the fastest lap from either of the 2 races. Slightly different way of deciding the grid. We see it in supercar racing. If you were watching at Snetterton a few weeks ago, the British Supercar Racing Club decided its grid by lap times from the previous race.
Clearly was something out there to tidy away, wasn't there, as through that course of that 310R race. Definitely something to be looked at. We've not seen cars out on track just yet. In fact, as I say that, I now hear them. They are rumbling down and out from the Grand Prix loop, which we're not using this weekend, and out across onto their green flag lap. So here come the 270R race grid then for the final standard championship action for this weekend. But remember, just stick around on the feed afterwards. We've got the Caterham Autumn Trophy to bring you as well, which is always exciting.
Let's have a look at the grid then in full. Mallet and Ramsey on the front row, Cook and Vincent on row 2. Ben Timmins, the road sport champion, on row 3 alongside Peter Mott. Then Rog Patke, who's had a quiet weekend so far, on row 4 alongside Chris Ephraimidis. Giles Perry, number 71, and number 2, Mark Jones, complete the top 10. He could be one to watch, Mark Jones, and off in the early part of race 2, restricting his position. Then on row 6, we've got number 74, which is Alan Venters, alongside 99 Toby Boys. He was dropped back by a track limits penalty in race 2 earlier on. David Rook, third in the championship this year, in row 7 alongside number 6 Marcus Eels. On row 8 we've got the 2 ladies, 65 Lydia Gould and 22 Louise Deason. Row 9, 23 Alan Bateman, 98 Rob Mason, and row 10, 63 Andy Palmer. Number 5 Chris Broom, who ended up in the gravel at the end of race 2. Row 11, that's where we need to keep an eye on. 21 Charlie Lower, if he's there, alongside number 10 Gareth Lucas, James Empson, number 20, and Theo Theato, 72. He's had a very quiet weekend by his usual standards, failed to finish earlier on. And 84 Joe Priday was a first lap casualty when he spun at the Craner curves and was clipped by James Empson in the second race earlier on. He'll start from the back of this 25 car grid.
So how far up can Charlie Lower make it from that position on the row 11 of the grid? How far can he make it through in this field? And is there anyone else going to take the opportunity whilst Charlie Lower is well back there? Is Duncan Mallett going to be able to convert his pole position? We've seen also Ramsey there alongside him in second place. So whilst he was ahead of Duncan Mallett in the last results when we last saw them, he's been moved back after a penalty. Then we obviously have the Cook battle on the in that second row of the grid alongside Alex Vincent and Ben Timmins. He's been showing so much pace and speed alongside Peter Mott in the purple car you can see on the left side of your screen. Let's see whether he can carry that speed and maybe take his maiden victory.
Yeah, I don't normally make bold predictions because I'm wary of putting the curse of the commentator and so on, but I'm going for Ben Timmins in this one.
And I don't think I'd be too far behind you, although Duncan Mallett's definitely from that pole position. He's shown a good heck of speed as well. Head of speed is the word I was looking for then in the number 4 car you can see on the left hand side with the turquoise nose cone, dark blue sort of other colour scheme. Ramsey though was fully involved in that battle last time out and he will be aiming to be fully involved through. But again, you'd never count out Charlie Lower. He's been there once before, and if he is on our grid, I think he is, then why not make it all the way back through to the lead of this race?
This is going to be a very interesting one indeed. We await the red lights to come on then. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 727R Championship Grand Finale about to get underway. Lights go out. Here they go. It's a good start by Duncan Mallett. Decent start by the number 17 of Vincent as well, trying to cut across to the inside. Ben Timmins holding the tight line. It's going to be Duncan Mallett who just about has the lead. Into Redgate, Ben Timmins up the inside. James Cook has got away into second place, the number 15. It's side by side between Ramsey. We've got cars going everywhere. Further back, there's a spin across the track where Louise Deason is involved. Can't quite see the number of the other cars in the gravel there. It's a black car, I can tell you that. Down they come into the old hairpin for the first time. The glare of the sun making it a little tricky to identify cars through there. Louise Deason survived that. She's there in the number 70, the number 22. 72 to the head of her is Theo Theato. Watch for him coming through. A very quick driver on his day. As they come through, it looks like it is Ben Timmins who has taken up the lead.
What an amazing move from far down on the grid there, sort of starting sort of 5th or 6th, wasn't he, on the grid. Now he's straight up into the lead of this race, showing his intent and the speed that he's got in his purple machine. Ahead of Duncan Mallett then. These two would have been going at academy level together. And just behind them we've got Cook looking to see how he can convert. He wants a good weekend result from the tail end of this Donington Park Festival 50th birthday celebrations.
David Rook up the inside, attacking the 71 of Giles Perry. Didn't quite get the overlap through there. There's Gareth Lucas with the green wheels. Ben Timmins just ahead of Duncan Mallett. Here comes Alex Vincent down the inside, attacking James Cook. Next is Jonathan Ramsey, the number 14. They swing their way through. Rog Patke with a better getaway this time, the former Academy champion. There's that car that's in the gravel on the first corner. It's Andrew Palmer, number 63. That has gone off there.
Charlie Lower up 8 places into 12th, so he has made a great deal of progress in that early round. So say Andy Palmer, they're a bit stranded. They're going to try and push or grab him out of the gravel, clearly beached down there. So not a good start for Andy Palmer in this final race of the season, and I think that will be his race over as he's receiving assistance from the marshals. They'll sort of drag him off the circuit. So they head up then into McLean's for the second time. Ben Timmins heads this field. Still Duncan Mallett in that second place, and he's still ahead of Cook, and then it is the number 17 of Alex Vincent's made his way up into that 4th place, and following along with that Union Jack liveried on the back of his car as they head down then into the Roberts chicane. It's going to be a side by side between Mallett and Timmins. Mallett's got a bit of a momentum around the outside. Timmins is going to go for the late brakes. He does. He makes a move further down, and Ben Mallett has to settle for that 3rd place. Cook there, Vincent, then Ramsey, who's dropping away a little bit in this early phases.
Union Jack on there, James Cook's car. It's the Welsh flag on there, the number 15.
Vincent's car has got a Union flag, a green Union flag on the back of Vincent's car.
Yes, it has, of course. My apologies. It is late in the day there. Sorry about that. It's Timmins that leads the way. There's yellow flags out at Redgate because we've got the telehandler dragging Andy Palmer out of the gravel there. A couple of other big winners on that first lap. Charlie Lower, we mentioned, gained 8 places. Also, Gareth Lucas gained 8 places, and Theo Theato gained 9. He's up into the top 15 now as well. Things have settled down a little on that second lap. There is Charlie Lower in the number 21 car. He's up to P11. He's gained 10 places so far then, trying to chase down this lead group heading up into McLean's corner. Change for the lead. Duncan Mallet has come through ahead of Ben Timmins, the two relative newcomers to the 270R category. It's Duncan Mallet's third meeting, Ben Timmins first. James Cook in there in third place with the number 15 car, still looking for his first podium of the season. Chased by Alex Vincent, looking for his best ever result. He's down in P15 in the points coming into this round, so he could get his maiden podium here if he plays his cards
Got
right.
ahead of steam, just about manages to get it all stopped behind Timmins there. He was awfully close to whacking the rear panel of Ben Timmins there and bursting his radiator. Did well to just about hang on to the brakes with a little bit of a lock-up. Cook, though, back up his inside, and Ramsey still trying to figure out where he fits into this mix at the moment. Rog Patke coming up in his pink machine on the inside there and actually making good manoeuvres down the inside of Jones, I think that is. We said Mark Jones might be one to watch, but at the moment he's not able to make that move forward and just yet, and it's not going to be too long before Charlie Lowe. He's made another place up that lap. He's up into 10th place, so he's at the rear of this long chain of cars that is continuous all the way to the front of the field. Duncan Mallet, though, headed them as they went over the line, but it's Timmins as they head down into the old hairpin this time through. Fastest lap, this Empson has got that currently.
He's in P17, James Empson, recovering after retirement in race 2 after some contacts with Joe Priday. Joe Priday's down in P25. In fact, is he out there? No, I don't think he is. He's retired again. Duncan Mallet leads, but has got a 10-second penalty. Duncan Mallet being adjudged to have jumped the start, unfortunately.
I was watching Duncan Mallet out the window, and he was definitely, his car was creeping, unfortunately. Sometimes when they get creeping, and if you don't press the brake before the lights go out, that will be adjudged to jump start. He was in front of his box by the time the lights went out. So unfortunately, I did see it. I didn't say anything on their stream just in case there was nothing to be done on it, but car was definitely rolling forward. Unfortunate on this slight downhill start-finish straight.
Yeah, so bad luck to Duncan Mallet. He's in second place there, but a 10-second penalty. That's a very, very big penalty in Caterham racing. That'll drop him right down, possibly down to outside the top 20. We'll see how things play out as the race goes on. Still got 14 minutes left to go. There's Theo Theato charging his way through the field up on the inside of Giles Perry in the DPR Motorsport number 71. Gareth Lucas just ahead of them. Down the hill they come. Duncan Mallet will continue the fight. Ben Timmins, who's got the lead now, sliding wide there. I think that was Mallet who slid out there onto the curbs at the old hairpin. There is Toby Boys. Duncan Mallet has rejoined just in front of Rog Patke. There's dust being kicked up a little bit further back there as well.
I think that was Boys getting squeezed onto the grass as Lower was on the charge through the field there. And there is the Lower. He's ahead of that whole pack that he was slightly behind. Gareth Lucas is tailing that pack, but Charlie Lower has moved up another number of places that time through. He was 2 places over the line, but I think he's another 4 places forward as we see him coming up here into Coppice. We're going to see him towards the top 5 very shortly.
Here they come then down towards the chicane once again, trying to move out wide. Alex Vincent looking to take the lead of a 270R race for the first time in his career. Jonathan Ramsey back up into third ahead of James Cook as over the line they come.
Mallet's dropped a long way back. We didn't see where that happened. Maybe he was part of that grassy experience. Gareth Lucas over the grid, but you can see it's now Charlie Lower ahead of Mallet.
Yeah, Mallet ran wide at the old hairpin. That's dropped him down the order into 7th place. We saw Gareth Lucas run wide there as well on the chicane. So things are going from bad to worse for Duncan Mallet, unfortunately, in this race as the leaders nose to tail head down the hill. Alex Vincent briefly led at the line, the number 17, the man from Marple in Cheshire. But Ben Timmins now back ahead. He comes from Chelmsford in Essex in his purple machine. Up there in 3rd place, Jonathan Ramsey. Then it's Cook and Mark Jones in number 2 starting to come on strong in this group as well. Charlie Lower, though, is tailing them and closing fast.
Absolutely, and here, again, as I often say, play that Jaws music, because here he comes. He's across that gap almost, bringing everyone else with him as well. All the other cars clinging on to his coattails and dragging themselves forward with the extra speed of that 21 car that's on an absolute mission to try and end this season with that win. As the number 84 there, Friday, is making a little bit of progress up through the field then, as he heads on down. Timmins, though, leading them into the chicane this time. Vincent seeing whether he can hold on. He does hold on over above Ramsey. That was very tight going through the middle there. It's Cook next up. Jones is in the queue, and there comes Aloha. He's up early with them now, and so is Mallet. He's brought Mallet right back into this action. You know he's got the 10 seconds, but still, the car's still on track, and he still will be part of this battle.
Goodness me, he nearly put the ram into Ramsey there, didn't he? Look at this, they squeeze around Mark Jones. Where did he come from there up the inside? James Cook around the outside, and Ramsey got swallowed up there in the middle of all that. Look at this down the hill. Ben Timmins is escaping in the lead. Everybody else is trying to be second. What order are they going to come out in here as they go into the old hairpin this time?
That was 3x3 going through Hollywood. That never works out. I have no idea how they managed to make that work. That's like the parade from the cars that we saw yesterday for all the sevens, as they went 3x3 going through the top of that field. But off we go up the hill then, and yeah, see whether Lower can make it back. And it would be a nice story and a nice finish for this weekend, which has been a bit torrid for him as far as the championship goes. But it is Timmins who's escaping a little bit over the top of Alex Vincent in that third place, and is it still Mark Jones in that second place? So Cook still holding on, but there is the 21 of Charlie Lower, now fifth in that queue. Vincent ducks out around Mark to see whether he can get past Jones along this straight, and it's going to go 4-5 wide as we head down into the chicane this time.
Goodness me, Charlie Lower trying to get up the outside there. Jones holds the place, Vincent in behind him, then it's Cook, then it's Charlie Lower. This is incredible stuff for second place, but Ben Timmins being allowed to escape as a result of all this frantic fighting. Apologies to Joe Priday, by the way. I did say that I hadn't seen him on the grid, but he is there. He's in P15. I'm making a right mess of this in this penultimate race of the day here at Donington Park. As they head over the line here come the leaders down towards the Craner curves. It is still Ben Timmins leads the way. That's the pairing of, I think that's Jones and Vincent in second and third. We said Mark Jones might be one to watch in this race. Everybody else is then trying to be fourth. Things just beginning to break apart. There's Ramsey just ahead of James Cook as they head up towards McLean's once again, through the left at Schwantz curve, up the hill into the right-hander at McLean's. It's Timmins still a few car lengths clear. Jones in second place and Alex Vincent in third.
We're only just over halfway through this race. We can do this. We can make it to the end. Come on, let's go. 9 minutes of this race left to go. Timmins has broken clear, but can he stay clear? We've not seen anyone manage it this whole weekend, and it doesn't look like he's going to. Mark Jones firmly in his wheel tracks. You can see visibly the car closing up as they head down the exhibition straight this time through. Vincent still holding on to that third place, but there is Charlie Lower into fourth place. Another position made up late in the race, using every single last bit of track. Vincent there, a little bit of track limits as well, just of a good measure, but he's holding on in there at the moment. Mark Jones defending down the inside. Charlie Lower's found a Charlie Lower shaped hole. He's going to go down the inside of Vincent as they head into Redgate this time, as the rest of the field flan out, and there is Theato also making a good progress up, and he's alongside Mott, who's had a great weekend really, but he just hasn't had so many of the finishing results that he needs. A little bit of a wing flap there. So who was that? Is that Mark Jones with a bit of wing flap as he goes down there? But was it Charlie Lower? Did he make it into that second place? It's really difficult to see with the win as it is. No, it's Mark Jones in second place, so it's Timmins out front, Mark Jones in second, and did Lower make it up into third?
We'll have a look as they come towards McLean's this time. Very tricky to see with the low sun here at Donington Park, as you can appreciate. Mark Jones has just taken the lead away at Schwanzker from Ben Timmins. It is Lower up into third ahead of Alex Vincent. 8 minutes of this race still to go. Charlie Lower's going to be all over the leaders like a rash very shortly. But Mark Jones, it is who leads, and from Crawley in Sussex in car number 2. He's yet to score. No, he has scored a podium this year. That was in race 2 at Snetterton. He got a third place, his first podium of the season. He wants his first win here, but he's attacking Ben Timmins down into the chicane. Ben Timmins cuts across. I thought there was going to be big contact there.
It was close, wasn't it? There wasn't much in it, and Mark Jones did see the car coming across. He just had the momentum as they went into that corner, and he absolutely assertively pushed his car across. Mark Jones probably had to just get off the throttle a little bit, and that's compromised him on the way out. Charlie Lower seeing if he can swoop around the outside, but all he does is leave the door a little bit open for Vincent, but he's got a nice little momentum that should be able to hold Vincent off as they go down to the Craner curves this time. Timmins showing that he's not scared of this group of drivers, is he? He's actually inserted himself there. He's ready to take them the racer. His break time's over. He had a little bit of a breather while he had a bit of a gap behind him, but now he's going to have to get himself back in race mode and seeing what he can do, and showing there that he's not lost any of that fight that he took to the Road Sport Championship this year.
Ben Timmins, you wouldn't know it was his first weekend racing in the 270R, having upgraded his road sports car, and he will certainly be a championship favourite if he does go fully into the 270R Championship for the full season in 2024. Two groups of four at the front of the field. Now this is the second of them. Cook, Ramsey, David Rook in the number 45, and Duncan Mallet. We know he's carrying that penalty, but he will race on to the checkered flag. Here comes Mark Jones trying to make a move for the lead as they head down towards the chicane for what will be the 10th time this time through in this incredible finale for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Mark Jones retakes the lead in car number 2, looking for his maiden win. Third place is Charlie Lower, started back in 21st on the grid, up into P3, chased by Alex Vincent. Now the second group is towing up onto the back, and it's going to be 8 cars for the lead very shortly. James Cook having a look down the inside. Is that Charlie Lower there in third? Yes, it is, on the tail of Jones as Ben Timmins retakes the lead once again. This is brilliant battling, 8 of them going at it for the lead, and there could be a couple more closing up because Theo Theato is now through into P9, and Toby Boy is completing the top 10.
Got to imagine that Lowe has overtaken the most cars in this weekend, having had to come from the back of the grid at least a couple of times, and then when he's got to the front, still overtaking many more times. So he's definitely been passed and been passing by cars more than many will have done this race weekend, and that's saying something in a Caterham weekend, isn't it? But I think he was looking for second place, and in fact has inserted himself into that second place at the moment. So he's moved all the way from near the back of the field up into second place now. So Mark Jones has to settle and look to the rear panel of the quad lock sponsored Charlie Lower as they head up around Coppice this time through. Timmins so heads this field and has done for the majority of the race. Can he hold on for the last 5 minutes?
Well, Charlie Lower in race 2 earlier on from position 29 up to position 1 briefly. He's gone from position 21 in car number 21 in position 2 at the moment, and running wide. Oh my goodness!
Big accident for Ramsey.
Massive accident at the chicane. That was Jonathan Ramsey.
Yeah, Ramsey.
That'll be a red flag straight away.
Yeah, red flag for this race. A big accident there. Contact through the middle of the chicane, and the car sent barrelling over a top and sits on top of the barrier. So a big accident there. We will wait to hear news from everyone and before we feedback.
Ironic, isn't it? You get to the very end of the day before all the first race has gone on. That was a quite spectacular accident that was Alison Sway's driving
Okay, the red flag is out here at Donington Park following a big accident at the chicane in our Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270R Race 3 involving number 14 Jonathan Ramsey. We can tell you Jonathan is out of the car. There he is on the left hand side of your screen talking to the medics, but thankfully Jonathan appears to be okay. That is full credit to the strength of the car and to the circuit environment here at Donington. That was a major rollover.
Yep, the drivers, having come around through that chicane, won't like to have seen that either. They'll be glad to see that he's sat on the edge of the course there. We will be waiting to hear to see whether they're going to get this race back up and running. They still have 5 minutes left on the clock, and they may well bring it back up to another 5 minutes for Dash to the Line, or they may call it at this point, depending on the timescales and how long they think it might take to clean up that accident. But good to see Ramsey out the car with the medics, chatting away, helmet off, and whilst obviously not happy that he's been in an accident, great to see him sat there on the edge of the track. A bit of a contact through the middle of the chicane, just sending him into that barrel roll, and yeah, a big accident, but good to see him sat there. We will feed back as soon as we hear a bit more about what they're going to do about restarting this 270R championship.
Screen shows the check flag has been not literally but figuratively waved. So that's the end of the race. There won't be a restart for the 270R, and finishing positions will be a lap back from those that we have on our screen. So we have to wait for the timekeepers to do their calculations. And with the mood changing on some occasions 2-3 times a lap, it's very difficult to remember now who was leading across the line on the lap in question. Certainly it was between Jones and Timmins on those last couple of laps. Charlie Lowe was just coming into the picture, and Alex Vincent had been in there. He may well have been up in the top 3 on that particular lap before the red flag went out, so we'll have to wait for those official results to be issued. The most important good news is that although the driver has been walked to the ambulance, he was walking, and the medical crews attended to him, but seemingly okay to walk. After that really quite spectacular rollover, which is currently being recovered. Yes, almost since they began racing them, about these roller phases. It just shows how important they are. Yes, over the years, I've seen some really high speed, particularly trucks at high speed, end-over-end rollover accidents and the car contact with no wheels, but the driver is protected within the very comprehensive roll cage. So comprehensive that I think I drove one once at the Silverstone driving centre place, and I'm driving within the thing. It's a real work of art to jump in and out of these Caterhams. Oh, wriggle in and out. Yes. So the car's being led away. It doesn't result, I assume. Well, I've said that we'll get no result yet because they put this back in, right? We're back, there's so many rule changes. Well, more tyre ball repair required, but again, the tyre ball doing its job of absorbing the violence of the accident. Well, I don't think it's going to be too long before we're ready to go for the final race. The scheduled start time for which was 17:55, which it is now. But with that now, the stage starts making before. So let's have a look at this very large entry. You've got your own grid there, as you know, yes. So they've done it on what basis? The driver's fastest lap in this particular race? Yes, that's right. And the second race was quicker than the first. So the fastest lap in the first race, the driver is who is right rather than green. Yes, is that somewhere? I think they're on your pile. Quite a challenge to find. Should be. What is that short? Still looking for the result, but we're calling out Henry Speaks had the fastest lap in the first race and he's 9th on the grid, so the first 8 fastest times were set by race 2. So it's not finishing positions, it's fastest lap time. Fastest lap time, yes, because Nick Hyde won that one, didn't he? Yeah. Paul Goldstein starts from pole because he had the fastest lap of all in that second race.
Well, it looks as though the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship finale has been declared, because the cars have been taken into Parc Fermé. Barriers being repaired, Jonathan Ramsey's car being retrieved. Jonathan has been taken to the medical centre for a checkup as a precaution. Provisionally, the race win will go to number 2, Mark Jones, ahead of Ben Timmons and Charlie Lower, but we'll confirm that officially when we have that confirmed. There you can see Jonathan Ramsey's car.
You can see that safety cell and the drivers and the rollover cage there, giving him the space that he was able to jump out, even though he ended up upside down on those barriers. It's exactly what you don't want to do, but the car will have its various bits returned back to the pit lane. But it is a conclusion of the 270R race there with them back in Parc Fermé. That is, they're just trying to work out what the actual result of the race was. They have to figure out when exactly the red flag went out and what that means as far as dialing back the results. And I'm dialing back, and who finished actually, who's confirmed to have finished where. So we'll wait for confirmation of what that result is in the 270R, and then once this barrier and the tidy-up's been completed and Ramsey's car's safely back in the paddock area, we should be good to get going with the Academy, the Autumn Trophy race. An exciting proposition for all our Autumn Trophy drivers. They'll be safely in the sort of assembly area, so they won't see any of this on our screens now, which would be unsettling to say the least, I would say, to our drivers. So good to have them in assembly away from this, and we'll get this all tidied up and ready to grid them up for their Autumn Trophy race. All right, I think Sam is now down in Parc Ferme, and we can find out what the results of that 270R race were. So we'll find out here with you today. We watch and present the trophies.
So we're going straight into the podium for this one. So hopefully we'll grab a interview with them afterwards. So in third place is Charlie Lower. Second place, Ben Timmons. What a drive from him in his first weekend in 270s.
And first place for the Mark!
Mark Jones wins. They might spray champagne though, so I'm going to stay away from that, but then I will go in for an interview. But we're also going to be getting Freddie Chiddicks up on the podium as well, I believe. Moving back, move back, so that we don't get covered in champagne. Whoa, that cork came all the way over here. And here we go, we're going to award our champion with his big board. Oh, they're going to do a group driver shot first, so I'll hopefully grab an interview after that, if the Autumn Trophy race hasn't come onto the grid.
all right.
What a lovely shot. They're all messing around now. Right, I'm going to dive in there. Ben, quick word from you, Ben. Congratulations on like a fantastic drive this weekend and your first outing in the 270. I mean, you nearly had that win, didn't you? And you were determined as well.
I was. I feel like I've been super close each race. First two wasn't meant to be and just ended up being pushed off track, but you know, that's what comes with racing. And then like that last one there, I let Mark through on the one lap that we got rolled back to. But most importantly, I hope obviously the driver is okay, and also the marshals have been absolutely legends. So it's been so hot in the car. It's been so difficult. So I don't know how they do it. But no, it's been good. Everyone's been very, very warm in the welcome, but it's a very, very intense level of racing.
He's been amazing.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. But no, it's great. I'm looking forward to going again next year, very much so.
Got a long wait now, haven't we?
Well, it is a long time, but you know, lots of testing to do over winter. But I think most importantly, I'm looking forward to just not having a race every 2 weeks. It feels like at the moment. It's been very, very intense.
It's quite intense, isn't it?
Yeah, it's proper packed calendar, but it's been really, really great. You know, obviously everyone around the paddock's amazing. So yeah, it's been really good fun. Looking forward to going again next year.
Excellent. We can't wait either.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Well done. Well, actually, all the drivers have now disappeared. I just see Mark Jones go off on a golf buggy down there. But the autumn trophy cars are out on the track. So we'll head back to Chris and Dave for a run through of that.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Sam. It is time for our last race of the weekend here at Donington Park. It is the Autumn Trophy for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy. It does feel a bit autumnal now the sun has sunk lower in the sky here at Donington. And we have got no fewer than 38 cars scheduled to take part in this race. This is going to be fun. It is the white versus green group. It's not a team race officially, but they'll probably treat it as such knowing them. And it's cars from the green group that have locked out the first 4 rows of the grid. So Paul Goldstein set the fastest lap in the green group race, so he takes pole position with Nick Heighton alongside him. Row 2, Barry Thompson and Barry Hanif. Jonathan Emery and Henry Morris will start on row 3. Megan Bruce and Arif Hanif on row 4. Then we've got the first 2 cars from the white group. Henry Speaks on row 5, got fastest lap in their race, starts alongside Paddy Cunningham in number 89 to complete the top 10 on this huge grid. Row 6 we've got number 2 Matthew Kirtland and number 19 Lee James. Row 7 62 Graham Handy and 21 Orlando Morris. Row 8 number 30 Gerthet Ducey and 55 Istvan Demesh. Row 9, number 13, Jack English and 88, Adam Keane. On the 10th row, 23, Sheraz Ramzan and 76 on Monty Hyde. Row 11 is number 18, Ollie Brown, alongside 34, Rob Cowan. Now, row 12, we've got number 28, Dan Neal, quite a way down for one of our championship contenders from earlier on, alongside the 17 of Andrew Porter. Row 13, Chris Coates, number 25, alongside 96, David Jarvis. Then Joel Meyer-Potts and Andrew McKee. And we've got row 15 is Tim Payne and Chris Tuck. Row 16 is Neville Sykes and Miles Aine. And we'll quickly go through these because the cars are already on the grid. Row 17, Dean Pollan and Anthony Nichols. Row 18, Neil Bell and Brian Joyce. And at the back, Andrew Miles and Anne Hall.
38 cars to make up this autumn trophy then. The white group and the green group, they're getting ready to start the race now. The lights won't be long away, but 38 cars are going to be ready to set sail on their autumn trophy. 20 minutes race for them. Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be white group? Is it going to be green group? It's an awful lot of cars to get through here as we see them all still. In fact, they're all still trying to work out how to get themselves lined up. It's not an easy task, is it? We've seen it's a bit complicated through the course of this race weekend, but a 20-minute race for them to set off on the Adrian Flux Academy Autumn Trophy.
Well, They're struggling to line up at the back. There's no points on this. This is their end of season thrash around Donington Park. This is going to be an absolute free-for-all. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's going to be hard picking out. We've been so used to seeing them all race independently. This is their first time they've actually come together and will race all as one. And like you say, no points on offer, no nothing other than a trophy and the honours of taking the autumn trophy, but another chance to get out on track, and why wouldn't you do that? This is the tail end to their academy season. All of them were brand new racing drivers at the start of this year, and how far have they all come along then into the new as become racing drivers, and they just work out where they're going to sit on this grid. But it's fantastic to see them all out here in the tail end as the sun was setting on this Donington Park weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend's racing. Green flag showing towards the rear of the pack there. In fact, no, there's cars still moving around as the red
red light's
anyway.
coming on. Here we go then. We said this is going to be a bit of a free-for-all. Here we go. Cars everywhere towards the back of the grid. Paul Goldstein in pole position for the first time in his career. He leads off down towards Redgate for the first time in the gold car. Side by side for second place, Barry Thompson with the red windscreen coming through there into second place. Now, are they all going to make it round Wedgate? My voice has gone complete.
They have made it wound Wedgate for the first time as they head on down through Hollywood, down through the Craner curves and over that piece of dirt and dust that was there before. They're still finding it a little bit tricky to find that apex, but this swarm of Caterhams, I'm not sure what the collective term for a Caterham is, but they head down through here, through this late evening sunshine. It'll be the last action we have for you this racing weekend. 20 minutes of action from all these Caterhams. Who's going to come out top? As I said, it's Goldstein at the moment who heads this field, and can he take that first and inaugural victory out front? He didn't even use the full width of the track there, so intensity and defending up the inside, and I think that's a statement of intent from our lead group there, that they just will not let that inside line go, and it'll be not until we get to the start-finish straight that we're going to find out exactly what order everybody's in.
How about a slipstream of Caterhams? I quite like the sound of that. So Goldstein leads the way, Barry Thompson in second, it's Barry Hanif up there in third, we've got Jonathan Emery in fourth position, that's Nick Hyton in there with the yellow windscreen tucked in behind Henry Morris. Megan Bruce up there behind them. Much better start than she made in her championship finale earlier on. She's got Arif Hanif on her tail as they go over the line. Goldstein leads the way, heading into the setting sun in his glittering gold car. Love the wrap on that machine. As they head round Redgate for the second time. He leads Barry Thompson by 0.4 of a second. Barry Hanif is in third place. Then Jonathan Emery in fourth position. Are we going to see a first-time winner? Goldstein under pressure from Barry Thompson as they head down the slope, down the Craner curves into the old hairpin. The drivers have loved their inaugural season of motor racing, and they're aiming to go out on a high here.
I'd love to see Megan Bruce do this and push it to the front of this grid. She's had a lot of momentum in the tail end of this season, and what a way this would be to highlight and bookend her season up to try and get up there. 7th place at the moment, see whether she can make any progress forward. But Goldstein currently heads it over Thompson and Barry Hanif and Emery. So Hyton is still behind his championship rival that he beat over the top of Emery. Emery looking to see whether he can recover some of that pain that he felt a little bit earlier in his 4th place currently in the purple machinery, to see whether he can in fact he's in 3rd place and coming out to the outside of Thompson and Goldstein as they head into that the Rumson chicane, the chicane as they come through this time, holding on just there. A little bit cautious, aren't we, just watching that grass tracking as they use every single last bit of this circuit. But it's Goldstein that comes over the line again, Thompson in 2nd, Emery in 3rd, Barry Hanif is in 4th, and it's Morris and then Hyton. Bruce still in that 7th.
Megan Bruce having up the inside there to take P6 away from the new group champion Nick Hyton there. There is Paddy Cunningham, the number 89, putting Arif Hanif under pressure. They're just ahead there of, I think that's Orlando Morris. Next in the order, side by side, down the Craner curve. Somehow Paul Goldstein able to hold his lead there over Barry Thompson. I think that's Hanif still in 3rd position. No, it's Emery that's got through now into 3rd, of course, ahead of Barry Hanif. I will apologise, I'm struggling. It's been a very tiring weekend.
It's been an awfully long day. We've been chatting away about Caterham action, and you know how fraught that is. Oh, we've got cars on the gravel there. That's Goldstein disagreeing with Barry Thompson about who owned that bit of tarmac, and Goldstein's finding himself on the dust, dirt and gravel. That's going to promote everyone up, including Megan Bruce and Hyton, into those top-paying positions. So let's see where they come over. I think that's Megan in about 5th place now as they head up around. A little bit of, you can see both of his rear wings. I think they've had a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there as they head over. but it's Emery who leads that. Can he seal his weekend with a bit of a better news with the leader of this autumn trophy, as the others come flying through the chicane this time through. The number 11 there of Barry Hanif still looking slightly out of control and wayward, isn't he? But it's Heighton also involved in that, and whereas Cunningham is the first of the other group champions, the white group champions, and he's down in about 10th place.
Here they come then down into Redgate. Barry Hanif having a go at Henry Morris for second. Nick Heighton up there in fourth position. Next through, we've got Megan Bruce up in the top 5. Goldstein still going despite that bit of damage in 6th. Then it's Arif Hanif. Barry Thompson still there in 8th. Then Cunningham and Orlando Morris rounding out the top 10 places. Henry Speaks, our earlier race winner, is only down in P13 as well. First white group car is Paddy Cunningham. Not that it matters in this one, of course. It's the green group who are holding bragging rights at the moment if this was an inter-team competition, which it is not. This is just a bit of fun for the end of the season for these drivers. Jonathan Emery out in front at the moment. Goldstein's got some tyre rub off that damaged wing, but it's still going. Hope it's not going to burst the tyre and put him out of the race. It'd be great if everybody could finish this final race of the season.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants to see, and certainly you don't want to end with any kind of damage. A bit of damage there to the rear, the wings of Goldstein's car, but yeah, the tyre rub only seems to appear when you're going to the left-hand side, so hopefully not too much of a problem. There's Megan Bruce looking to the outside down to the chicane over the top of Barry, but not able to make it stick, so she's made another position up over Heighton, our new champion, and 89 there is also Cunningham. That is our first of the white group cars, moving his way up a little bit further up the order this time, but Megan Bruce in that 4th place, seeing whether she can make the podium of the Autumn Trophy. Looking down the inside then of Hanif into Redgate, does make it alongside. We'll see whether she can have any momentum on the way out of the corner as we watch Cunningham, our white group leader. You can't see at the moment whether there's whether we've made it through for Megan Bruce. I think she might be in 3rd place there. Let's have a look as they come down the hill.
Elliot, ignore class leaders in this one, it doesn't matter.
See that tyre rub there for Goldstein as he went through the left-hander of the Craner curves heading down the hill, and just ahead of him it's Arif Hanif, so the two Hanif brothers figuring fairly high up in this autumn trophy so far, as the smoke of that tyre just sort of leaves a little bit of a mist, as you can see this long train of cars heading off all the way up around Redgate as the leaders come out of McLean's. They really are stretched out over this 2-mile Donington National Circuit. There's Thompson. You saw Lewis Thompson, his son, taking the champion-elect position from the 420Rs, the 7 Championship UK, the British Caterham champion. So he's trying to put on a good show himself, currently finding himself in 8th after contact. We've got number 19 spun out the chicane. That looks like out the chicane, so a little bit of an issue there. Marshall's pointing to one side to keep the cars away from them.
Yes, Lee James stuck there on the inside where Stephen Trinder went off earlier on in the Mag 7's race. Yellow flags out at the chicane. Then here comes Megan Bruce up the outside on Henry Morris now trying to take 2nd place away, making up for a slightly disappointing run earlier. Megan, who finished one of the races at Snetterton. In fact, the red flag is coming out because of that car stuck at the chicane. There's 12 minutes 42 seconds left on the clock, so we'll almost certainly get a restart here.
The restart will happen. They will sort of grid them up. It won't be a complete restart. They will dial it back a lap from that red flag when it got shown. They didn't all complete that lap, so Megan Bruce unfortunately will probably end up back in 5th place or so, as that's where I think she crossed the line the last time the whole field went through. But look at this train of cars. The reason that they can't really clear that car is because the train of cars is so long. There's no gap where there are no cars going past the point where the car is stuck currently, and with marshals in the line of fire, they've decided a red flag is the better option. We're still clear of curfew, I think, at the moment. Curfew is at 7 o'clock this evening, so we've still got a little bit of time left before we have to clear the track and stop at any action. So they've taken the opportunity to red flag. They will pull round then back to the start-finish straight. They'll get gridded up in the right order. It'll take a little while to sort that out. It won't take too long to clear that car, though, because it's right by the pit entrance.
Simple push into the pit lane, hopefully, for Lee James there. A couple of cars have pulled into the pit lane as well. Following that, Dan Neal was one of them. A few highlights of that race so far. Jonathan Emery trying to get round the outside on the chicane, attacking Barry Thompson. That took Barry Hanif wide onto the grass. There's the clash between Barry Thompson and Goldstein. It looks as though Barry Thompson tried to go through on the inside. There wasn't enough room, and they clashed rear wheels there. Barry Thompson had his rear wheels off the deck at one point through there. That's allowed a swathe of cars to come through, and Jonathan Emery to take the lead of the race. Now, this is what happened to Lee James. He got caught up with Henry Speaks. Oh, he tags Dan Neal. That's why Dan Neal's in the pit lane. And then into the tyre wall. That car stood up very well to that because there's no real visible damage on that car when it came to rest.
Yeah, we hadn't realised it was quite that significant, and also taking out Neil as well. So that won't be the way he wanted to end that race. It was a similar accident to start with, wasn't it? With just the drifting over the edge of the curb and the grass not offering up the connection. So yeah, so Neil there losing a wing at least, and maybe a little bit of damage there to the rear of that car that you need to get fixed.
Full credit and great reaction from the marshals there, who had the yellow and green flags in the air even before those two cars had hit each other.
Yep, again, thank you ever so much for all the efforts of the marshals this weekend. They've had a bit of a busy end to this weekend, haven't they? Putting cars and getting everything tidied away. There's the ambulance back on site, ready to just check on the drivers. He's just getting out now. Again, it's whilst even a low-speed accident, if the wheel gets caught and you get your thumb caught in the steering wheel, it can be an issue. We tell all our drivers to make sure they let go of the steering wheel before hitting anything. But sometimes it's not obvious it's going to happen, and sometimes your reactions is not quick enough to get that certain. So we're just getting they're kind of waving the cars on as like they're going to just get them into a position where they can quickly line them up. They've got plenty of marshals there ready to line them up into the grid, and we'll just make sure that all our drivers are okay. Like I say, we've seen already earlier in the year, Rook had what was quite a speedy crash into the barriers at Thruxton, but he unfortunately got his thumb caught, and it hurt him, so he's still suffering a little bit from that, but it will be back and fixed, and it didn't seem to slow him down anyway. But nevertheless, it's a lesson that all our drivers have to learn, and hopefully that's all that we're talking about at the moment as we get the drivers clear and maybe back down to pit lane.
Okay, so we'll bring you news on a restart as and when we receive it. The car's being held on the grid at the moment while Lee James gets a quick check over from the medical staff. See there Lee James's car, looks like front suspension deranged, missing a headlight as well, but not too much damage there. It stood up well to that impact with the tyre wall. Lee James just being taken for a check-up by the medics there. White group driver from Hereford. Telehandler being brought in because of the damage to the front suspension there, means it can't be wheeled away. We're back underway just as soon as we can. A few repairs to the tyre wall as well, and we await news on the length of a restart for this Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy.
Then we'll have the gold car of Paul Onside, number 12, and then I can't see the number, but it's the swirly black and white one, which is 79, Barry Thompson. Right, that's row 4. Row 5 is 89.
Okay, looks like we are now almost ready for a restart then. The restart will be 10 minutes for the Caterham Autumn Trophy. It will be Jonathan Emery on pole with Henry Morris alongside him. The cars in the order that they were in when the red flag went out. Second row, Barry Hanif and Megan Bruce. Third row, it's the number 78 of Nick Heighton. Alongside him is Arif Hanif. Good weekend so far for the Hanif brothers. And Paul Goldstein, his mechanic, just removing that errant rear wing, so it won't be rubbing on his tyre. You can just see him walking across there in the black shirt.
It's Darren Phillips, the head of the repair squad for Caterham, who look after all of these academy cars. So he's out there making sure they're all in one piece.
You must have a collection of those wings.
I tell you what, the mechanics were pretty sick of putting new ones on. As I spoke to them last night, as drivers we push the limits out here on track all the time, and Darren pushed the limits of his curry eating ability, taking something that was a little bit too hot and spicy on the Friday night meal, but sweating away, but he got through it in the end, and he is here to tell the tale as well. But he was certainly giving it all that before we started eating, and after that he went very, very quiet. But we are here for the Autumn Trophy 10-minute race then, to conclude the action here from the Caterham 50th birthday celebrations, as we watch them just getting all these amazing number of cars. There's still a lot of cars to get onto the grid, so it's still going to be quite a few minutes, but like I say, curfew's not until 7 o'clock, and so we've got a little bit of time to get the last 10 minutes of this action to go, and hopefully we will see the conclusion. And Megan Bruce moving up into that what is going to be fourth place on the grid as last time through, so see whether she can do it. And as he said, the Hanif brothers have been fully involved at the front. It's been very green car focused, but as the white group were sort of starting to make a little bit of a progress as we came to before we stopped, and I can see Keane sort of firmly in the middle of that pack there in the number 80 at the green car.
What do you call the colour of that car?
It's almost like an RAF old bomber colour, isn't it? That kind of dark khaki green, I think.
You expect to see it with that shark's teeth design painted down the side, like you see on Morgan three-wheelers.
Exactly that. I think it has got a sort of if you go and look at it closely, it has got a sort of pattern on it, but so I'd say a dark khaki green, certainly army or that kind of military focus as you come down here, but Megan with her retro livery and Emery's purple machinery, kind of similar to Timmins, isn't it? In that purple, it really does stand out well when we're racing around. So great to see all these.
That's a shade I call dairy milk purple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other brands of chocolate are available.
Yeah, everyone's going to be reaching for their chocolate in this late afternoon, and so it looks like they're still. They're halfway through this field, such is the enormity of these 38 cars that were starting. We've lost a couple to the pit lane, haven't we? And Goldstein, I can see out my window. So he was a bit abused, wasn't he, by Barry Thompson in that race? And actually, it looked like Barry Thompson let him go back ahead, sort of as an apology there. So when they all both recovered, Barry Thompson also found himself a little bit further back down the field. But they are lying alongside each other as they head into the start line. They will have that green flag lap, obviously, to go and see the condition of the track and get themselves up to speed. And lots of them will hopefully be wearing and using their sort of iridescent visors, because we need those sort of sunglasses type effect, because the sun is getting lower and lower in the sky.
I've noticed as well, not only does Paul Goldstein lived up to his name with the gold livery on the car, he's got a gold crash helmet as well.
Yeah, absolutely, he's gone full hog.
Has he got a gold race suit as well, like the great hot rod racer Barry Lee used to wear
when he was world champion? We'll have to get the binoculars out and see whether he's gone that far, but maybe there's always a step up in road sport, isn't there, to take it to the next level.
Well, his nickname is Goldmember from Austin Powers, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
He's definitely a character out there in the paddock. As are we heard from Emery earlier on. Even though he'd lost the championship, he said after the memories he's going to take forward from this year of friendship and the paddock and the camaraderie and just a shared experience. And we get that a lot from the academy group. And they, all the drivers up and down the paddock really do love to come and watch the academy, just because it reminds them of why they started racing and all the adventures that they've gone on over the years. And we really do generate lifelong friendships in this paddock, and a lot of these drivers will go on and they will be friends for a long time. We saw Matt Larby, we saw the Wolf Pack, didn't we, earlier on? That's Matt Larby and Thea Theato. They just hang out all the time at these race weekends and have a fabulous time.
And they have a vibrant, as you mentioned earlier this weekend, a vibrant sim racing community among some of the drivers as well, competing in the CaterhamRacer.com Championship. Mentioning retro liveries, of course, we've got number 2, Matt Kirtland, out there. We mentioned the Williams lookalike.
Yep, he's out there, and it's great to see. I tell you, all the wrap technology that everyone uses nowadays, it really does give an opportunity to express yourself and really live your dream about what you want your race car to look like as they head off then for their green flag lap. And we've got the Ironman car out there as well. I can't remember who it is that has the Ironman, but it's brilliant.
It's Graham Handy, I think, number 62 in red and gold.
It's brilliant looking car out there as well. Yeah, some fantastic. As this 36 cars, I think it's going to be going past us to start their green flag lap before getting back onto the grid, and then off they'll go for the final 10-minute sprint then for the Caterham Autumn Trophy, the final event for our weekend, the final event for the Academy, and a final event for the 2023 motorsport season for the majority of our championships. But don't forget, we are at Silverstone on the 23rd, I think it's 22nd, 23rd of September, 23rd, 24th of September for the Silverstone National, supporting the British Touring Cars. So come and look and watch the 7 Championship UK cars decide the 2nd and 3rd on the podiums there. We can't wait to bring you or to see you on the banks over there as we see these snake of cars coming down through the Craner curves for the last 10 minutes of action.
You got me thinking now what livery I'd have on my car if I was racing in the Academy. Given I'd probably be at the back, how about the 40 Corsair colours from the mid-1990s, the yellow and blue with green wheels? That'd suit me, I think.
Yeah, there'll be some good retro geeky hints to slowness, isn't there, that you could sneak onto your car. But no one ever knows how quick or slow they're going to be, and that's why people join up with the Academy. You just don't know how competitive you're going to be. This Donington circuit still looking resplendent out there. There is the exhibition hall on the right-hand side as they go past it. Down, you can see those 2 humps on screen now that I mentioned a bit earlier on, where it really does unsettle the car just a little bit as you go over those humps, and it's just about when you want to brake. So a braking point for a Caterham is after that second hump you can see on the left-hand side of the screen there, and it really is quite a late break into the chicane, and you carry an awful lot of speed through it, and we've seen plenty of action over the course of this weekend, haven't we, into that chicane.
Going up to the grid in the sunset here at Donington Park, then the purple car of Jonathan Emery on the front row alongside the grey and green of number 5 Henry Morris, green and black of Barry Haniff on row 2 alongside the Marlborough lookalike of Megan Bruce, blue and grey on row 3 with the yellow screen, that's Nick Heighton. blue and black of Arif Hanif alongside him. Then we've got Paul Goldstein alongside Barry Thompson, the black and white car with the orange screen. Completing the top 10 is Paddy Cunningham with the black car alongside the military green of number 88's Adam Keane.
So they're pretty much all lined up, aren't they? Just the final few cars. We wait for the green flag snap of the wrist from the green flag marshal as he did last time, just as someone else is still pulling into their grid spot. But we're going to get that green flag. We'll get this Lioness 10 minutes of action up and running with all our drivers. There is a little bit of shuffling still going on at the rear, isn't there? But we're nearly there, ready to take flight for this next set of action, final action here at Donington Park.
What a cracking weekend it has been, celebrating the 50th birthday of Caterham cars. Let's finish off in style then. 10 minutes for the Academy Autumn Trophy. The red lights are on, and here we go down towards that first corner. The front row both get away well. Nick Heighton trying to get up the inside. One car on the grass at the back of the field, snaps across, just looking not to hit anybody there, and it is looks like Henry Morris that has taken up the early lead from the outside of the front row. Everybody around the outside. One car into the gravel. I think that might be that Ironman car you mentioned, the red and gold of Graham Handy there, quite possibly.
Maybe the commentary curse already. Heighton looked like he'd got back through. Megan Bruce, you can see this cloud of dust where Handy was rejoining out the front there, but it's flowing down. It looks like everyone is making it through Carrera curves this time through, and through the old hairpin, and they'll make it their way up then the hill until we can see their colour schemes once more and their numbers as they head along from McLean's into Coppice for the first time. So here is that wide shot as they head up here. Even up here it's pretty sunny now, so to pick out, I think it is Emery's purple car out front, and Megan Bruce, I can see there, I think she's dripped to 5th place at this early stage.
They swing their way through Coppice for the first time. A couple of cars getting a wheel onto the grass. It is Emery who leads the way, ahead of Henry Morris in second. Looks like it's Barry Hanif in third. Somebody in a spot of bother there possibly in the background. Nick Heighton's up to 4th. Megan Bruce rounding out the top 5. Down into the chicane, Barry Hanif up the inside will try and take second place. He clipped Henry Morris, there they go either side of that tyre stack. They somehow missed it. A bit of grass tracking going on there. Nick Heighton's been able to close up as a result of that. You can tell it's the end of term, can't you? Then it's Megan Bruce up the inside trying to take 4th place away from Nick Heighton, the new Green Group champion. Jonathan Emery aiming to get a bit of revenge here. He's out in front.
Yeah, Hanif sort of been involved in quite a bit of shenanigans late on in this race, hasn't he? So he's looking like he really wants to do well, but there are some cars at the exit of Coppice. I thought I saw some tyre squeal and what looks like a Matt Kirtland. So one of our Academy was contending, but he finished a bit further down, didn't he?
Our earlier winner, Henry Speaks, is the other one.
Indeed, so they came together in the mid-pack. I thought I saw some issue halfway through Coppice, and I did indeed. There was a great break in the field as well, where they were all sort of scattered to try and avoid that, but it looks like Speaks is deep in that gravel trap. We've got other cars grass tracking across at the bottom of the field as it's Heighton, isn't it? It's up into that second place then, trailing away in the number 78 car there.
Heighton in P3, just behind Henry Morris, because Jonathan Emery has rather escaped at the front of the field. Barry Hanif is somehow still 4th after that bit of mayhem at the chicane, with Megan Bruce rounding out the top 5. The yellow flag's out at Coppice there with Henry Speaks' car stuck in the gravel there, and Henry Morris has a lunge at Nick Heighton for that second place. Matthew Kirtland has made it back into the pits in car number 2. His race is run. So they start to sort themselves. A bit of dust being kicked up again at the chicane. Down there we see Matthew Kirtland's car there in the background in pit lane. That's Megan Bruce holding off Barry Hanif. She's up into 4th position now. Arif Hanif is in 6th place. Then we've got Adam Keane just ahead of the number 13 Jack English. She's running well ahead of the 89 of Paddy Cunningham.
Yeah, Keane making some good progress up then from that mid-pack start that he had at the line there, so he's moved himself now into 7th place on the track, first of the white cars there, but he's making it just behind Arif and Barry, who are in just behind Bruce this time through. Morris, Heighton and Emery make the top 3 up currently. 6 minutes 25 of the clock to go. Again, you can see how far the cars are stretching around this 2 miles Donington circuit as they go nose to tail, as the leaders are in McLean's and Coppice. The tail of the field is still coming around the old hairpin. A bit more grass tracking there from one of our drivers out back, just losing a bit of the edge of the track. There's the mid-packed race going on. It's hard to pick up numbers at this stage as we go through this race, but 6 minutes left of this race. I hope it's not 6 hours. There is Emery out front ahead of Heighton and Morris. So this top three have been consistent for a little while. There's Morris though into that 4th place, and then it's the two Haniff brothers following along behind her.
Jonathan Emery over the line to complete his 4th lap, 3rd lap I should say. 0.7 of a second in it. Arif Hanif has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.344. The Hanif brothers together. Yes, Arif has moved up into 5th position past Barry, who's handling rather waywardly in this race. The leaders heading down the Craner curves. It is Emery from Heighton and Henry Morris, with Megan Bruce holding 4th position. The first 3 starting to get away just a little now though. First car from the white group is Adam Keane. He's in 7th place. English, Cunningham and Gurthesh Juicy round out the top 10. So purple cars bookending the top 10 at the moment.
There's 11 of Hanif, so that's Barry Hanif. They're currently leading his brother in the blue car, the number 74. But there's Emery, so he's been caught up now by Heighton in that with that yellow windscreen surround. Makes it easy to spot him. It's easy to spot Megan in her sort of retro livery. They're the two Hanif brothers now together on track, and let's see whether they can treat each other kindly towards the end of this race. But Emery, again, seeing Heighton, this is almost like a deja vu for him, isn't he? Seeing him close up as they head down the exhibition straight, diving to the inside. In fact, it was around the outside he went into the other race, but Emery's going to have to give up that lead for now.
Not again, thinks Jonathan Emery. Well, this is not the last lap this time, and he's got time to fight back here. And coming on to the back of them there, number 5, Henry Morris, the man from Cobham in Surrey. Back down the outside goes Jonathan Emery, thinking 2 can play at this game. Nick Heighton side by side into Redgate. The 43 tries the sweep around the outside. It's a bit like shades of Aaron Head there as he goes round in back into the lead.
Lost the rear of the car on the exit though. It sort of cost him a bit of time. He had to get out the throttle to bring it all back together again. As we see these cars heading over the start finish line, then you can see all their number plates and lights all ablaze as it's a car with indicating to the inside. I think he must have just gone over the chicane a little bit. He's certainly wasn't up to speed, but it's Heighton in the number 78 that now is in the lead, ahead of Emery then in the 43. Henry Morris is behind them, and Megan Bruce is closing in for that 4th place, but she's bringing both the Hanif brothers with her.
3.5 minutes just over of this race to go. Let's see a 6-foot car fight for the lead then in the closing stages of this festival of Caterham racing here at Donington Park. Nick Heighton got the lead back through Hollywood after Jonathan Emery briefly lost the rear end of the number 43 car. Third behind them it is Henry Morris. Here comes Megan Bruce. I think there's still yellow flags out, possibly at copies. I saw a green flag there on the exit, so whether somebody else has gone off there, I'm not too sure. We've lost Paul Goldstein as well. He's pulled into the pits, unfortunately. Possible damage after that collision with Barry Thompson. Side by side into the chicane. Nick Heighton is that holds the lead. Somebody's gone straight on there. Was that Henry Morris?
No, it might have been. Yeah, I think it was Morris.
Yes,
actually.
it was. He just through the escape road.
So at the moment he's sort of saved that place. Megan's alongside him, so she's moved up into that 3rd place. Morris outbraking himself as Emery looks down the inside then of Heighton as we come to the last 2.5 minutes of this race. Heighton, that's quite close around the outside there. Emery couldn't hold on. Heighton squeezed him a little bit, didn't he? But Megan Bruce is now going to be brought right back into this action. Henry Morris is still hanging on there in 4th, ahead of the two Hanif brothers, who are going to see what they can do. It's still a green group washout at the top 6 before we get to Keane and Cunningham, who are head of English now.
Down into the old hairpin. It is now 6 cars, line astern for the lead. Arif Hanif still has the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.6, and Barry Hanif spins coming out of the old hairpin onto the infield. That's going to lose him 6th position, unfortunately. He does a 360. It's more of a 540 now. He's facing the infield again. He'll try again to get it redrawn. There's not much grip on the grass down there as the leaders head back up towards the top of the circuit once more.
Got to be so careful on the throttle if you're on the grass to stop the rear end of your car, especially on the off camber that we saw. But he is going to be able to rejoin, but he's going to be deep further down the field. So it's a top group of 5 now. Emery looking to the outside of Heighton. Megan Bruce seeing as she can flow on through and looking like she's got ahead of steam. Is there anywhere to go? There's nowhere for her to use that extra steam. She had so much pace on them both, but just didn't have anywhere to go. And she's going to just about hold on for Morris's tail slide. She's going to go onto the grass, bit of grass track, and gets back onto the circuit. Going to lose a place for all that, but he's going to see whether she can hold on above Arif Hanif, and who's there in that 5th place still.
5 of them together for the lead then. It's possibly 2 more laps to go. It may be just 1. I didn't see if the board was out there because we were watching the action on the other side of the Wheat Cross straight there. Megan Bruce gets relegated down to P5 then. So Jonathan Emery retakes the lead from Nick Heighton through Redgate. Now here comes Henry Morris. He's not finished yet in the number 5 car, making up for going straight on up the chicane and having to take the escape road a lap ago. Arif Hanif upholding family honour with Barry having spun down the order. And Megan Bruce starting to fight back now on the tail of the number 74. The rest of the pack getting a little more spread out now, rounding out the top 10. Keane, English, Cunningham, Brown and Tim Payne in the number 26.
Not easy to keep in that top 10, but 43 seconds, like I say, we'll have to see whether the checkered flag comes out this time. Emery currently leading with Heighton. Again, there's a bit of deja vu for him as he heads coming down into the straight as he goes through Coppice this time through. Is Morris back into that third place after that chicane trip, and Megan seeing whether she can get back underneath the Hanif, and she is going to do that as they come down the exhibition straight side by side. This is exactly the same as it was
He's not
for
do
the championship. He's got the momentum around the outside. He's late on the brakes. He pulls across. That is an absolute carbon copy, but this time he couldn't make the chicane. He's got it sideways. He's going to spin out and just go to the inside. So that's not how it ended this morning, but it could have done. And that is now Heighton is going to be back in that 6th place. There's a big gap, and it's going to be Emery going across the line. There was 1 second as they came across the line that time, so I don't think the checkered flag was shown. They are going to continue racing.
We've got one more lap to go.
Emery is already it's clear of Heighton. Can he hold off against Morris?
Well, there's going to be no repeat for Nick Heighton, sadly, after he was a bit over-exuberant there. I think he thought it was the last lap coming through there, but there is 1 lap to go. We're on the last lap of the Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival here at Donington Park. Jonathan Emery, Henry Morris down through the old hairpin. It's Arif Hanif up there in 3rd place. Megan Bruce has dropped away just a little bit in 4th after going onto the grass to avoid the spinning Nick Heighton. Here they come up towards McLean's for the last time at the end of this wonderful celebration of one of Britain's iconic sports cars. And what a race to finish it off. Is Jonathan Emery going to hang on for victory this time? They're coming up towards Coppice for the final time. It's between him and Henry Morris in the number 5. Can Henry get close enough on the run down to the chicane? I don't think he's quite going to be in the slipstream. I think Jonathan Emery in the number 43 car, the man from Willand, has done enough. Here they come then, down to the chicane in the sunsets here at Donington Park. Jonathan Emery.
This is going to be a good result, isn't it?
Through the chicane. He's going to get revenge for his disappointments earlier on. They're coming up towards the final checkered flag of the weekend at the Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival. They think it's all over. It is now. Jonathan Emery wins the Caterham Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy. Megan Bruce snatches 3rd place on the line.
I think she came across the chicane, though. I think she went across the gravel, so whether that will stand, I'm not sure, but she's in the podium play position right now.
Well, provisionally she is in 3rd. Well done, Nick Heighton, who kept going in 5th place there after his spin. There's dust being kicked up everywhere at the chicane in the background as well. They're still at it coming through the chicane here. That's the number 4 of Neville Sykes trying to make a move there a little bit further back as well. We saw him have a couple of spins earlier on in the white group race. Wow, what a weekend.
What a race weekend. The 50th birthday celebration from Caterham, and what a celebration it's been with action galore on track. We started with drift days on a Friday and obviously testing for the drivers out here. They've come through a full race weekend of 2 or 3 races for each of our championships, and then we've coming tomorrow we've got it doesn't end because we've got the track day tomorrow, celebration track day for everyone who's got their 7 and wants to get out on track, and it'd be great to see all the cars out here. It's been fantastic to be a part of this.
The provisional result then, Jonathan Emery the winner by 0.898 of a second ahead of Henry Morris. Megan Bruce just pipping Arif Hanif for a deserved podium. Then Nick Heighton in 5th. Adam Keane, the first of the white group drivers, home in 6th ahead of Cunningham, Brown, Payne, English, Cowan, Hine, Pollen and Barry Thompson, who was delayed before the stoppage. 30 cars went the distance in that one. We lost Paul Goldstein, Matthew Kirtland and Henry Speaks to a couple of incidents.
Yep, that's fantastic weekend's action, and it's not quite the end of the Caterham Motorsport season for 2023, as we've still got the final round, 23rd, 24th at Silverstone for the 7 Championship UK, but we have crowned 5 champions today, because we did also have Lewis Thompson claiming that championship. And whilst we wait for the cars to come back down into pit lane and to go to Parc Fermé, congratulations to all our champions: Dan Neal, Nick Heighton, Ben Timmons, Freddie Chiddicks, Jack Sales, Lewis Thompson, for all your efforts this year. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to all of our Caterham drivers for a wonderful weekend, a wonderful season of racing this year. It's been an absolute honour to have been part of it this year through BARC TV. We've served up some truly memorable racing action. We'll wait to hand down to Parc Fermé for one last time to hear from our podium finishers down there, and then we will sign off on this wonderful and very tiring weekend here at Donington Park.
Wow, what a fantastic way to end today's racing with Caterham. I've only got Megan here at the moment. The other ones may have gone round for a second lap, I'm not sure, after the... but we're going to go and speak to Megan as she's here, and I'm absolutely delighted for her. Megan, I'll let you take your helmet off first. The cars are still just coming in behind us. But yeah, I don't know where first and second have gone. Megan, fantastic! I mean, how amazing was that to have both grids on the both championships?
And also, yeah, racing with other people in the other championship was great, and to race on such a big grid as well and to finish high up is great. So yeah,
that's brilliant. Yeah, we lovely way to end the season, isn't it?
Yeah, I needed a clean start this time after everything went wrong before, so yeah, it's a good way. Hopefully everything's alright. My windscreen's not alright, but yeah.
It's alright where you were looking, it's not so good on the other side.
But yeah, it was really fun. Hard work.
Yeah, definitely. Well, well done. Congratulations. And hopefully the others will be in here in a moment. I mean, I think did they go around, Megan, did they go around for another lap? They must have done. They just didn't want it to end, did they? They wanted to go around for another lap. Hopefully they'll be here in a minute. They're just at the back of this queue. But obviously we are trying to squeeze in 2 championship grids of cars in here. So it's going to be a little bit of moving about, shuffling the cars to get them all in. So, but what a fantastic weekend for the 50th anniversary. This has been, I've absolutely loved it. I hope everyone at home has loved it as much. So we've got, yes, some crashed cars here in Parc Fermé as well, but looking very sad. But thankfully all our drivers are okay. But here we go. Jono is coming. I can see him now, the purple machine. And Henry Morris. He'll be pleased to win that one. He almost won the race earlier today, but not quite, came second, so he'll be delighted with this one. But they just wanted another victory lap.
Well done.
Was it another victory lap there, guys? Did you go round again?
Oh, I might have done.
I think the sun's very low in the sky, so it's difficult to see. So we'll just wait for them to get out the cars. But wow, they'll all have great discussions about that race. Henry Morris is already out. Let's come to Henry Morris. Henry, before you go and see your family and friends, congratulations on the second place with both grids together. How was that?
It was good because we hadn't managed to get a podium this season in Academy, so been close to 4 places. But yeah, really good. Really good.
Well
really
deserved.
Good race. Thank you.
It was.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Right, and let's go and speak to Jono.
Oh, I'm so pleased.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Sam. How are you? You all right?
I'm fabulous. I've had a lovely day watching you guys race. It's been awesome. So what a way to end the day.
Great, super chuffed. I was a bit gutted losing out on the championship earlier, but what way to come back to beat everybody. So I'm well chuffed and just stuck in there really. Barry and Nick, you're always going to be strong with them coming up you. But I'm well chuffed for Henry. He's been on the verges all season, so I'm glad he's on the podium. And obviously Megan's up there again, so everybody's going to love that one. So my friend Tim Payne, I think he comes 9th. So he's been struggling like 11th or 12th all the time. So it's just awesome, so much fun, and I hope everybody's okay from the crashes as well, because I think there were a couple of incidents earlier, so yeah, great stuff, great way to end the Caterham weekend.
And what are you going to do with your time off now from racing?
Oh, probably buy more bits for the car.
And go testing.
Yeah, just don't tell my wife.
Excellent. Whoops. Right, I will. I think we'll be having the podium shortly, but let's move round. We'll just have a quick word with. Let's go and have a move through and speak to some of these guys. Let's having a discussion here. Hello, guys.
Hi.
How was the race for you with everyone together? That must have been amazing.
Yeah, really good fun, thanks.
Yeah.
Dying for more.
And it's the last one.
It is. It's a terrible shame, but it's been a great year. So really enjoyed it.
And your first year of actual racing, though, I mean, that's, it's quite something, isn't it? You've learned a lot this year.
Yeah, we really have. And main thing is we all got back in one piece.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you, guys. I'll let you go to the podium. So we're just going to move. They're going to move round to the podium. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave to say their goodbyes, and then we might show the podium in a moment. Thank you.
Right, a fair opportunity for me just to say, as we're concluding for 4 of our 5 championship levels here, a big thank you to everyone at Caterham and BARC for everything you do to put these championships together and bring it to these fantastic championships. All the marshals, officials, all the TV and media crew that come to bring you these pictures out here. I know we work hard behind the scenes to get everything out, and it's fantastic to be part of the whole team that brings it here. So thank you, and thanks to Dave as well for being my buddy for most of the rounds this year. It's been fantastic, and I hope we've entertained everyone involved, and we look forward to more action on the 23rd, 24th at Silverstone to conclude the full year for Caterham Motorsport, but we'll be looking forward to getting back and out on track in 2024.
Well, Chris, it's been a pleasure to join you this year in the box to cover the Caterham Motorsport season. It's been an absolute honour to be part of some quite superb racing, some of the very best motorsport scene anywhere in the UK, in my opinion, and a great way to sign it off with this very special 50th birthday celebration for Caterham Cars. Graham Nern and his team back in the 70s, that one was for you guys, for bringing us one of the iconic British sports cars over the past 50 years. We'll sign off properly in just a few moments' time, and I think we can go back to Sam for the podium.
That was the last Academy event of this year.
Down for the podium now. Simon is just making a few announcements about the fact this is the last one of the season, but they're going to do a few
pleasure it's been to look after you this year.
A few awards.
To actual racing drivers. It's been fantastic. We have genuinely enjoyed it, and it's sad for us that it is for you today, okay? We have got the awards in January, and we hope to see as many of you there as possible. But we still have this podium to do, and I'm going to get out of the way in a minute. That was a very, too exciting, that race. Right, in 3rd place it was Megan! It was the battle of white versus green, so he just missed out on the championship, and maybe he can say he's the ultimate winner. It was Jono! All up on the top step, please. Right, let's try it. Whee!
Everyone moves back.
We are going to move out of the way because they are going to spray the champagne. Oh, he's actually pouring it in his race boot. Go on, Jono. Fantastic. Right, I don't know if they're going to do a group photo. We'll definitely do a photo for the top 3. But maybe they might. Oh, they're going to do this shot. This is always good. Oh, poor Henry. It's so lovely for these drivers. What a season they've had. And now they are proper racing drivers. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be a group photo. So that is it. That is it for it's the end of the season. It's the end of the racing. I'm upset it's over, but we've got next year to come, which I'll be very excited to be back for. And I hope you've all enjoyed it at home. Thank you to everyone that's watched. Thank you to our marshals. Thank you to all the cameramen, Cheesy, Dave. It couldn't be as great as it is without you guys. So thank you very much, and obviously to all our racing drivers as well for taking part, and the Lotus 7 Club. Everyone at Caterham, we've had a fantastic season, and thank you from me. We've got some highlights to show you now, but thank you very much.
Let's have a look at some highlights of that last race then. Collision between Barry Thompson and Paul Goldstein as they were fighting for the lead. Let's drop them back down the order. Let's another swathe of drivers through the front. Then a red flag as Lee James tangled with Daniel Neal and piled into the tyre wall on the entry to the pit straights. Note the marshals in the background. They had the flags up even before the two cars had hit each other. Fair play to our volunteer marshals as always.
Yep.
On the restart, it was Henry Morris who led off from the outside the front row, pacing Jono Emery, with Barry Haney slotting into third place. Look at the size of that grid as they headed into Redgate. It was the 23 car of Sheraz Ramzan who ran wide into the gravel. Jono Emery taking the lead around the outside as Henry Morris and Barry Hanif rather tripped over each other at the chicane, sending a couple of other cars off wide in avoidance. Henry Speak's season came to an early end. He tangled with Matthew Kirtland and a couple of others at the top of Coppice. A few other incidents we didn't see during the race. There were a couple of cars that went off around. That was what happened to Paul Goldstein. That's why he retired into the pits, went over the gravel after a collision at the old hairpin. Great shame for him after he'd started on pole. Barry Thompson was dropped back as a result of that as well. So that's the second time they come together.
That was twice, wasn't it?
We saw that before the red flag as well. It looks as though history might repeat itself from earlier on as Nick Hyton went round the outside of Jono Emery. Their battle was resumed with Megan Bruce getting involved. Oh, great run by Meg in that final race of the season. She's got a big future ahead of her in Caterham racing, I reckon. Give or take a bit of grass tracking. And then Nick Hyton round the outside. It looked as though history was going to repeat itself. Jono Emery thought, oh no, not again. But Nick Hyton spun it on the exit of the chicane. And that left Jono Emery to lead home the last lap of the season. We see another angle there of the spin for Nick Hyton, and Meg Bruce again running wide there. But she was able to fight back for a podium as Emery took the win. Enter stage right, Megan Bruce, as she just tipped Arif Hanif following a bit of a contretemps the chicane.
Didn't want to follow the track for the last few quarters of that race, for the last few laps. In fact, Keane came over there as well, so a number of drivers out there doing the same thing.
Well, that is time to end then. Any last words, Chris?
No, just thank you ever so much. As I say, I've given all my thanks already, but to everyone who makes this happen. 2023 season not quite over, but very nearly, and we will see everyone again to do it all again 2024. I can't wait. It's the long winter break now, but let's get out on track, and tomorrow with the track day, I can't wait to give some passenger rides. So if you're around Donington and want some passenger rides, why not come down? Dave, thank you. It's been emotional and great. It's been a fantastic season.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris Hutchinson. A pleasure to have you on BARC TV with the Caterhams this season, and it is now time to end, so I will say my own thank you to our volunteer marshals. They've put in some fantastic service today. We couldn't go racing without them. Also the medical staff, the recovery crews, the race control staff, everybody else here at Donington Park, everyone from Caterham Motorsport and everyone from the British Automobile Racing Club for making this meeting what it was, a fabulous 50th birthday celebration for Caterham cars. thank you very much indeed to all the drivers, their entertainment, and all their backup teams and crew members in the pits and paddock. Thank you to all our camera crews, directors, and everybody else as well for bringing us the action. We'll be back on air in a couple of weekends' time on BARC TV. We go to Snetterton with the British Truck Racing Championship, plus supports over in Norfolk, so please join us for that one. On behalf of Chris Hutchinson and everyone else here at Donington Park, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Bye for now.